Madness. Madness. I am madness. I am the kill switch. Zombies scream, thunder cracks the pitch. Ending the matrix, shadows fall in line. The Raven King rises, fate is mine. Thunderous, relentless, darkness falls. Team evil crushed as the raven calls. Doom for demons, judgment is near. Crimes and iron pounding in your ear. Madness. Masses weep in the storm's embrace. Hellfire flickers on every face. I am the ending, I am the night. Crushing the wicked with purest might. The kill switch thrown, the matrix undone. Evil defeated, victory won. I am madness. I am the kill switch. I'll end this matrix. I'll end this matrix. Seal in the demons forever. Fire and venom. Seal them in darkness. Watch it all fall. My ravens call to me. I am madness. I am the kill switch. I am the kill switch. I am the kill switch. Celtic and fasting, rituals and dark spells. I am the shaman of a tribe outside, far outside of this matrix. Ooh. I am the Raven King, I can do anything. I am the Raven King, the loving king, shaman of a beautiful tribe, madman, seer, sorcerer, mad poet, artist, philosopher. I am the Raven King,
I am eternal, I am magical, I am sovereign. Always have been, forever was alive, forever will be, without beginning, without end. I am the Raven King, Saint Stephen, winning and winning, destroying evil wherever I may roam, laughing at demons and creating my own kingdoms, my own kingdoms, my own. Celtic hand fasting, 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 rituals and dark spells. I am the shaman of a tribe outside, far outside of this matrix. I am the Raven King and I can do anything. I am the Raven King, the loving king, shaman of a beautiful tribe. Madman, seer, sorcerer, mad poet, artist, philosopher. I am the Raven King, I am eternal, I am magical, I am sovereign. The gate is narrow. The gate is narrow. The narrow gate won't open for all, big or small, wretched and wicked, kind and good. Spirits are judged. There is a reckoning of spirits. Justice will be swift.
The gate is narrow.
The gate is narrow. My ravens and crows will be there to witness the end
of this matrix.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. The gate is narrow. The gate is narrow. This hell realm will be sealed forever and ever. Evil demons belong here.
Evil demons will burn here.
Sky splits open, blood red scream. Demons crawl from shadowed seams. Their eyes burn lies, my sword cuts clean. The truth ignites a primal gleam. Ashes fall like winter rain. Steel on steel, the clash, the pain. I am no mortal bound by chain. The Raven King, I rise again. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Bones of the earth tremble and quake. Evil's grip begins to break. Thunder answers each step I take. Their kingdom crumbles for truth's sake. My voice shatters the darkest sky. Shadows cower where my sword flies. No fear, no death, I cannot die. The Raven King, I testify. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Sky splits open, blood red scream. Demons crawl from shadowed seams. Their eyes burn lies, my sword cuts clean. The truth ignites a primal gleam. Ashes fall like winter rain. Steel on steel, the clash, the pain. I am no mortal bound by chain. The Raven King, I rise again. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Bones of the earth tremble and quake. Evil's grip begins to break. Thunder answers each step I take. Their kingdom crumbles for truth's sake. My voice shatters the darkest sky. Shadows cower where my sword flies. No fear, no death, I cannot die. The Raven King, I testify. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Ravens scream in the blood-red sky, shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Viking axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry.
The king is here,
The king is here,
wild eyes blazing.
nothing to fear.
The king is here,
The storm draws near, bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale, waves of fury, shields like scales, bones break under the hammer's tail, flesh and fear, both frail.
the king is here,
The king is here,
ravens feast.
the end is near,
The king is here,
the storm is clear,
kneel in ashes, taste the spear.
crown of iron, dripping flame,
Carved by war,
etched with pain.
ravens rise.
They call his name,
The king is here, forever reigns. The king is here, forever reigns.
forever reigns.
Forever reigns.
Steel flashes under blood-red skies.
The Raven King laughs as the world cries.
Storms in his footsteps, thunder in his veins.
Enemies tremble at his name. The king is here,
The shadows bend,
axes sing until the bitter end.
madness in his crown.
Fury in his eyes,
No one escapes when the Raven King rides. When the Raven King rides. Raven circle,
battle's done.
his legend rises with the sun.
The king is here,
Chaos reigns.
a kingdom forged in fire and chains.
Hello everyone. Hello. It's funny to me how I can laugh like that, and a lot of these Team Evil losers will say they can't. My laugh is unmistakable. They'd recognize that laugh anywhere. Some of them will say it's an evil laugh, evil villain. They'll try to portray it all sorts of different ways. They try to paint me as evil. They'll try to say he calls himself the devil. They'll point at me saying he's calling himself the devil. I don't call myself the devil. But look at story time with El Diablo. There's a devil. That's the mascot of my channel. That's El Diablo. Cheeky, handsome little devil. Is that me? I don't think that's me, is it? I don't think he's evil. El Diablo is a character. He's a mascot. Is that me? Is it calling myself that? No. No, it isn't. They'll say, well, the way you laugh, you're evil. You evil creatures that do evil. in this realm. You want to point to my laughter? Me having fun? This is what they do. And this is what I want to illustrate this for people. The differences. You have to pay attention. That's the thing. You have to pay attention. If you walk by a rich person's house and they have a Lamborghini and a Ferrari, and maybe they have one of the most expensive models of Mercedes, and they might have a Bentley or something super expensive, maybe a Rolls Royce, maybe a classic Rolls Royce that is rare, and you say, well, that's them. No, that's their vehicles. That's not them. Well, the mansion, that's him. That's the husband. No, that mansion they own, or maybe they built it. Maybe they had it built. It's not him. Whether they bought it or had it built on a property. You got to start looking at things a little bit more, and being honest, and not just trying your damnedest in a sense to paint people as evil that are not evil. And that's what these creatures do. They're desperate to paint me as evil as much as they can. There's nothing evil about El Diablo. Cheeky. They don't know what that word means. Madman. If you are mad, you are mine. Am I talking about anger? No, I'm not talking about anger. If you are mad, you are mine. A lot of Americans will say mad means angry. Is that really what it means? Really? I thought angry meant angry. See, this is the thing. These evil demons will try to paint me as evil so that people won't see them as evil, and their behavior's evil. The way they behave, they demonstrate every day on here that they're evil. They're evil, creepy little creatures. If you pay attention, you can start learning, but few people in this realm are willing to even do that. They won't pay attention. They'll dip in and dip out, and they believe they have stuff figured out that they don't. If you want to get out of hell realm, you can't be lazy like that. It just won't work. You can't be lazy. It would be like if you had a meal at my place and said, Stephen, what's the recipe? Or you said to my girlfriend, maybe she cooked it. Maybe Aunt Jemima cooked it. You say, Aunt Jemima, can I have the recipe? And she told you the recipe. And she didn't just expect you to remember it. She expected you to pay attention. Do you have a pen and paper, or do you have your notes app open on your phone? Can you type this in? And you only typed 3 ingredients, and you didn't type any directions. Which to put first, when to stir, when to add this, whatever it may be. You're not going to get it then. You're not going to be able to make Aunt Jemima's world famous meatloaf, or whatever it is. Could be a casserole. Could be her famous chicken casserole, or her tuna casserole, or the way she makes her baked in the oven mac and cheese, which is delicious. She taught me how to make it. She taught me how to bake the mac and cheese in the oven. It's amazing. It's not out of a box. It's the real stuff. It's the real stuff. The cheesy mixture. It's delicious. It's not that powdered stuff that'll probably give you the big cancer, the big C cancer. It's good stuff. But if you only write down a couple things, how are you going to, if you don't pay attention, how the fuck are you going to make the recipe? How are you going to bake it the way she does? How are you going to bake a pie if you don't listen to how she made the pastry and how she makes the, I don't know, fruit filling, whatever it is. Maybe it's a Dutch apple pie, for example, and tapioca goes in it, and this goes in it, and this amount of sugar goes in it, and this many apples, and you got to do this, and you got to do that. Or maybe it's a rhubarb custard. That's one of my favorites that my mom used to make. We grew rhubarb in our garden when I was growing up. My whole life, really. She grew it in her backyard until my mom passed away and her house was sold. Rhubarb. Wild rhubarb, you might say, grew in the garden. Now, I don't know if they ever told me the story about how it was there, but it was in the back kind of corner of the property, past where we had a great big garden. We had a garden that was like 40 feet, probably 40 feet, 50 feet long in the backyard with vegetables and anyway, peas and green beans and yellow beans and all sorts of different things. But my mom used to make these rhubarb custard pies. Rhubarb, some of the stalks turn out when they're matured red, kind of a deep colored red, not ruby, but maybe not that deep, but some are redder than others, and then others are kind of green. It's a mixture of red and green. And some are sweeter and some are more tart, as you call it. Not sour, but tart. And then the mixture with the sugar and the pie and the pastry and the custard, it's delicious. I love it. That was one of my favorites. But you don't want to eat too much because it can be a diuretic, right? Just like if you eat too many red cherries or something, or black cherries, it can kind of upset your tummy. But anyway, if you have a nice big slice of that, it's delicious. I prefer it to strawberry rhubarb. I prefer just the regular rhubarb custard, or rhubarb pie, as we'd call it. But it really was rhubarb custard because there's custard in it. So it's a mixture of sweetness with tart. And I just love that combination. Not just in rhubarb pie, but I like that in other things as well. It just goes to my palate, to my taste. I love it. Some people don't like it. To each their own, as they say, as humans love to say. To each their own. You can love what you love. You don't have to like what I like. But if you don't write down the recipe, you're not going to be able to make the pie. If you don't pay attention, you got to pay attention. Got to pay attention. And a lot of people don't do that on my channel. And then they get way off in the weeds and they say, well, Stephen calls himself the devil. When have I ever called myself the devil? When have I ever called myself the devil? It's just evil trying to slander me and try to get people to believe that I'm evil. That's what evil does. For evil, lying is like breathing to them. It's automatic. They lie all day long. They'd lie to you forever and ever, and they'd think nothing of it. Hello to Bjorn. I didn't almost, but I could call you Bjorn if I was being silly, but it's Bjorn. Bjorn. Hello, Bjorn. Hello, hello. Bjorn, BJ. His name starts with BJ. Bjorn. Been live now for 30 minutes. Please turn your volumes down a bit because I know this is loud. I don't want to blast people in their ears and cause people with headphones on to become deaf. This creature, Joshua S. John, made this. And then he posted, it's okay to laugh. He's not funny, though. He's just creepy as fuck. And he's a liar. And he's a copycat, and he's cringe, and he's a misery-pushing machine. Look at even the thumbnail, the image here. It's making me sick. Look at this. He's a creepy weirdo. He even has like a little demon there. So he makes these images. He wants to come across as creepy, and he is creepy. This Joshua S. John creature. He is creepy. He seems creepy. He looks creepy. He sounds creepy because he is creepy. He talks to himself when he wanders out in public. Does a lot of creepy shit. He films toilets. He filmed 3 restrooms in his last video or recent video. I don't know if it was exactly his last one, but I covered it in the past, 2 or 3 days. He's creepy as fuck. Everything he does is creepy. Do you need a flashing neon sign billboard that says Joshua S. John is creepy? Or can you get it on your own? If you pay attention, it's pretty obvious what he is. So turn down your volume, and I'm going to turn it down here a bit too on YouTube. Hopefully this works because it's loud. This guy's a real creepy piece of shit. He blasts people, and you'll see what I mean when I start playing it. I'm going to play it in a second. Fair warning to people. I don't want people to go deaf on headphones from this shit. but it's just creepy as fuck. And he once again shows what he is. Here we go. Roll it. Roll it.
I'm a cursed little fuck! A miserable little fuck! And I just want to die. I'm a wretched little fuck! A hopeless little fuck!
I'm going to pause it here. He's screaming. And if you have it at full volume, at first it was really loud when I played it earlier before I did the live stream. And I had my volume at regular, the way I usually have it, louder. And it just was it was incredibly loud, just him screaming into his microphone, screeching like the creature that he is, the snake-eyed demonic creature.
And I just want to die. Whoa, my boy. You gotta change your perspective. But it's a land of misery. Whoa. Is it a land of misery?
So the title is Land of Misery or Mystery. He's a misery pusher. He's telling people he just wants to die. He's like these other channels that make videos. What's the point of these videos that he makes? Well, I would say it's to make you miserable. 33 minutes, 44 seconds just went by. 33:44. It's an interesting number for this live stream. He's pushing misery, death, hopelessness. And it's obvious. It couldn't be more obvious by what he just did. And some people will deny it and say, he's helping us, Stephen. How is he helping you? He's pushing misery. He's pushing misery. Land of Misery or Mystery, he titled this. 1 minute, 51 second video. It's creepy. It's cringe. It's misery pushing. It's evil. It's gross. It's demonic. And that's what he is.
Or is it a land of mystery? Go on now. Give it a try. Land of misery or a land of mystery? Okay. I'll try it out. I will try it out.
I'm going to jump in again. What value is there in his video? How is he helping anyone with this? How does it help you mentally, spiritually, emotionally, psychically? How is it helping, or is it just pushing gross demonic misery like this realm pushes? What does he achieve by making this video? Why would he record a video like this, saying he just wants to die in his cringe voice, screaming and screeching? What is the point of this, is what I want you to ask yourselves, so that you can see through him and see through other demonic creatures like him and see what they're doing. They're doing this obviously for a reason. He recorded this for a reason. And look at them here, supporting him. Billboard #1. Guys, I think we're losing him. They love this shit. They love this shit. Alcohol and drugs are not enough to cope. They always talk about their copes. They're always addicted to something, and they're always miserable. Miserable creatures, and they push misery. Now, is that not evil to push misery onto potentially thousands of viewers? He has 137 views already on this shit. People are gobbling up the misery. How does it help you?
Life is great! Yeah! Life is good! Everything is going just the way it should. Oh yeah, life is great! Yeah! Life is good! Everything is going just the way it should. I'm a big strong man with a big strong plan to change this life that's full of strife. But you see, there's a knife in my back. That's the awareness that you lack. Bleeding, 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 bleeding everywhere. Bleeding, 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 bleeding everywhere. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
So he's a psycho. I've called him psycho on his streams, and maybe people are starting to get the idea. Oh, maybe now I see why King Stephen called Joshua S. John a psycho. The thought might run across your head. Maybe Stephen was right all these years calling this creature, Joshua S. John, a psycho for about 4 years. I've known he's a psycho. From the first interaction I had with this creature, he was falsely accusing me of quote unquote attacking people. I've never attacked anyone. Never been charged in my life. Do they mean exposing people in videos? That's not attacking. Physically attacking? Show me where I've done that. Fucking liars. He's a psycho. What more do you need? Would you need this creature to physically do something psychotic to you in person? Because I can see what he is from miles away. This Little Rock, Arkansas, little cock, Arkansas creature, gingy creature, gincel, is a real psycho. And it's about time people at least recognize that much about this creature.
Life that's full of strife, but you see, there's everything is going just the way it should. I'm a big strong man with a big strong plan to change this life that's full of strife. But you see, there's a knife in my back. That's the awareness that you lack. Bleeding, 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 bleeding everywhere. Bleeding, 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 bleeding everywhere. Whoa, 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 my boy. That's not mystery. I'll try it out. I will try it out. Life is great. Yeah, life is good. Everything is going just the way it should. Oh yeah, life is great. Yeah, life is good. Everything is going just the way it should. I'm a big strong man with a big strong plan to change this life that's full of strife. But you see, there's a knife in my back. That's the awareness that you lack. Bleeding, 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 bleeding everywhere. Bleeding, 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 bleeding everywhere. Whoa, 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 my boy. That's not mystery. That's misery.
So what is the purpose of him making a video like this? It's to push misery. As I've said, I nicknamed them the misery pushers. I made a video about the misery program and the misery pushers. I've been trying to show people what these things are. They're misery pushers. That's what they are. Hello, Spitfire. I'm not sure who you are. You must be new here. You must be relatively new. Do I think it's harmful to follow misery pusher channels? Yes, I do. Excuse me. I actually feel sick a little bit sick from hearing that creature. It's a sickening thing. It is. It kind of makes me sick just to hear the voice of that Joshua S. John creature. It's gross. It's that gross that it's sickening. They push misery. They're cringe. They're singing bad. Like they're doing everything they can to make people sick in this realm. And they'll call it funny. They'll say that they're being funny, but they're not funny. I went over here. This was recommended by YouTube. So she's got a small channel and she's getting thousands of views. YouTube pushes this. Interesting. 598 subs, 2,600 views because it's pushed by YouTube's algorithm. My videos are shadow banned completely on my channel. Anyway, YouTube recommended this. I didn't find her channel other than just seeing it, seeing the title People Have Changed and her, and I was like, what is this? What's this about? What's this about? What's this about? What's this about? People have changed. People have I almost said people have stranged. People have changed. When you're a stranger, Jim Morrison's People Are Strange. People have changed. Let's see what this is about here.
What's going on YouTube? Jill Vlogs here, back at it with another video. In today's video,
So she seems very robotic. I don't know if she has autism or she's got something. She has something neurological. Maybe she had a brain injury. I'm not being mean. I'm just saying the way she talks, there's something very odd about this. Her movements, her speech, her mannerisms, very odd. I don't know what it is.
what's going on YouTube? Jill Vlogs here, back at it with another video. In today's video, I wanted to go ahead and talk about how people have changed and not in a good way. It feels like if you want to have any chance at having peace in your life, you have to keep your circle small, because people don't have good intentions anymore. Look outside. Look at the state this world is in. If we were actually good people, our world wouldn't be in the state that it's in. Most people are out here chasing all the wrong things. Our society has become more selfish, toxic, narcissistic. It feels like everyone's only interest anymore is getting their money up. Money is never going to fill that empty void inside of you. Most people aren't happy with themselves. People, especially in America, are so quick to come around when they need a favor, when they want to scam you, etc. But it's really, really hard to find people that are actually genuine and will be in your corner when you actually need somebody. There's next to no genuine connections anymore. We're too busy hating on each other. We're too divided. We're too distracted. Even when you go out into a public place, especially if you're spiritual, I'm spiritual, and I would say that I'm an empath. Every time I go somewhere, I can instantly pick up on all of the negative energy that I'm around. We as a society have been pushed way too far. We're living in an evil timeline right now, and I feel like it's caught up to a lot of people. If you drive, I feel like you can even sense it when you're out on the roads. There's an increase in people tailgating you right up your ass. There's an increase in people flicking you off, cussing you out. It's almost like you have to get prayed up before driving your car somewhere, because we live in a day and age where you can't trust anybody and people are getting crazier and crazier. You wonder why there's most people that don't even want to leave their house, because it's not really safe to go out into public anymore. You can't agree to disagree with anybody, because you don't know, with how crazy this world has gotten, if it's going to cost you your life or not. You can't make mistakes, because if you do, you might get cussed out. It might cost you your life. It feels like your safest bet anymore is to keep to yourself, because you can't trust anybody. And a lot of people don't really have good intentions. This world is in complete chaos. A lot of people are overstimulated, overwhelmed, trying to do what they can to survive another day. It feels like your best bet is to keep to yourself, or if you're lucky enough to cross paths with a couple of kind souls.
Kind souls. Get prayed up. Yeah, prayed as in getting prayed on. Exactly, TG. Hello, Salty Siren. Hello. One of my favorite people showed up. Or one of my favorite spirits. Not people. 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 Hello, Salty Siren. I hope you're doing well. I'm not sure what's wrong with this woman. If maybe she has some kind of disorder in the car. Jill. She calls just her channel name is just Jill.
It's best to honestly keep your circle small. Feels like your best bet is to keep to yourself, or if you're lucky enough to cross paths with a couple of kind souls. It's best to honestly keep your circle small and to keep your distance from everybody. We're living in a timeline where this world doesn't like you if you try to do the right things, if you try to be a good person.
I think she's on the autistic spectrum. Now, I'm not sure exactly. I could be wrong. But I think this Jill woman is on the spectrum. Unless she has something else. I don't know. There's something very odd here.
Our society especially, you get rewarded when you do wrong, when you do evil, when you fuck somebody over. The good people, the few good people that are left in this world who try to do right, that try to help other people out, those are the people that get fucked over the most. And those are the people that go through the most suffering. There's no humanity left in this world anymore. And I think that...
So a lot of these people will see that it's a realm of evil, but then they'll go, praise God. It makes no sense. Why would your good God, they believe in a good God, create a world of evil? That doesn't add up. And then they'll just say, well, it's humanity's fault. It's all the evil here is on humans. They do the mental gymnastics. They see that this is a hell realm of evil. But what they'll do is say, praise God. God is good. They just do this backflip that makes no sense. And I call it mental gymnastics. And a lot of people are that way. They see parts of the realm, or maybe they see quite a bit of it. They see it's evil. They see that good deeds, you get punished, that evil gets rewarded. They see certain things. But their conclusion is warped. They'll say God is good. Well, how does that make sense? They just don't end up making sense. Pray more to what? What are you praying to? That's the thing. They go right off the deep end into the illogical waters of hopium. And they see parts of this realm, but it's not good enough. Because they're crediting a good creator, and this place is created to be evil.
We forget that at the end of the day, all of us are human beings. We're all spiritual beings having a human experience. We're living in the exact opposite way of the way humans were meant to live. Hustle culture has gotten completely out of control. It's hard to find food that isn't poisoning us. We hate on all of the wrong people. And it feels like we cheer all of the people that do morally wrong on. More people are deciding to permanently check out. We live in a day and age where a lot of people have been pushed way too far. There's not really a future here anymore. It doesn't really feel like there's much hope. A lot of people decide that this isn't really worth it. People need relief from all of the chaos, all of the turmoil, all of the pain and suffering. And sometimes it feels like self-deletion is the only way out for a lot of people. They've been holding on for so long, waiting for things to get better. And after a while, when things get worse instead of better, people start to give up. If our living conditions here on Earth continue to get worse instead of better, I think we're going to continue to see more people resorting to self-deletion. It's not a thing that they were weak. It's a result of a human being pushed way too far, waiting around years upon years upon years, trying to wait it out to see if it would get better. And unfortunately, for some people, it doesn't get better. This isn't really a good place anymore. We're all just out here trying to survive, trying to watch our own backs, trying to make it another day, trying to stay sane in an insane world. And people can only do that for so long until they give up. The only way that we can start to make this world a better place, if we want our society to recover, if we want a better future, we have to start treating each other with humanity again. And I know it's not going to happen overnight, but we gotta start looking at each other like humans again. We gotta start looking at each other as humans that are in survival mode, who have been in survival mode for a long period of time. We have to start normalizing empathy again. We have to start working together and not against each other. Because if we keep working against each other, nothing's going to change. We could have a better tomorrow. We can make the living conditions in this world more livable for all of us. We were never meant to fend for ourselves. We were never meant to carry all of our weight and our burdens alone for such a long period of time without there being any type of help, any type of humanity. That's how people give up. People are tired of working their lives away. I think
Hello, hello. Is this the channel? Is this what you're talking about? Is this the channel? Emperor Dixon.
Hi, it's me. Listen to this. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting added back to your Social Security check every month. Medicare Part C plans with extra benefits like getting me added to your zip code.
Are you a Negro? Spitfire, are you a Negro? I think you might be a Negro because all the channels you watch are darkies. Are you a Negro?
Hey guys, welcome YouTube. This is Emperor Dion. Today I'm getting ready to go to my visa appointment. Not today, but the next day. And that's all you need to know, because that's all I wanted to share publicly. But today's topic was something I've been thinking about for the past couple days. And it's not a new topic, but it's certainly one that I've hinted at several times. If you've watched my videos extensively, it's something that I've hinted at before. It's that you guys know how in these sphere spaces and on the internet with the dissident right, everybody prides themselves on being
I just think you're lazy, even with typing. You're just so lazy. You're showing that you can't even type the word yes. You're just very lazy. You're 22 and you're just coming across as so lazy. So lazy, even with your typing here. You can't even type the word yes. You couldn't type Emperor Dion X. You tried so many times. What's wrong with you? Do you have fat fingers, butter fingers? What's wrong? You have great difficulty even typing a word. More entertainment than wisdom. I think you're in the wrong place. I think you're lost. I don't know how you found my channel, but I don't know what the fuck you're talking about comparing me to this shit. What are you talking about? Similar. My channel's not similar to this shit. My channel's not similar to this shit. I think you're a troll. You want to be entertained. I just think you're a troll. I don't believe you. I don't believe that you have mental illness. I think you're here from a shit channel. You're here from a shit channel. Probably sent by one of these misery pushers or trolling on their behalf because you're a fanboy of some Tiga channel. You a fanboy of Tragic Reality, the light bulb headed Somali? Or Justin, one of these creatures? Yeah, you're legit. Sure you are. You're a legit fucking idiot. You come here comparing my channel to these shit Tiga channels? Goodbye, Tiga. Or Wigga. Tiga, Wigga, whoever. Whatever you are. Goodbye, goodbye, whatever you are. Go back to the shit channels. Go back to the shit verse on YouTube. Go back to the shit verse on YouTube. You're too dumb to be here. You failed the IQ test. I don't believe a word you say when it comes to your age, whatever. You just fucked up. You failed. Goodbye.
La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar, porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar. La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar, porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar. Una cucaracha pinta, le dice a una colorada, vámonos para Chihuahua a pasar la temporada. Una cucaracha pinta, le dice a una colorada, vámonos para Chihuahua a pasar la temporada. La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar, porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar. La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar, porque no quiere, porque le falta.
Let's speed it up. Speed it up. Goodbye, cockroach. Goodbye, Tigger. Goodbye, Tigger. Goodbye, Tigger, Tigger. Goodbye, Tigger sound. Goodbye, goodbye.
Ya murió la cucaracha, ya la llevan a enterrar entre 4 sopilotes y un ratón de sacristán. Ya murió la cucaracha, ya la llevan a enterrar entre 4 sopilotes y un ratón de sacristán. La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar porque no quiere, porque...
Hold on a second. Did that idiot... I wasn't paying attention too much once I realized they couldn't spell, couldn't type. Too lazy to even type the word yes properly. Where did they say they're from? The Netherlands? Was it? Yeah. Another Dutchy fucking idiot. Is there a single person from the Netherlands that's not a fucking idiot? I've had bad encounter after bad encounter. I'm almost at the point of saying, Dutchies, I'm going to write you off and say, you're not European. You're too fucking stupid. You're always following the Tiggas. You're always defending shit. What is wrong with you in the Netherlands? What the fuck is wrong with you? You have height but not brains. You follow shit like this Tigger, this crybaby. It covers his face. What's wrong with you in the Netherlands? A lot of you are soy boys. A lot of you males pee sitting down in the Netherlands. What the fuck is wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Look at the shit you follow. Pathetic. You should be ashamed.
Le falta marihuana que fumar. La cucaracha, ya no puede caminar, porque no tiene, porque le falta marihuana que fumar.
At a certain point, I might just say, fuck the Netherlands, draw a red line around the Netherlands on a map, and say they can be part of Africa. They're not acting like Europeans. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're following these Tega morons. What's wrong with you? There's something wrong with you. What the hell is wrong with you? Jesus Christ. I want to find one intelligent Dutchie that isn't a Tigga lover, a third world lover, that isn't a soy boy, or a woman that isn't a woke feminist loser, liberal. Is there one in all of the Netherlands? What happened over there? What happened over there?
How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good, mate. I've seen you online and that. You're a mate of Emma Dunwell's, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, mate. Johnny, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So, can I ask why you think it should be completely banned rather than like cases like rape or incest or mother's
Well, I'd
life?
ask you, first of all, as much as you shouldn't have cousin, just stay on the mic. I can speak loud enough. So, as much as I believe that you shouldn't have sex with your cousin, I don't think you should punish the child. Now, in the situation of incest and rape, what are you doing? You're punishing a third innocent party in a crime of 2 other people that have nothing to do with a child that is procreated, right? So when someone is raped, we punish the person who actually raped the woman, no one else, right? A third party that had nothing to do with the action of rape should be punished. In the same way,
the mum gets punished in the process of having to give birth to that kid.
I don't think having children is a punishment.
But, no, but come on. Listen, if it was consensual sex, then that's consent to pregnancy. I agree. But it's not consensual, so she shouldn't.
I'm
have
not rage baiting.
So she
Genuinely.
shouldn't have to. She shouldn't have to give birth.
I've had people threaten to stab me. I've been beat up. I've been mugged.
No, I'm not surprised. You think
No, but hold on. Why would it be rage bait if I've generally had my life put on the line?
well, maybe you should have been aborted, to be honest.
Oh, fantastic.
No, listen.
Do you think I should die? That's what she thinks.
I do.
No,
I
no.
Do you want to speak?
Listen, I don't agree with you politically, but I'm against political violence. I saw that video of you getting jumped, bro. It's fucked up, seriously, man. I'm so sorry that happened. All over an opinion. Listen, I don't have to agree with you on everything. I've seen some of you on like your topics about like remigration. I disagree with you completely on loads of things, but I don't think that you should be jumped for it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's spread by like politically ignorant people
I
like
do think
this.
you should have been aborted.
These are voters, people.
Are you
These
her
people
mother?
voting.
Are you her mother? Are you her mother?
No.
Oh, right. Do you think it's acceptable to wish death onto people?
No, but I haven't said it.
Do you condemn what she's just said?
And someone who gets raped should keep a kid.
Yes.
If I got... That's just as bad as saying you should die.
No.
Maybe you were a raped child. Maybe that's why you think the way you think.
Possibly.
Like, at the end of the day, yeah, if someone gets raped, they shouldn't feel like they have to keep that kid.
Well, it's not about feeling. I don't think it's an option. I don't think murder
They
is an
shouldn't
option.
keep a kid if they've been raped.
Okay, back to this discussion. We can speak to them later, but look, we do not punish the third party in the case of incest and rape for a crime they didn't commit. And also, I'll ask you the question: how would we legislate that exception?
What?
Legislate that exception. How would we legislate?
I've got no idea, mate.
Because I tell you, it's virtually impossible. If you say to women they can only have rape in the case of incest and rape, it would be virtually difficult. Because you would either have to go based on prosecutions, which is historically low, which means you would not have access to abortions, which is then sort of self-defeating, or alternatively, it would have to be self-identifying, in which every woman on the face of the planet would claim that they're a product of incest or claim they're raped.
I just
So
disagree, man.
how do you actually alternatively legislate that exception?
Listen, about how you would get it done, I've got no idea, man, but I don't think that if someone gets raped, they should be forced to have the baby.
What changes the biology of a fetus who is the product of rape?
No, it don't. I do get what you're saying, but I still think if it's a point where it's not conscious and that...
But it will have consciousness.
In the scenario of rape, incest, and especially the mother's life, are we really going to prioritise the...
We don't prioritise anyone. We just simply say that there's
what about
two unique human
What about
lives.
in a scenario where the mum's life is in danger?
So I do agree with you. That is the literal only exception, and that's not what I would morally consider an abortion. However, I can cite to you doctors in America that would say that abortions are no longer medically necessary. Most conditions now can be resolved for a C-section. There's an ever-decreasing amount of cases due to the increase of severical care. Could you name me a condition? Because doctors are woke.
Do you get paid?
But because I would say that there's less than like out of the 300,000 abortions that are happening every year, less than 3,000 are because of medical reasons. Okay, I would prefer to eliminate over the 200,000 abortions each year and give one exception than rather continue this mass genocide. Do you want to have a discussion?
Yeah, do you want to swap?
Well, people won't be able to hear what you're saying, so I think it'd be very one-sided.
Well, have I got to head off now?
You can play your face.
Thank you, though. And
Yeah, go on.
have a good one.
Well, we don't have to talk.
Are you going to talk or sorry?
I was talking, yeah, but the only question I want to know is what's the next? Why do you know the?
Do you want to ask the question on the mic and then quickly move away?
Do you know the reason, the highest reason for abortion? What is it? Do you
Cost
know?
of living.
That's the highest reason for abortion.
Over 40%.
Abortion should be legal.
My friend, I think it's incredibly rude to interrupt a woman.
No. Shut the fuck up, yeah? It's very rude talking for women, okay? I am Charlie, yeah? Charlie Chaplin. Fuck your mum. I fucked her. And you say that abortion, you're my bastard son. Right?
You sound like such a nice and reasonable human being.
I am. I'm loquacious, yeah? Record me, yeah? You are not. Don't look me in the eyes, mate. I know people like you, yeah? You try and fucking treat women like dogs.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
You treated that woman like a dog because you
No,
rudely
you
interrupted
are.
her.
Weinstein, alright?
Alright.
Yeah?
God bless you, sir.
No. If I put one up your belly, yeah, put DNA, yeah, change your DNA, yeah, and you are pregnant, you get an abortion, yeah? Your mom should have got an abortion, you little ugly cunt. Look at your teeth.
Alright.
Save the ball, good man.
Again, you've just got... If this man accurately represents your beliefs,
Man, yeah?
you've got problems.
No. You put me on camera, yeah? Right? Mate, I'm loquacious, yeah? And why you look at me like?
I don't know.
No.
How am I
Wait,
pathetic
I'm
of you?
51 years old, okay?
Yeah, I'm 18.
How dare you do this here? It's a free country. You can do what you want.
Free country, but I
Yeah.
can't voice my
So
opinions.
you must be Christian, yeah?
Yes.
Catholic, yeah?
Orthodox.
Huh?
Orthodox.
Huh? Orthodox, yeah? Unorthodox.
Really?
Mate, seriously, mate. You little cunt.
Yeah.
Look at you.
So you're you're a
probably ain't
Christian.
had a girlfriend in your life.
I have a
No,
fiance.
yeah, exactly.
I'm
No,
engaged.
you're too ugly.
I'm engaged
You're engaged, yeah? Engaged to who?
to a woman.
I feel sorry for her.
Okay.
What's her name?
I'm not going to say them publicly.
I don't care about her name, really.
Well, as for
But
some
no.
shouting and threatening
No,
at
young
me.
girls that said abortion should be
Banned.
completely banned. Change my mind, yeah? Why are you saying that? It should be a woman saying that. It's their body.
It's not.
Hey, wait. What? It's not their body. Whose body is it?
It's the fetus's body.
What?
It's the baby's body.
No, baby's in the body, mate. Alright?
No. Okay, the baby is inside the mother's body. Doesn't
Yeah,
mean
but
the
it depends how old the baby is.
that doesn't change the
Abortion is banned
condition of
after
ownership.
24 weeks.
It's not actually. In this country, you can legally have an abortion and not be prosecuted up until delivery. The NHS will do it up until 24 weeks, but you can have.
That's what I said 24 weeks, eh? Right?
But you could kill a baby in like a back alley abortion and not be prosecuted.
Yeah, but that's illegal.
No, it's legal because the NHS wants
What? To kill a baby in the back is legal, yeah?
Yeah.
You're fucking speaking nonsense, you know?
I'm not.
No. See, you're looking in your eyes. Speaking nonsense, right? Wait. Tell your mum I said hello, right?
Yeah, I will do. What's your
Tell your
name?
mum. What's my name?
Yes.
Dad.
Dad. All right. I'll say Dad said hi. God save these two women if this man accurately represents his beliefs. No, he's asked for more.
There's a devil in front of you. Fuck God, yeah? He don't exist. It's only here today, alright?
May the Lord Jesus Christ bless you, sir.
I don't blame myself. You have behaved yourself, yeah? I can rip this apart, yeah? Right?
Okay.
But I won't do that.
Commit a crime.
No. I'm not committing a crime, yeah? Because I'm not doing that. I said I could.
Oh, thank you.
But I wouldn't, right?
Thanks for being lawful. You know, we love not breaking the law.
No. Thanks for breaking moral rules. Young women are walking around and got raped, yeah? Put your abortion, you little cunt, right?
Does this disrespectful, loud fucking demon belong in the UK? I'll call it a demon. I'll call it what it is. I'll call it a demon. Now, I know a lot of people aren't there yet. It'll take them decades to finally say, yeah, we're in a demonic realm. Once it's so bad here that they're just being eaten alive, then maybe some people will eventually go, yeah, it might be a demonic realm. It's a realm full of demons. And TG said something earlier about, where is it? So many duchies are anti-white. I agree. A lot of them are anti-white. So how am I supposed to respect them? Because I'm still trying to find a good, intelligent duchy that's not a fucking idiot. It's not a woke moron. Does this creature belong in the UK? This brown demon, whatever you want to call it. This demonic weirdo. This rude, loud, shouting, threatening piece of shit. This angry piece of shit.
You know, we love not breaking the law.
No. Thanks for breaking moral rules. Young women are walking around and got raped, yeah? Put your abortion.
And this is going on in England. In the background, these white girls are talking with the Tiggas with the big froze. You could see just in the background these white girls talking with the Tiggas, getting attention from Tiggas, and that strokes their ego that they're getting some attention because I think the Tiggas want to gangbang them or something. See the darkies in the background paying no attention to the ugly black girl in the dress, but they're paying attention to those white girls standing there. There's a group of Tiggas paying attention to these white girls in the tight stretch fabric shorts there. See that? The girls that are white, that are anti-white and anti-British and want the invaders. See that? The left-hand side. I don't know if you can see it. I'll try to help you because some people might be blind. I think some people are blind to truth. They don't want the truth. They want to pretend. There's a lot of that in this realm. Pretend not to see. Close their eyes and say it's not happening. Put on a blindfold. Pretend. That's what a lot of people do. And then some will come to my channel or they'll talk about my channel saying, why does he just keep showing black people? I don't want to look at that. They don't even know what I'm doing. They don't spend enough time thinking, watching, paying attention, learning something. Because I'm showing you something. There's a lot of beings in this realm that are fucking incapable of learning. They can't do it. You belong here then. Stay in hell realm. Can't learn? Stay here and burn. .304s entertaining the Tiggas. That's what they are. A bunch of 304s entertaining the Tiggas. That's what they are. That's what they're doing. They're anti-white. They're anti-Great Britain. Tigga 304s. Ruined. Not wanted by white men.
What's my name?
Yes.
Dad.
Dad, all right. I'll say Dad said hi. God save these two women if this man accurately represents his beliefs. He's asked for more.
There's a devil in front of you. Fuck God, yeah? He don't exist. It's only here today, alright?
May the Lord Jesus Christ bless you, sir.
Why is he named I don't behave myself. You have behaved yourself, yeah? I can rip this apart, yeah? Right?
Okay.
But I won't do
You
that.
can commit a crime.
No. I'm not committing a crime, yeah? Because I'm not doing that. I said I could.
Oh, thank you.
But I wouldn't, alright?
Thanks for being lawful. You know, we love not breaking the law.
No. Thanks for breaking moral rules. The young women are walking around and got raped here. Put your abortion, you little cunt, right? Little cunt.
Is that all he had?
Abortion should
Hot air.
Yes.
Why don't they respond? They don't respond.
Back again. Sorry, I think you might be rudely interrupted by him.
So women have a tendency to give more chances overall than men do. He's still tuned in. He's still paying attention. Women have a tendency, not all women. There's some women that come to my channel that don't give a million chances. But I'm talking about in general, overall. Overall, women are more lenient, like, oh, give him another chance, give him a chance. This guy would murder you without a second thought. He'd put you in a garbage bag, as they call them, bin bags in England, like rubbish, or a suitcase. He'd put you in a couple of small suitcases where he'd think, I don't think a human body could fit, but he'd chop you up and put you into a suitcase. And they do. This is what's been happening. And women have a tendency to do not all will do that. No, not every single one, but there's a good chance that would happen. I don't want them around. I don't want them in our countries. They don't belong. I don't want them. We don't need them. They don't belong at all. I agree with what TG wrote.
I'm okay. I'm all good.
You know what? Because you're fat enough as it is.
Yeah, well, everyone has their vices.
What do I believe?
Would solve this issue.
Hiya.
It's only one guy.
Yes. Yes. Do you want to have a discussion about it?
I just think you're wicked. I mean, you know, deport millions.
Yes. Gladly.
And they threaten you.
They threatened me in terms of imposing a dominant and proselytizing culture, which is inferior to ours. They threatened me, for example, with the job market and social services. Pardon? Do you want to say on the mic? Well, 20% of the NHS is made up by foreigners, and even then, we have more native British people and people in this country applying for being doctors and nurses than jobs actually created for these positions, because we actually cap the amount of people can apply for medical school.
I think you might be right. There's not enough jobs for doctors. There's plenty of jobs for nurses.
I mean, even then, we have situations of the same capping for nurses. I would say it's also a bloated administration. So a lot of these people in administrative positions in the NHS are overpaid by what they're worth as bona fide receptionists. Yeah, I agree with you. Across the board, there are a lot of people who are not paid for what they're worth, and that goes in the way in terms of doing a lot but not getting paid a lot.
Hello, Bobby. Hello, Wendy. Restream is not updating again for some reason. More technical issues. It's been a pain in the ass the past 2 or 3 live streams. I don't know why. It wasn't like this before. So now I'm having to check YouTube's window instead. And it's just kind of a hassle to be doing stream sharing this way, because it's hard to explain, but it's so much easier to do it when Restream updates the chat and it isn't. So that kind of sucks.
Doing not a lot, and getting paid a lot. Well, you've asked me about potatoes, and now you're talking about tomatoes. That doesn't really make any sense. Yeah, because they don't have legal access. They shouldn't.
She's an old white, what we would call here, liberal Karen. An old white liberal Karen. Now, I don't know if it's the same in the UK. I'm not talking about which political party she votes for. People get hung up on that, especially women. They'll say, I don't vote. I don't give a shit if you've ever voted. She leans left. She leans liberal. She's not for Great Britain. She's a miserable old Karen that stands with the invaders and stands against white British people. That's obvious to me. Long before the minute and 44-second mark, I can tell right away. Now, you should be at that level too. I'm not boasting saying I'm the only one that can tell this quickly. Everybody should be able to pinpoint these things very fast at this point. She's got the wrinkled up chest, wrinkled up neck, the saggy neck, saggy jowls. Misery is just emanating off her body. There's one in the background that has her finger over her lips, a little white girl, and she loves the tiggas. She's one of the ones that I showed in this image that loves to hang out with the tiggas right here. See her in the dark shorts, the black shorts, and the white shirt. She wants all the attention. She'll end up having a black baby, probably. She'll get pregnant by a darkie and be unwanted by white men the rest of her life. And it's a shame that this is what's going on. It's shameful. The old Karen is shameful, and the one in the background behind her shoulder, the brunette, younger girl, shameful as well behavior. Just shameful. Shameful. I'm glad I don't have children, because if I had a daughter like that, I'd disown her. I'd disown her.
Well, a lot of them weren't legally entitled to come here, and a lot of them don't benefit the British public.
Listen to this frumpy old woman. She's for the invaders. Everything about her is just miserable. Can you imagine living with that? I just can't. And I want people to understand this. That's why I don't pull punches. I want it to fucking smack people in the face so they understand. It's misery personified with that Karen and just about any anti-white woman that you'll find. Just miserable. Miserable.
It's a measurable fact, right? I mean,
if I think that I haven't, why should I support them being deported?
well, you as an individual with suicidal empathy can do whatever you want.
Suicidal empathy?
Yeah. I think that multiculturalism has failed and it's currently ruining the British people.
He said it in a nutshell. This is why I commend this young man. He's not very old. He's saying he's 18. Do I know if that's true or not? I'll take his word for it. 18-year-old, young Bob. Multiculturalism has failed and it's ruining Great Britain. Same in Canada. Okay? Same everywhere. Australia is multicultural as well. As much as some down under deny that. They'll deny that it's multicultural. They'll deny that it's feminist, but it is. It is. It's a complete failure by design. They want us to fail.
I mean, if I think that I haven't, why should I support them being deported?
Well, you as an individual with suicidal empathy can do whatever you want.
Suicidal empathy?
Yeah. I think that multiculturalism has failed and it's currently ruining the British people.
Look at the miserable old witch. She laughs at that. She laughs at multiculturalism failing. This is the way they are. And this is one of the huge reasons why women should not have the vote anywhere. And I'm on record saying that for years, long before YouTube. So some people that are shocked and pearl clutching, you should not have the vote. Females should not have the vote in Canada, United States, Great Britain, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Germany, France, Australia, anywhere. Any white country. I don't care if they allow women to vote in the Tigga countries in Africa. I don't give a shit. Do what you want over there. But we have too many like this. And it's been like this way. It's been like this all along. This is the way women get. And they vote. And they think they have power to destroy things. And they vote to destroy. Usually out of jealousy and envy for men. Because they can't be men. There's a lot of women, I've even heard them openly try to do something, saying, I wish I was as strong as a man, when they can't do it themselves. And they hate to have to ask for help from a man. They hate it. A lot of you females, you coochie chakra, hate men. You envy men and you hate men. And you turn bitter and old like this. Instead of admiring men, loving men, appreciating men, doing the opposite. A lot are on this end of the spectrum. Miserable, hateful, envious, wanting to destroy, to use their vote and to use their mouth to destroy societies. And it's what you do. And you look miserable. A lot of men, it's not just me, can tell right away what you are. We can tell how fucking miserable you are.
How much? Please tell me how much of man.
What do I mean? If you're anything like her, we can tell in seconds.
Because I just think it's appalling to be your age, because it's appalling you.
I have a pretty good idea.
Are you masquerading as a Christian?
How fast would I take away the vote for women? So quickly your heads would spin. You wouldn't have time to do your hair, put on makeup, make an ugly face in the mirror, which some do like this. There's a smiling girl in the background. I don't know if she's 100% white. She might be part something else. But at least she has a smile on her face. At least she isn't misery, the embodiment of misery. And I'm just tired of miserable old women. I'm tired of miserable young women as well. But it seems even worse when they're old and just miserable, just rotten. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. So I'm saying what some men wouldn't say publicly. They might type in a YouTube comment or something. They're tired of it too. But I'm saying it openly to inspire other men. You should speak up too. Say you're tired of it openly, including 2 women. If they're miserable like this, just say, I'm tired of miserable old women. Look at the look on the face. Look at the mug. Look at the teeth. Look at the mouth. You can't see the eyes very well because of the sunglasses. But look at the look of fucking misery. That says it all to me. I don't need 10 years to figure this out and go, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she's not miserable. No, she is miserable. She's miserable and she hates white men. And then there's a girl in the background that's the opposite of her. Again, I don't know if she's 100% white. She's in the distance. She might be mixed, but she might be white, but she might be mixed. She might be part Arab or something. It looks like there's an Arab guy in front of her. She might be following a group of Arabs or half Arabs or something. She looks like she could be mixed, but her energy is a lot better than this one. I don't want this around me. I don't want this in my countries. My countries meaning white countries, built by white men. I don't want that. I don't want that around me. It is a demon. I don't want it around. I don't want it around.
Pardon?
Are you masquerading as a Christian?
I know, I was baptized, confirmed within the Christian tradition.
Look at her chewing the gum and just anger and vile misery, demonic creature. Why would I want that in my country? See, the reason I ask that is because some of you probably would give it more chances. I'm just done with it. I'm done with all the creatures like that. There'd be doors all the way to the horizon. You'd see the sun setting and saying, I've never seen so many tugboats put into operation and ropes and doors. It would be mind-blowing for you. It would be the opposite of them swimming to shore in Spain, 60, 80,000. You'd see hundreds of thousands of them being towed away. And there'd be loudspeakers saying, we don't want you. We're exiling you. Goodbye, cockroaches. Goodbye, demons. Goodbye. With a send-off and a fuck you for a farewell. No first-class plane ticket. No spending millions of dollars to get rid of them.
Yeah, exactly. So what exactly makes someone a Christian? If it's your arbitrary understanding of Scripture, and then applying it to my own worldviews, so, crack at it. However, there is a...
Look at that frumpy, bitter thing of misery. Hunched over, the head's hunched over, the body posture, all of it shows what it is. All of it. It shows what it is. Now, would I be reacting differently to it if it was a sweet older woman? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it isn't. It's the furthest thing from that.
Subjective, no, rather objective.
Look at it chewing away, just chomping on that gum. It chews gum, it vapes, or it has a lighter in its hand. It does everything it can. It's the type that would do open drugs if it could to cope with how fucking miserable it is. Like they allow in Vancouver, open drug use in Canada. A lot of these demons can't stand themselves. Look at this thing.
Definition of what a Christian is, and I meet it. Someone who has a relationship with Christ, who regularly takes the sacraments and affirms the one true Catholic and Apostolic Church. And I think it's pretty mandatory because you have to receive the Eucharist, which is...
Looks like it's vaping. Even the posture is aggressive. It has... Everything about it is ugly. Everything about it.
The body and blood of Christ.
Ugly. And there's a darky stopping with his head cocked to the side, tilted to look. This darky guy in the hat.
Sorry, are you recording? For what?
Well, then they're not real churches.
YouTube or? Really? And why, what do you want to...
Oh, because I just...
She kind of has a deep voice, like she has too much testosterone and not enough estrogen. She's probably hormonally unbalanced or fucked up. Really now, really. almost like a deep growling demonic fucking voice. I'm sick of it. I don't want this anymore. I don't want this at all. Looks like a Mexican or some kind of maybe a Honduran woman in the background coming through. Multiculturalism in Great Britain. Look at this hunchback, hunched over. I don't want this.
With you, it must mean that there's no way for me. But what? This is the historical position of the church. You have to attend.
There were a couple of pretty blonde girls. The demons will say, oh, he's thirsty. No, I'm allowed to notice beauty.
But what?
I'm allowed to notice. Some of you don't like that. So be it. Fuck off.
This is the historical position
So they stopped to look. Is one vaping?
of the
Or what she got putting in her mouth?
church. You have to attend church. It's good for the.
Does every young person vape these days and have tattoos and piercings? Look how multicultural Great Britain is. There's some Asians there, it looks like. A darkie. Where are the white British?
Soul and body.
Here we go. Look at the one on the side. She's standing to the side of young Bob on the left there with the denim skirt and just the frumpy look and the sandals on and just everything about it. Ugh.
Presumably yes. If you do not.
So this one doesn't know how to buy pants that's directly in front of him. Looks like a camel toe with jeans on. We call them jeans here. Look at the stance of this one. She's got jeans on too long, rubbing on the ground. She's got a annoyed look on her face. So many women, young women with annoyed looks and grumpy old women, just tired of it. You walk around, look with a bitch face, just tired of it. Tired of it in Canada, tired of seeing it in the UK and in America. I'm tired of it.
I'd wish everyone's in heaven. I wish you're in heaven. There's a lot, weird people.
Sorry, why do you need to do this to like spread your ideas?
I think it's.
Is she from Italy, this one? This one that's speaking? She's mouthy, she's in the UK, and look at the look on the face of the one standing beside her. Seems to be in the group she's with. Are they with some darkies that live in Italy? They're supporting the darkies in Italy. I've heard that there's a lot of Italian young women that support the invaders. I almost said migrants, the invaders. The darkies, the invaders, the third worlders. So apparently there's a lot of Italian young women that have issues along with the duchies. The duchy women that have big time fucking issues. There was a duchy here earlier that some people might not have caught that got banned. A duchy fucking idiot. Channel after channel they watch is a Tiga channel. Look at the one in jeans to the right. Look at her face. Do you see her? I want you to notice what I'm showing here, people. I want you to actively participate, not just passively watch, as Mind Mirage noticed that some people are just passive viewers. Just passively viewing like you're watching a TV show. I want you to actually learn something. Be active. Be active as you're viewing. Be thinking. Active mind, active participants. Do you see her? Her body posture. Hunched up shoulders. She's got just all of it. Her face, her expression. Showing you something, people. And that bothers some people. They don't want to see. I think a lot of beings in this realm will resist seeing. They fight against seeing the truth. They don't like it. They hate truth. They want to be in their comfy little bubble of fucking denial. This is a look on a lot of faces, a lot of women's faces. When they hear men say the truth, they look like this. A lot of white men are tired of it. We're tired of it. We're tired of it. Same with the French girls. French, Italian, Jewish, of course, defend multiculturalism in all white countries. Almost every Jewish one is for invaders. Almost every Jewish young woman is for invaders, young or old. They want our countries taken over completely. They hate white people. But I'm tired of this, whether it's a British girl, a Dutchie, a French, an Italian, a German. We're tired of it. We're tired of this. You scrunch up your face, you might as well say, I can't think, Stephen. I can't think, I can't see, I can't think, I can't understand why you don't want third worlders. You're stupid. You shouldn't have a vote at all. Shouldn't have any say at all, because this is the way most of you are. There's millions of you like this.
It's pretty healthy. Well, every idea wants more people to believe in them, and also I think it's very healthy to speak to the people that disagree with me, you know?
Why are you filming it though?
Yeah. Two reasons. First of all, it's good for other people to see how people across the aisle respond to them.
They often are self-soothing. They have their hand on their chin. This is what they do. Defensive posture, one arm folded across, the one with the smaller head and the glasses. This is the way they are. Now, could this one, if she were cheerful and friendly, not the glasses one, but the one in the jeans and the light gray top with the scrunched up face, if she were raised differently and weren't anti-white, she'd be an attractive girl or somewhat cute. But she's messed up. She's anti-white. She's for the invaders. Okay? And the one with glasses, her head's too small. She can't be cute. She's got a head that's just too small. Genetically, she's not good. There's something weird about her. She's got a real tiny head.
Second of all, my own safety. There's a lot of occasions in which I've been beaten up, mugged, people have threatened to kill me, people have tried to stab me. Usually I have security with me, but unfortunately today I don't.
Do you put this online?
Yeah, unedited.
Do you make money from it?
Yeah.
Listen to the wimpy boy. I don't know where he's from, but do you put this online? His voice. Right away I can tell what it is. Yeah, no shit. That's why he's filming it. Like, what a dumb question. Think about it. You put this online? Gee, I wonder. Look at her face. See, this is the thing that men notice. Women, a lot of you women think only us, you're like, only us women can read body language and facial expressions and body posture and micro expressions. Men notice this too. We just usually don't, we usually don't talk about it or mention it unless you're doing a YouTube live stream or something like I'm doing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking about it. I just notice and move on and avoid them. We don't want to deal with this. A lot of you are angry and miserable, and you're anti-white. And we notice. You're not fooling us. Little soy boy. You put this online?
People have threatened to kill me, people have tried to stab me. Usually I have security with me, but unfortunately today I don't.
Do you put this online?
Yeah, unedited.
Do you make money from it?
Yeah.
And then right away you make money from it? You put this online? You put this online? In their tiny brains, it must be, oh, it's rage baiting then. He's just doing this to make money. That's what they'll think. He's trolling us. This is the way idiots think these days. They think everything's trolling. Everyone that has a view that's different from theirs, you must be troll. You must be troll. We're dealing with fucking retards. He's got his hand in his pocket. He's trying to look casual, but he's coming across like a little soy boy. You put this online? You put this online?
So, do you feel that maybe you making a profit out of this maybe goes into your values? Maybe this is making a
Do you also think that
because,
having a hat
because
that
if I
am Charlie
it's Hebdo, not Kirk. It's also not my hat. It's someone else gave it to me.
Right.
But
Right.
yeah, it's from the Free Speech Union. So first of all, no.
Where do you stand is what I'm asking my audience, because you're going to have to make a decision. Spiritually is what I mean, not just politically or what's going on with the mass invasion of third worlders. I'm speaking about even bigger than that. Spiritually, you're going to have to make a choice. Okay? Where do you stand? Before you leave this realm or your body, you're going to have to make a fucking choice. And I know some of you don't want to do that. Some that vanished from my channel, they don't want to do it. You want to ride the fence until your coochie chakra's sore. You're riding the fence between your legs, right in your crotch.
I do not do this to make money. In fact, I lost my job because I do this. I used to.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so I'm only 18, so I was working at McDonald's. I got sacked.
What's your ideology? What do you believe in?
Right-wing nationalist.
Define that.
Well, nationalism is just this idea that people is its nation, and we have to lobby within.
I don't want the future of my countries in their hands. Angry, ignorant, smug, ignorant, stupid women that believe they know something and they don't know anything. I don't want that.
The best interests and welfare.
Now, do these idiots actually go to Oxford? I don't know. But what populates Oxford? All the darkies? Is it all non-whites?
Of a nation. More broadly speaking, yes.
And what would you say is the beliefs of this nation?
What do I believe is the beliefs? Well, that's a pretty ambiguous question. Obviously, the country is not united.
Do you have an idea of what you're actually doing?
Pardon?
Do you have an idea of what we're doing here, right?
Absolutely. Speaking to people who disagree with me.
Sorry, for example, you think women should vote or no?
Pardon?
You think women should vote or not?
Vote? What?
Vote?
Do you think women should vote? That's all.
Oh, vote. Absolutely.
Okay, so your stance is what exactly? That you need to
But how does women having the ability to vote relate to this?
Because
So I don't support this young Bob in terms of God. He's for God, but he's still young. He's 18. Maybe he'll outgrow it. Maybe he'll realize what a scam that is one day. For his sake, I hope he does. I hope he does.
Because normally a person who is like you and believes so much in God,
No,
you should say,
The stupid and the ignorant, lazy always have so much to say. They're almost always mouthy in this realm. Smug and mouthy. Know nothings.
To be fair, I do talk about the abolition of abortion.
Wait, so what exactly is your ideology? What are you in support of?
Well, in this particular prompt, deportations, I think currently migration is of who? Net drains the economy.
Of who specifically?
Yeah, net drains.
Of who? Of who? Of who specifically? She's leaning in aggressively. So there's nothing feminine about her. She's wrecked herself. She could have had a happier life, but she's chosen misery. The one on the right leaning with the collared top and jeans on. The one in the middle with the head that seems too small has her arms folded. Very defensive. They're not feminine. Now, women have trouble with this sometimes, saying, what's not feminine about them? They have long hair. I'm not talking about their looks, their attitude, their mouths, their body posture, the way they are. They're aggressive. They're not feminine. A man that's masculine would not settle for this or be attracted to this or marry this. Period.
Yeah, I'm giving you the demographic of people. People who are net drains to the economy. Foreign criminals. We already do that for people who've been sentenced for more than 12 months.
Are there maybe some parents?
These are overstayers and people who come here illegally. Well, maybe come closer.
And yes, the camel toe. She's got the tight jeans on. Look at this. Camel toe. And it looks to be a warm day. Why do young women wear tight jeans on hot days where he's out there in a t-shirt? Seems to be a warm day. Can you not wear a sundress or air out your vagina or something? They probably have smelly vaginas. Kirsten is probably crying now because I think her vagina stank. Kirsten, if you're tuned in, the Green Man and all the other names, your vagina stinks. Why would they wear tight jeans on a hot day? Think about it. Think about it. Sweaty vaginas. If it's hot, what are you going out in jeans for? How many hot days are there in Great Britain? You got to wear tight jeans on a hot day? Are you retarded?
No, we're good.
Well, I don't have a megaphone, unfortunately.
Okay, well, maybe you should.
Well, I usually do, but it's a lot of equipment to lumber around.
So you are 100% English. You believe you are not immigrant.
Well, I don't purity spar. I don't say that just because you are a class of migrant, therefore you should be deported. I don't believe that just because, you divert ethnically from the background of this
And if
country.
an immigrant who is white, you want to deport him or not?
Well, I don't think that's enough information to determine their deportation.
And you also know that there are a lot of immigrants that do better
You
things
also
for
know
this
that your
country.
economy survives on immigrants?
I think our country survives on a lot of things that it should.
No, your country survives on immigrants. And if you
I think there's a
read
lot
about
of.
your country's history, you'd understand that you are nothing without immigrants.
Well, I would say certainly any country
You want to
is
provide
without.
statistics?
Well, you can provide the facts for the claim you made.
But you're the one here talking, so you should actually have more evidence than the people coming to
Well, no,
talk.
because I'm not trying to defend the claim that this nation is a nation of migrants in the way that you understand that claim.
What I think most of us think is that you don't have many arguments, you know? It's like impossible.
Well, so far you've just asked me questions, and I've answered every question you've given me a question to.
It's very confusing because it's like, I came here and it reminded me of Charlie Kirk, but Charlie Kirk had to have like a very specific. He had arguments and he had.
Well,
like
when you an argument would really require an interlocutor who is engaging with the discussion. If I'm given 5 different questions to 5 different people, unfortunately I can only give answers to very particular questions.
Okay, but your answers lack depth.
Okay, then identify it instead of giving some ambiguous.
I asked him,
Okay, so far you've just given an ambiguous
So have
statement
you.
that I have no substance and I'm not giving in-depth
never said
answers.
that.
Instead of doing that, when I give an answer to a question,
She's mouthy. She's interrupting. Aggressive. There's soy boy beside her, has his hands in his pockets. Pathetic.
just simply state where the lack of depth is, where I could go in more detail, or if you're being that charitable, which is a good quality within the
So
society.
why you think we need to deport millions?
Oh, because there are millions of people who either, for example, the OBS have predicted that there's 1.2 million people who are visa overstayers, so people who no longer have.
So look at the frown lines. They're in the UK because this young man is in the UK. They're speaking with an accent that is not British, but they're telling him how his country should be run. Think about that. I don't support it when third worlders from India, Pakistan, African countries, Middle Eastern countries, Israel do that. They want to control Great Britain and they're not British. Isn't it amazing? So look at her here. I showed her already. That's from before. Now I'm going to show this one. The one with the necklace showing, with the camel toe on the left side. Look at her face. Look at the 11 is what I'm showing here, the facial expression. And this is right here why I don't think women should vote. They're emotional. They get angry. They get triggered. They get angry if you say something that opposes their brainwashing. They love to hang on to their brainwashing. It hurts their feelings. It makes them angry if you're saying things that disagree with their brainwashing. This is the way they are. Now, it's not all women, but it doesn't have to be. It's most of you, young and old. You're like this. You don't listen to men. You don't think. You get in your emotions. You get angry. You scrunch up your faces. You make the 11 between your eyebrows. This is what you do. And we notice. You're not fooling us. It's not hidden. There's lots of men that see you. We see how fucking angry you are, how spoiled you are, how you think you're right, and you just spew the programming that you were taught in school and Hollywood and TV shows. And you think you're smarter than men. You think you have things figured out. You're just angry, brainwashed fucking losers. Period. Should never have the right to vote. Shouldn't be a right. It's a privilege. And you use it to destroy. You don't use it to defend. You're not fighting in wars or physically fighting to defend the borders, or anything else. You're voting to bring in the third world. And you're angry that men say, no, we shouldn't do this.
Who should have legal access to this country, or people who have failed asylum claims. So that's already.
Yes, but why you think we need to be doing while the ICE deportation is going on in America? Like, do you think that your stance right now makes you look like a good person, or do you?
Well, I'm not American.
Sorry?
I'm not American.
Okay, but
I'm assuming there's a nation out there who's carrying deportations more efficiently. Does that mean then it's more appropriately? Well, yeah, efficiently, in the way that obviously politics works in the States. There's no cooperation with local authorities and ICE, coupled with protesters.
So by saying that you think that we need to deport millions, are you talking specifically about Muslim groups and people from Asia?
No, I'm not.
There it comes out. Are you talking about Muslim groups? She wants to defend the Muslims. And look at the one beside her with the camel toe looking over.
ICE,
so
coupled
by
with
saying
protesters.
That you think that we need to deport millions, are you talking specifically about Muslim groups and people from Asia?
No, I'm not intellectually sloppy. I wouldn't say, we need to support all Muslims. However, I would say there's a huge issue with Orthodox Islam, right? I can accept the fact there's a lot of liberal Muslims who've moved away from their articles of faith, who, no longer believe in...
There's a lot of people walking by, I notice, wearing shorts. Why is that a big deal?
The faith? Sloppy, I wouldn't say, we need to support all Muslims.
It's demonstrating there's people in short sleeves. Why are these ones bundled all up? What's wrong with them? Why are they dressed like this? Like it's for maybe a fall day or something. Autumn day, fall day, whatever you call it in the country you live in. What are they doing?
However, I would say there's a huge issue with Orthodox Islam, right? I can accept the fact there's a lot of liberal Muslims who've moved away from their articles of faith, who, no longer believe in the sort of inflammatory things that Islam teaches.
Sorry?
I just...
Sorry? Look at this. And the mouthiness comes out. We notice. For the women that think, oh, men don't notice this, they just want to have sex with us. There's women that think that. We notice this shit. Loud, aggressive, mouthy. Watch your reaction. Very revealing.
Inflammatory things that Islam teaches.
Sorry?
I just...
The inflammatory things that Islam preaches, like, such as...
Child marriage.
No,
65-4.
Sorry, it doesn't preach child
65-4 teaches that the iddah for people who have not yet menstruated, the waiting period to remarry, is, I think, 6 months, 6 weeks, which it assumes that you can have marriage with people.
You might as well glue the wings of a dead mosquito or a dead bird onto a cockroach and say fly. They can't think. You can't make them think. Okay? These ones on the screen can't think. You could glue wings to them and say fly away. They can't do it. They can't fly just like they can't think. They can't think. They can't do it. They're just programmed. And that's the way they are.
Who have not yet menstruated, which are, pubescent children. Then we look at, for example, the marriage between Aisha and Muhammad, a marriage that was ordained by God.
You cannot mix things. You cannot mix your deportation with your belief in... You are racist. You understand that? If you think
we were just talking about Muslims. How am I racist?
I don't think it's beneficial to this, racist.
Exactly.
Because he's not wrong. The base requirement in Islam is puberty for marriage.
Okay, I
But you don't think secession because you got
I have to say I agree with that. I don't think it's good that a girl should marry someone older than
okay, and listen, I actually gave a very charitable explanation that there's a lot of things from a lot of worldviews I disagree with. Now, given that a person lives for a long period of time, they don't have that anymore. It's sort of...
Keep your arms crossed, arms folded, defensive posture right there. And this is what they do. Fuck, it's just so annoying. Who would want to spend a lifetime with them?
Leaves with them, and that's a beautiful thing, liberal Muslims.
They're headache-inducing every day. Men don't want that. Not quality men. Desperate men might sleep with them. Quality men don't want this type, period.
Muslims. And a lot of Muslims I know go to the pub with me, have girlfriends.
I don't want to be, you know, I don't want.
Well, maybe don't have a discussion with a man with a camera.
Okay, can you blur my face or something?
No, not live. It'd be very boring if it was live. I'm very truthful. But yeah, I mean.
They walked away. They didn't say thank you. They didn't say we disagree. They just walked away, and this is what they do. It's very rude. There's a guy there in an Oxford shirt that's kind of smiling. He's a darkie, part brown, it looks like. Excuse me. I'm almost getting the hiccups now. Look at this. Look how many darkies there are. Where are all the white British people? Valid question. Question that triggers people. Look what's on the screen. Look what's on the screen. Sorry, I'm looking for a particular video of his with those 304s. That's not it. I don't think that's the one. Anyway, maybe I'll find it later. But the young 304s that like the Tiggas, there's some that just love the Tiggas. Tight clothing. Tigga loving white girls. Anyway.
Do you know the highest reason for abortion? What is it?
Cost of living.
That's the highest reason for abortion.
Thank you, though.
It's too unique. Can you make that exception? How would we do you condemn what she's just said?
Here it is, right here. This one later on ends up hanging out with Tiggas. She's getting attention from Tiggas.
To give birth to that kid.
I don't think having children is a punishment.
No, but come on.
No one else, right? A third party that had nothing to do with the action of rape should be punished. In the same way,
the mum gets punished in the process of having to give birth to that kid.
I don't think having children is a punishment.
No, but come on. Listen. If it was consensual sex, then that's consent to pregnancy. I agree. But it's not consensual, so she shouldn't.
I'm not rage baiting.
So she shouldn't have to. She shouldn't have to give birth.
I've had people threaten to stab me. I've been beat up. I've been mugged.
No, I'm not surprised. You think?
No, but hold on. Why would it be rage bait if I've generally had my life?
Look at her here. This chick seems to be fairly young. And they're loving the attention. Are they prostitutes? I don't know. But they're loving the attention of every brown and black person around. The one behind her is talking to the brown guy with the beard. Looks to be Muslim. They're seeking attention from every Muslim and Tigga that they can throughout this video. You'll see.
Hole in the line.
Well, maybe you should have been aborted, to be honest.
Oh, fantastic. Do you think I should die? That's what she thinks.
I do.
She's pulling down. Look at this. She thinks he should die. Look at this. They love the attention of non-whites. These whites on the screen.
Fantastic. Do you think I should die? That's what she thinks.
I do. I do.
Do you want to speak?
I don't agree with you.
I do. I do.
Oh, fantastic. Do you think I should die? That's what she thinks.
I do.
No,
I do.
Do you want to speak?
Listen, I don't agree with you politically, but I'm against political violence. I saw that video of you getting jumped, bro. It's fucked up, seriously, man. I'm so sorry that happened. All over an opinion. Listen, I don't have to agree with you on everything. I've seen some of you on like your topics about like remigration. I disagree with you completely on loads of things, but I don't think that you should be jumped for it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's spread by like politically ignorant people like this.
These are voters, people.
Are you her mother? Are you her mother? Are you her mother? Oh, right. Do you think it's acceptable to wish death onto people?
No, but I haven't said it.
Do you condemn what she's just said?
As someone who gets raped should keep a kid.
Yes.
If I got... That's just as bad as saying you should die.
No.
You were a raped child. Maybe that's why you think the way you think.
Possibly.
Like, at the end of the day, yeah, if someone gets raped, they shouldn't feel like they have to keep that kid.
Well, it's not about feeling. I don't
think the way you think.
Possibly.
Like,
Possibly.
Like, at the end of the day, yeah, if someone gets raped, they shouldn't feel like they have to keep that kid.
Well, it's not about feeling. I don't think it's an option. I don't think murder is an option. Okay, back to this discussion. We can speak to them later, but look, we do not punish the third party in the case of incest and rape for a crime they didn't commit. And also, I'll ask you the question: how would we legislate that exception?
What?
Legislate that exception. How would we legislate?
I've got no idea, mate.
Because I tell you, it's virtually impossible. If you say to women they can only have rape in the case of incest and rape, it would be virtually difficult.
Should we put society in the hands of anti-white demons like this? Is that what you want? Does anyone here want that? Do any viewers today want that? You want our societies in the hands of these anti-white demons with sharp teeth, lip piercings, eye piercings on the sides of the eyes? It doesn't have the typical nose ring. It doesn't have the septum piercing. Probably has tattoos if it has this many facial piercings. It's got the black demonic eyes. Do you want society in their hands? That's what I wonder. And the fake eyelashes too. Eyelashes are fake. It's got a big mouth. It wants him to die just because he doesn't support abortion.
Because you would either have to go based on prosecutions, which is historically low, which means you would not have access to abortions, which is then sort of self-defeating, or alternatively, it would have to be self-identifying, in which every woman on the face of the planet would claim that they're a product of incest or claim they're raped. So how do you actually alternatively legislate that exception?
Listen.
I'm showing you what's going on. It looks like Muslim women in the background with their heads covered. They're definitely foreign. They're not English women. This is what's going on. Your countries are being taken over by non-whites that hate you.
About how getting...
And then they're teaching your daughters and sons, but especially daughters, to hate white people and to hate your country and hate your culture. That's what's going on.
How you would get it done, I've got no idea, man, but I don't think that if someone gets raped, they should be forced to have the baby.
What changes the biology of a fetus who is the product of rape?
No, it don't. I do get what you're saying, but I still think if it's a point where it's not conscious and that...
But it will have consciousness.
In the scenario of rape, incest, and especially the mother's life, are we really going to prioritise the...
We don't prioritise anyone. We just simply say that there's two unique human lives.
What about in a scenario where the mum's life is in danger?
So I do agree with you. That is the literal only exception, and that's not what I would morally consider an abortion. However, I can cite to you doctors in America that would say that abortions are no longer medically necessary. Most conditions now can be resolved for a C-section. There's an ever-decreasing amount of cases due to the increase in severical care. Could you name me a condition? Because doctors are woke.
Do you get paid?
But because
saying that statistic may not be necessarily right. I understand what you're saying, but I'm just
I would say that there's less than like out of the 300,000 abortions that are happening every year, less than 3,000 are because of medical reasons.
and there's still justification for it, so it doesn't take that away.
Okay, I would prefer to eliminate over the 200,000 abortions each year and give one exception than rather continue this mass genocide. Do you want to have a discussion?
Yeah, do you want to swap?
I wanted to start here. Do you know what the main reason for it
Well, people won't be able to hear what you're saying, so I think it'd be very one-sided.
Bob, I got to head off now.
You can play your face.
Thank you.
Abortion should be legal.
My friend, I think it's incredibly...
All right, everyone. I showed you some demonic behavior there, right out in the open. Some of you can ponder that. Some of you won't. Some of you will. It's the way it works. Some of you will say it's all set up. It's all fake. That's what baby truthers do. Everything's fake. And they immediately call everything a hoax, call everything fake. Those are people in public. Those aren't YouTubers, because a lot of you have issues with me showing demonic YouTubers. And those are just people at a microphone or people on the street. There's a lot of demonic activity in the realm that you're in. A lot of females do behave that way. They sulk off. It's the way it works. That's just the way it is. Some things will never change. That's just the way it is. And that's the way they are. Look at this creature. More demonic behavior, more demonic activity. Veteransforpeace.org with the dove. They don't even know what the dove represents. This is a world of fucking morons.
Peace. Main with the understanding that all members are trusted to act in the best interest of the group. War as a policy for veterans, victims of war. 7. To abolish war as an instrument of national policy to achieve for the larger purpose of world peace.
The main thing is it's time for our world to change the ways. I was thinking about how much I do. I want the world to be able to laugh and play together, knowing that there's no wars, knowing that things are fair, right? Where we're playing as we get stuff.
Is Jack going to lead you to peace? He can't be peaceful and fun on his own YouTube show every day. Is this creature, this demonic creature full of hatred and envy, going to lead you to world peace? What a joke. What a fucking joke. Alcoholics tend to be selfish, somebody said, that which is. But they're watching his shit show every day.
Done cleaning up our planet, trying to work together to
This isn't a planet, dumbass.
restore the soil and return to more natural indigenous methods of living with Mother Earth. That was something else that came up today. A beautiful presentation on the indigenous wisdom that has been so overlooked.
The indigenous wisdom, like a true lefty. Oh yeah, the primitive people have it all put together. He's anti-white, this creature. He's anti-white.
Looked and so neglected throughout this modern society. And from the data of the animals, things, plants going extinct, right? Mankind has lost sight of its sanity, man. It's only God that's going to save us. But if we don't go to God, we won't save ourselves. That's how it works. God is so glorious. God is so perfect. Those thoughts and those ideas, that's what gives me joy and peace and laughter. And I found the prayer ideas. That's what gives me joy. God is so glorious. Side of its sanity, man. It's only God that's going to save us. But if we don't go to God, we won't save ourselves. That's how it works. God is so glorious. God is so perfect. Those thoughts and those ideas, that's what gives me joy and peace and laughter. And I found the prayer again today. I found the prayer again today. I'll swing back to the chat in a moment. But I was saying the words, and then I connected to the dots that it's true, absolutely true for Jesus. For as I'm moving through the day with comfort and peace in the moments, right, I recognize, praise God, thank you. Your goodness, your glory goes before me. And as your goodness and glory goes before me, I follow. And that's what Jesus was saying. Follow me, he said. I say, follow him in your own best way, but the best way you can follow.
What is he laughing at? Does anyone know what he's laughing at? Does it make sense to you, his laughter?
Follow him is to truly, truly, truly seek to know God. Seek to know God through goodness. You get to decide what's good, but what you decide is good for you may or may not be true. You know, it's all up to you. It's all a relationship. Everything in life, it's all relationships. That's what love is about. So today, this idea of a world where men and today, this idea of life, it's all relationships. That's what love is about. Life, it's all relationships. That's what love is about. So today, this idea of a world where men and women all around the world, they laugh and play in celebration of life. Why? Because they live, and they live freely, and they live safely, and they live without fears and worries and punishments and crime. Praise God. I truly believe that that's the direction we're heading to. And I'm going to, there was questions on that video I played. It is not AI, actually. That was, it's one of the members. That was what was asked, actually, in the Zoom call as well. Who is that? And I don't recall the name they said, but it's one of the members. And Zilzone, seriously, when I discovered this as a statement of purpose, it really rang to me, right? The purpose: as military veterans, we affirm our greater responsibility to serve the cause of world peace. To this end, we will work with others both nationally and internationally to increase public awareness of the causes, the costs of war. Hello, secrets and lies. Secrets and lies create the wars and the costs, man, the costs. So we will work with others both nationally and internationally to restrain our governments from intervening overtly and covertly in the international affairs of other nations. One of the things we were reminded of today was, the president of Venezuela and his wife are still sitting in some jail after being kidnapped. And as I understand, the U.S. forces killed a number of Venezuelans in the act, but what is going on? Hey, you know what? This is where this is where the contradiction in me, the paradox of today, right? Because if we can't laugh at life, we might be looking in the wrong direction. And the directions I'm looking at, I do feel are very, very serious. Because as a matter of fact, right after I posted my image and thumbnail on Instagram, and my feed is evidence of the settlers attacking Palestinians, even though there's activists and Jewish people there trying to show, hey, this is the paperwork that proves these people own this home. But you know, the IDF, the military of Israel, wants to support the settlers, right? The expansion of the greater nation is happening under U.S. approval and support. And here, sister, you know what? I am bringing all sorts of things today, and I realize that. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. It is now pinned for those who wish to join and support Chats with Jack today. And my hope genuinely is that we can have fun, but discuss some serious things. Because if we can't have fun, well, might mean might mean we have more faith to grow. And this is what I've been learning. The God of ours that I've come to discover, man, holy cows. I've never seen God, but I see the evidence. I see the variables in the order of creation, in the perfect balance, the harmony. I didn't understand God until I started to search. And once I started to search, God allowed me to see. But I had to see myself a little more clearly first, it seems. God is so good. See, the path in the minds, we're all from the same source, right? The same Mother Earth sustains us. We breathe the same air all around the world. You and I, we're breathing now together, right? Or now is breathing you and I. And so we all come from this one same source, regardless of identities or names or politics or genders or any of that stuff. It's all the same. And yet there is absolutely hilarious amounts of diversity that can be found, not just in the animals on this earth, but the beasts, the characters of people, right, man? People are nuts, and it's fucking hilarious if it wasn't so sad. But I guess the sadness is just my choice, because I don't really understand why we haven't ended it yet. Hey, Sophia, this is what I wonder too. And it makes sense. It makes sense that from our perspective, the mind of God is totally, or the humor of God is totally twisted, because in many ways it is. The powers of choice and consequences, there's no escaping those things. And, but I believe the joke really is on us. This is only real to us while we're here.
What up, sucker? Shut up, Jack. Shut up, Jack. You
Why do I do what I do? And why do you do what you do?
Because you're crazy and I'm crazy, Jack. That's why. Everybody in the chat is crazy too.
No, please don't assume everyone is like you.
Like
Okay.
the craziness, sucker.
Please,
Does anyone like this cringe creature? Zill Zone? Well, they're both cringe creatures. Does anyone like this? Do you like these cringe creatures? Very cringe.
That's why. Everybody in the chat is crazy too.
No, please don't
Everybody in
assume
the
everyone
chat
is like you.
likes
Okay.
the craziness, sucker.
Please, I know these words apply to me as well, but please don't assume that others are just like you.
Oh yeah, no, I know the chat. The chat is full of psychos. Oh, that's for sure. This is the inmates running the asylum and such. Okay, yeah, you know what? Speak for myself. You know what? I've seen your behavior, Sophia. You're a psycho. All of you are. The Rad Chatter psycho. Sophia psycho. Ricardo
Stop.
psycho.
Zill.
No, let me
Zill.
go up. Why?
Well,
That which is psycho.
you're
Razzle dazzle psycho.
recognizing.
Mr. E psycho.
Okay, you're recognizing what is within you, and you're revealing you in your
You're
narration.
saying I'm projecting? No, no, this chat is crazy. No, I'm not projecting. Hood 3693, you are psycho. Lex Animata psycho. Who else we got here? That's you. That's you, Jack. RJO G62, you psycho. Imperious, you are a simp. You're not. You're a psycho simp, sucker. How about that? How you like that? Quantum is a psycho. Okay. Jack, what do you want? What you want? Silence when I hit.
Oh, do you hear that? Oh, do you hear that now? That change? Oh, silence. Oh, it's my favorite friend. You're back. You're back with me, silence. Oh. See, now this is something, I'm observing something, right? Human behavior has patterns, and you got to pay attention closely.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I don't know if I'll try. Maybe I'll try to get on there, see what's going on.
Oh, three-piece suit type of establishment party here, Jack. Sorry,
No.
my volume was probably loud. What I'm trying to say, Jack, is this is not like a three-piece suit establishment, brother. Shut up, brother. Shut the fuck up, brother.
No, here's what you're failing to recognize. I'm here to raise the standards, not just for me, but for you, especially if you choose to show up here. Standards are going to come up.
Exactly. And you know, I don't use the F word ever. I was just given a classic Jackism. You know, gross.
know.
Hey, pause on that. Hold up. Pause. Okay. I didn't mean like, just chill. A Talcottism, we'll call it. Now, that's a classic. But what do you want? You want decorum in this panel, Jack? You want decorum? Huh? What are you, a judge? Huh? Are you out?
Yep.
And you
Tackle video, I think Jeeps's channel. It might be Talcott Shorts or something else like that. Really.
look who's talking, sucker. You sucker. Look who's talking.
The fact that you are so unable to see what God is doing, it really dumbfounds me.
Yeah, it dumbfounds me too, Jack. Sophia, no worries. You got audio
Thank you.
issues. We cannot hear you currently.
Testing, testing. I'm testing not for my audience, but testing for myself. Setting up my audio here, everyone. Check, check. My tigers. My tigers, hello. Just a second. Here we go. Here we go. Do you think that he'll bring me on his show? Do you think Talcott will bring me on? I'm just about to enter the backstage. Do you think he'll bring me on his show? Any predictions? Any guesses? Let's see.
Oh, are you
So
judging me?
I'm not done. I'm not finished. So if you love the Bible and you love Jesus and God and you have the Holy Spirit, you need to remember something. People had faith before that book was ever printed. People knew God before that book was ever printed. It's written on your heart if you want it. So take all your dogma and your doctrine, like I had to learn to do, and stop forcing it on people because it doesn't help anybody. It doesn't solve problems. It spiritually enlightens no
Mouthy
one.
Sophia.
Each
Do you think
person
she's
must be called
wise?
by the Spirit, their own self, in their own soul. They have to work it out for themselves. It doesn't fit in a box. You cannot put God in a box. Thank you very much, Jack, for allowing me to speak. I will be quiet.
Okay, thank you, Sophia. So what I would say is I'm not putting God really in a box. I call a sucker, and that's what I'm gonna do. But you know what else? I really only abide by the two great commandments Jesus gave of when I'm not fighting about garbage or whatever, or having fun on Jack Talcott's clown channel. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, no, I'm kidding, Jack. I'm kidding. I respect the veterans for peace and stuff. I'm just trolling you a lot. Um, but yeah, Sophia, the two great commandments that Jesus gave to love God and love others, and he said the second is just like it. That sums up all the laws and the prophets, as Jesus said, and that it's a very simple message. That's a very simple belief that I hold to. I also hold to libertarian free will, where we have genuine alternatives between choosing A or B, where many other views believe in determinism, where we don't actually have that choice between A or B. For example, let's say this came up earlier today. Let's say you had a pack of cigarettes and you shook them up in your pocket, and maybe it was loose or something. You shook them up. Do you really think if you open that pack of cigarettes, you're going to pick the same one every single time to smoke? Do you believe there's an actual choice in what you're doing? And then that expands to other things. Do you have an actual choice between A, B, C, D, or E? And
Do
then
you?
I believe I do. I believe in libertarian free will.
Okay,
So,
but here's.
okay,
I'm sorry
well,
to interrupt.
landing
Please
that
go
to
ahead.
God would give the morals that we aspire to, and then us actually having a choice between A, B, C, or D makes us the source of a moral action, and therefore God can rightfully judge us, justly judge us based on our actions. If we are the actual moral agent source of actions between A, B, C, or D, and God knows which is better under his view, according to his own standard. Okay? So this is why I believe in libertarian free will, because it matters to God what choice we make. So I believe that there are better choices between A, B, C, D, E, F, or G, and God knows the difference. And I believe the Bible widely supports the idea of God telling us to choose the right thing over the wrong thing. So therefore, I believe having an actual authentic choice between A, B, C, or D is actual, because the Bible supports God
See, there you
knowing
go.
what's
You're
better
talking about a
between these
book.
choices.
You're talking about a book. If you can't reference it from your soul, it is not eternal and everlasting. And don't get me wrong, I respect that book. my beginning in spirituality came from that book. And I do have respect for it, but I know that it has been tampered with so much. And if you're going to just continue reference a book and what it says to do, you're not having that true living experience of who Christ is within your own soul. So you're putting limits on God, in my opinion.
I would not know who Christ is other than the Bible, though, right?
But yes, you would,
This
because
is the revealed
the
word.
Spirit, it doesn't matter what name you give Creator. It is all Creator.
No, then it
I'd like to
becomes
jump in
relative,
here.
Sophia.
Please. I hear both of you. Zil, what you were saying about choices, though, it revealed your process, okay? And the conclusion I heard from you is choices, and choices is extremely
Everybody
important.
had choices.
Right, as do you, okay? And what I think Sophia was bringing up to you was initially her personal testimony. She says, hey, I used to be kind of religious, to use my own words, and then, you know, God showed me different. And Zil, there's a God that I've learned from the Bible, but this God of ours has been eternally present, as is the nature.
My point is that this God cares about the difference between our choice between A, B, C, D.
Yeah. And what are A, B, C, D? What do you mean?
These are the choices we're faced with in life when we're faced with moral decisions.
Okay, but
and that doesn't include just like give away everything. It includes like just being having a nice countenance around other people, being a good influence.
Yeah.
You know, just being a positive influence on people's life. That's valuable to God. Okay.
Right.
And you can easily choose to do that or not to do that. And that includes actually way more than 26 letters in the alphabet of options, which God would consider some better than others, many better than others. Okay.
Right.
So I believe things matter, Jack. That's the difference. I believe that our choices matter. That's why I cannot be a determinist, because a determinist believes nothing matters, because you cannot be truly morally responsible for actions that you are not the author of.
Right. We've got to accept responsibility.
That's libertarian free will, is you are the actual source of the moral action.
Understand that. But you and I agree in the responsibility aspect. Each of us is responsible for the words we say, the thoughts we think, the things we choose. But back to this idea of choice, brother. The only moment of choice is in the present. And the choice to make, it really is to surrender. Surrender all beliefs, all ideas.
We want to do what's righteous, right, Jack?
Yes.
Don't we want to do what is righteous in the sight of God?
Yes. And brother, this is where our choices matter. We've got to make sure that what we're sharing with each other is this good fruit, the joy, the peace, patience. I was an example of not as good as I wanted yesterday. But when we share these things with each other, well, the results for everybody are heavenly.
Yes, well, this would be communism. I believe in Christian communism. I believe. Hold on, Jack.
Stop.
I believe in Christian communism.
Let go of your beliefs. Your definitions are skewed. You're not as Zil. You don't know as much as
listen, brother.
Okay.
Jesus was a Christian communist. Paul was. Okay. Jack, no, you and I have agreed on this before, actually, Jack. I'm pretty sure.
Probably.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So check it out. The communism part is just where society believes in each other and has the same message you have, Jack. So, and the message Jesus had to love one another. This is Christian communism, okay? So I'm telling you, the early Christians were communists. But in order to do that, you would have to have doctors and computer scientists and whatever, so many different specialties willing to share their own because they love.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Jack kicked me. Sorry about that. He kicked me from the backstage of his shit show, and I was away from my keyboard. But that's all it was. He kicked me out of the backstage rather than bringing me on the show. He must have read my comments in private. He couldn't take it, and he kicked me off. Stream seems to be fine. It seems to still be up. Everything seems to be okay. Jack Talcott is a coward. He's a coward. He's a loser. That's what he is. He's a coward. He's a loser. He's a loser. So I stepped away for a few moments. I had to take care of something. And I was just waiting backstage on his little shit show. And he kicked me. This creepy creature, Talcott.
They're coming for you, Jack. I actually called them on you, Jack. You know what? Just go ahead and throw that in. How long you been doing this dang show?
I got sirens in the background.
They're coming for you, Jack. I actually called them on you, Jack, and they're looking for you. Okay, that's a joke, but it's pretty.
Even his laugh is so cringe. Everything about this Zill creature, extremely cringe, just demonic.
Pretty funny. So
I muted you for a moment. Sophia. Are you
Good
there?
afternoon. Good afternoon, Jack. Hello, Zill.
There she is.
Hi, Sophia.
I don't think I've ever spoken to you on a panel before, but I'm here.
Builders. We need people to construct buildings.
God. Okay? And God is not limited by religion. The living truth of God is now. So be with the truth of God now. And then walk with the love of Christ now. And then realize anytime you're awake, it's now. God is so mysterious and miraculous, but I cannot deny the truth of God. I don't want to. I want more of it.
Right, Jack, because we're faced with how did we get here? Why are we here rather than not here is a big question.
Right.
And okay, go ahead.
Well, follow the story, right? The symbolism. As Jesus was, we are. He knew what he knew, and we're learning as we go, but what he said is the truth, right? He was the light sent into the darkness, and at his time, people chose the darkness over the light, and it's been that way for a long time. Stupidity and selfishness and greed and corruption have been misleading mankind into atrocious things. But if we truly do follow the way of Jesus, we will have mercy and compassion for those in our community, those in our families. Will find mercy and compassion for ourselves. And as we walk more with love, with God, the new kingdom emerges. It's how it's designed. It's up to us. We've been given the world and this life. It's up to us what we do with it. And guys, I didn't just wake up with this idea one morning of...
Well, wait, for one real quick, Jack. I think this is where you would depart from the biblical teaching and go into more of your interpretation. Would you agree?
Well, I'm actually confident that
That's where I'm going to interrupt again. Excuse me, Jack.
Please,
see, you're still placing your faith and your hope and your trust in a physical,
The revelation
thing.
of God.
But you can't prove that. We can find knowledge there. We can find information there, but we don't worship that. I don't worship that book.
Well,
I learned
it's
that the
called
hard
faith
way.
for a reason. Okay, Daisy, it's called faith for a reason. And I have faith that the Bible is the Word of God. Okay?
I know, but I have faith that God is more than just in there, and that God is with you and me. And so to answer your question, my interpretation is a little different because I didn't grow up with the church teachings. I mean, I kind of, God allowed me to find my own path and my own way, but it did land on Jesus. And in my interpretations seems pretty clearly that the idea of the church here on earth wasn't supposed to be a structure and a 501c and a tax write-off and all of this stuff. No, the church is the body of Christ, the body of those who believe it's righteous to be kind and good, to trust in God and to live with love. The body of Christ, it says, I think you brought it up, Sil, about you don't ignore the toes, the fingers, right? We are the body. Each of us has...
Each member plays a part, and God gives each of us specialties, both in practical ways and spiritual gifts as well.
Brother, yes. And I feel that God has been allowing me to grow in mine. My physical gift is, believe it or not, communication. I've still got a lot of work to do.
Peace and love, Jack.
Blessings to you. And hey, welcome to you, Craig. Good to see you.
Thank you, brother.
What up,
as a person who was who's actually a non-believer, in God, Jack already knows this, right? And yes, it is slowly working, bit by bit. I'm coming over to the religious side of it, bit by bit, because I originally used to believe in God when I was a child, and I used to pray 5 times a day, and I lost my faith in Him at the age of 16 years old.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? What's holding you back? What do you think about the origin of the universe?
There is multiple different ways, different interpretations of it. There's multiple different interpretations of it entirely.
My conclusion, sorry,
Go ahead, Jack.
Thank you, Sal. my path took me into the sciences too, and found there's many interpretations to a lot of different things, right? The Bible has many interpretations. History has many interpretations.
Yeah.
But what convinced me was I started trying to figure out, who am I? How do I fit in to this story of time? What's before me? What's after me? What's going on right now? And that's where I really started finding the truth. I started asking this question: how long does now last? How long is a moment? How deep is surrender? I mean, these are the questions that I've seriously spent time meditating on. Craig, I don't like the two Jacks.
Oh, come on. It's not bothered you so far. And come on. You should be worshipped because you're a decent guy, dude.
Oh, it's
But
just
if it bothers you that much, I'll change it.
What did I just come into? You said he should be worshipped.
No,
Have
he's
lost
having,
your mind, sir?
He was using the term loosely, but you know what? That's a fair correction. And
yeah.
Well, here's the reality. A lot of our Christians
They worship this creature and that British fool that won't show his face ever. PayPal Craig Fortnite is asking for donations in his name. That's how cringy these things are. PayPal Craig Fortnite. Why would you give him money? Why would anyone give him money? This is what I wonder about the creatures of this realm that have their hand out all the time. And they've normalized it where they make their YouTube name PayPal Craig Fortnite. Look at this. Just begging for shekels, going on YouTube panels. It's just completely sickening and demonic is what it is.
today, unfortunately, rather than following Christ, they kind of follow the Pharisees, grilling each other on interpretation and doctrine and rules and orthodoxy.
Yeah, that was super gay. Why'd you say that, dude?
Well,
not you, Jack, the other guy. Why'd you say that?
The idea is to worship God, and he knows that I am devoted to
And why'd
God.
you say that dumb stuff you said, Jack? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding.
No, if it wasn't for Jack, no, hold on, dude, right? If it wasn't for Jack, I wouldn't be starting slowly coming towards the religious side if it wasn't for Jack.
Oh, okay, that's not gay. Dang it, I forgot you said that.
Yeah, see, in the context. So thank you, Craig. I do appreciate it.
You're making me mad, though.
Hey,
but yeah,
Zil,
you should. All right.
Zil, swear to God, my prayer is that the light of Christ, the light of God, be seen with me as I seek to see the light of Christ, the light of God in others. And
okay, well, let's see what's holding him back from becoming at least a theist, but ideally a Christian.
Well,
Craig,
that's
Jack
his
already, I'm not
personal
going to mention any of it because it's Jack's
That's
live
fine.
and it's not
Good.
about me.
Oh,
Jack
now
already
it
knows.
is.
No. Jack already knows about my past, and I've even mentioned it to him in the back chat. I've spoken to him on a one-to-one. Yeah, Jack already knows me.
Real quick. Just
No,
sum it up
I'm not
in like
mentioning
2
it. This
sentences.
live's not about me, dude. It's about what Jack wants to get his message out. That's what he's trying to do.
Thank you, Craig. Craig, thank you. And actually, Zil, please go back and review today, because what you were just doing with him, while your intentions were good, I get it, right? You're kind of trying to pry and better understand how can he be restored to faith. But it's kind of what Daisy May was pointing out to you, right? Sometimes you come off a bit like you're trying to push it.
Okay. Valid. That's fine. Sure.
I'm guilty of the same thing. I mean, people have accused me, hey, stop forcing this shit, right? Stop talking to me. And
right. But the
my
main thing is
intentions
to
are
better
good.
understand someone's position.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
That's what's good faith.
And it is, you're right. But there's also the timing. There's a time for everything. And I'm trusting in God. Guys,
All right.
Here, you know what? There was the comment waiting for the laughing segment, right? And it is true. Life is a trip. We're walking each other through time. And if you can't laugh at life, well, you might have missed the humor. And that's happened sometimes, but
you know, have you you've heard of Missing Mod, right?
Yes.
You've been on her channel before?
I
was talking to her about how, and she was saying how like laughter is like a medicine and stuff, and it's, you know, it can be like healing for people. And you know, laughter really is great for people. I think it's good for people's psychology and physiology. Very important. You suckers. Right, Jack?
Hold on. DeFreak, I disagree with this. God's glory is found in everything, but Jesus lived the life he did, choosing to be crucified, knowing his death was part of the Father's plans.
I'm going to take a break from that, and I'm going to share this shit with you. This shit, take a channel, Tragic Reality, the Somali. His video is titled, I'm tired, and he doesn't have an apostrophe in I'm. He's so lazy and stupid. I'm tired of fighting my mind. And people are gobbling it up as usual, 61 likes. This is the level that people are at in this fucking realm.
There is one thing in life that I want more than anything else. It's not money.
Depressed Tigga, his voice is depressed, and his audience are a bunch of shit lovers. You love depressed shit.
It's not cars. It's not a big house. It's not even a relationship. These are things that most people crave, but what I want is a lot more simple than that. Peace. That's all I want. All I want is peace. I don't think that there's anything better than peace, to be honest. I don't think there is. I don't think that the goals that we strive to achieve, I don't even think that's better than peace. I don't think so. You could work hard, you could climb the corporate ladder, or you could make your own business. But at the end of the day, I would rank peace above all of that. Hands down, way above that. And the interesting thing about peace is that peace is not exactly something that you need to strive towards. You don't need to accomplish something in order to obtain.
I don't have any watermelon. Maybe I'll order some. Maybe I'll order some watermelon. But I do have some fried chicken coming. Fried chicken. Those Tiggas love that fried chicken. Goodbye for now, Wendy. Mad love to you. I have watermelons on the screen, though. And I'm not kidding. I did order some fried chicken from a little local diner type restaurant. I hear that they have some good fried chicken. I'm going to get me some fried chicken.
Obtain peace. The only thing, actually, now that I think about it, the only thing you really need if you want peace is health. That's the only thing you really need. Well, let me give you an example. Right here as I sit, I would consider this to be a peaceful moment. Isn't it a peaceful moment? The sky is nice. It's Friday night, so the things that all of us have to do for the past 5 days is over. And that lifts a lot of stress off of your mind. You know, the sky looks nice again. The grass looks nice. And I don't even know if the camera is picking it up, but there's these what do you even call those bugs that fly around, that light up when they fly around? I don't know. But they look nice.
What do you call them? You call them fireflies. The bugs that light up. He doesn't know anything. He's just a low IQ Tigga. Doesn't even know what a firefly is. It's Tigga.
Fly around, that light up when they fly around. I don't know. What do you even call those bugs that fly around, that light up when they fly around? I don't know. But they look nice. The scenery looks nice. But most importantly, I have the health to actually sit there and enjoy the moment and enjoy the scenery. I'm not in pain. I'm not sick. You know, all of my bones are fine. You know, everything is fine with my body right now. I'm very healthy. So as long as you have your health, peace is very easy to obtain. Very, very easy. Now, I don't exactly need money in order to sit here and enjoy the scenery. Although you could make the argument that having money could allow me to enjoy the scenery by not giving me stress. You could argue that. But really, every single human being that has ever lived, no matter how much money they have, something as simple as this is within reach. And that's what I love about this. And realizing this, it kind of made me drop the entire I need to accomplish this and that narrative. I dropped all of that. Now, of course, there are still things that I want to do in this life. Unfortunately, we still do live in a world where you do need money to survive, and you do need money to avoid having the stress of not having money. So yes, I do want to make money. I mean, through these videos, for example, I do make money through these videos, if that wasn't obvious enough. But it's not even just videos. I'm just trying to get my money up just to, again, avoid all of the stress. So I can comfortably have shelter, so I can have food, so I don't have to worry about the basic necessities. And again, I do have things I actually want to accomplish. I'm not saying that I don't. But I'm really sick and tired of fighting my mind and saying, you better accomplish these things or your existence isn't as valuable, or your existence isn't worth living, or maybe not worth living. I don't think I've said that. But I definitely have felt times where I just felt lesser simply because I wasn't where I wanted to be. And to be quite frank, I'm just sick and tired of that. And society definitely plays a big role in why a lot of people feel this way. I'd say society is probably the biggest contributing factor, because we live in a world that's all about productivity. You gotta hustle, you gotta accomplish your goals, but I'm just tired of that. I'm really tired of that. I'm just tired of these external things dictating how I see myself. I'm tired of that. Now, as for my current circumstances, I'm not really in the circumstances I want to be in the long term, and that's fine. That's completely fine. And I'm sure that for some of you watching this video, it's the exact same case. Maybe you have a job that you don't enjoy. Maybe you don't even want to work a job. Maybe you want to be self-employed. Maybe you just want to not work at all, whether it be jobs or self-employment. But I'm sure that most of us are in a position that we don't actually want to be in. And I just really am trying to accept that this is reality. I just want to take the bits of reality that I find to be peaceful. Because again, peace is more important than where you are materially, at least to me. So yes, I may not be in the ideal circumstances, but what's stopping me from just enjoying the moment? What's stopping me from just going outside, soaking in the air? And today's a lovely day. It's usually hot this time of year.
So this Tigga is just anti-work. He doesn't care about other people. He just cares about using them on YouTube. He said the only reason he has this channel is because he makes money. That's the only reason he has a channel. And this is what many young people follow is this miserable shit. They don't have life figured out. They just don't want to work. That's it. They're anti-work. That sums up his channel. Life sucks. His life sucks. Misery, misery, misery. Don't want to work. I'm tired. I'm done. Every video of his is the same, essentially. It's the same shit. And people don't see it. A lot of people don't see it because they've watched channels like this for years. They get programmed by misery.
Well, I mean, it is hot today. It was hot today, but the thing is, it kind of cooled down a bit. It's about 8 p.m. right now. There's almost no wind whatsoever. It's just such a nice day. The air is nice. Everything feels nice right now. And that's despite the fact that I'm not in the ideal circumstances that I want to be in. But that's fine, because I'm genuinely sick and tired of that stopping me from enjoying the moments, enjoying moments like this. I'm just tired of that. I'm really sick and tired of that. And there are things in this reality that you have to do and you have to deal with, whether you like it or not. It's not going to be ideal. But the thing is, I'm trying to come to terms with that. I'm just trying to accept that. And yes, there are people out there that are rich that they can experience moments like this for the rest of their lives. They will never have to do things that they don't want to do. But I'm not that person. And I likely won't be that person. I don't think I'll ever have the money to just, be completely carefree for the rest of my life. I just won't have that kind of money. But that's just reality. It is what it is. If that's how this life has to play out, then I'm just sick and tired of feeling so negative about it. I'm tired of having it negatively affect my emotions. And if it wasn't obvious enough, I really, really do not enjoy the structure of this world. I really do not enjoy the structure that we live in at all. I feel like that's pretty obvious. Every single video I make is about that. But I'm tired of the structure of the world occupying my attention. I'm tired of it stealing my attention. I'm just tired of it. Now, ironically, I'm going to have to keep talking about it, so it's going to keep getting my attention. And the reason why I have to keep talking about it is because I basically make money off of it. Now, ideally, the interesting thing is, ideally, I would rather not be like this. I would rather not be tragic reality. I would rather not be the guy that's known for complaining about the way life is and complaining about the system. But the thing is, I'm also just accepting that this is who I am. It is who I am, guys. And there's really nothing I could do about it. Because even in peaceful moments like this, say if I didn't have my camera turned on, I would still be analyzing things. I would still be asking myself, why does it have to be like this? Why does this world have to be like this? Why does life have to be full of suffering? And as I said earlier in the video, I'm completely healthy right now. I don't feel a single bit of pain in my body. I don't feel anything. I feel fine. I could probably just drop to the ground right now and do about 50 push-ups if I wanted to. I'm very healthy right now. But I just can't stop analyzing, all of the things in this world that I just really despise. Like the fact that you even have to suffer at all in this life. And again, that's with me not even suffering right now, but just knowing that this is the way it is brings me down. It brings my mood down. It makes me feel bad. And I'm just tired of it, to be quite frank. So I really would not want to be tragic reality if I could help it. But I can't help it because this is just who I am. And again, let's talk about the entire concept of jobs. Now, it's already bad enough that you have to sell your time to make a living in this world. But the flaw with who I am as a person comes down to the fact that not only do I sell my time while I'm actually on the clock, obviously, but the moment I clock out, it's not even as if I completely just stop thinking about the entire concept of work. I can't do that. There's people that clock out and they just don't think about what they've just been through at all. Well, I guess it depends on the kind of job they work. If they work a job where they don't have to take it home with them, then yeah, they don't have to take it home with them, so they're not going to be thinking about it. The moment they walk through that building, they're going to be thinking, what am I going to eat for dinner? What video game am I going to play? Who am I going to hang out with? But me, the problem with me is that I clock out, I leave the building, and I analyze why we have to live like that. And obviously, I'm not saying that I shouldn't do that. I feel like these are problems that should be addressed. But the problem is that more of my time and more of my attention, on top of just the job I just worked already, more of my attention and more of my time are being taken away from me. And I find that to be very unfortunate, guys. Because for people like us that always question reality, it's like, not only do we have all of these obligations that we have to do, but at the same time, all of the questioning takes away more of our free time. And I mean, I do find a sense of fulfillment, or I do find some value in analyzing why things are the way they are. I'm not saying that there's no value in it. I mean, materially, this actually does have a lot of value because, of course, it does give me money. It does give me a couple $100 a month. Well, maybe a little more than that sometimes, but it depends. So it does have value materially, but I mean, not only in terms of materially, but it also has some value to me. And the thing about being someone that's a thinker is that you start to understand yourself a lot more than had you just gone with the script that you're supposed to, or that you're expected to just follow. And it gives you a sense of agency that you otherwise would not have. Like, the way I am now, I know exactly what I want from life, and I know exactly what I don't want from life. You know how there's people that are in toxic relationships and toxic friendships that they don't enjoy clearly? The thing about me is, well, I'm not saying that I even want to be in a relationship, but hypothetically, let's just say that I were to be in a relationship, or I wanted to be in one. I would not deal with that. I would not stay in a situation that's clearly not enjoyable simply because I want the outcome. You know, I'm not going to be in a toxic relationship just to say I'm in a relationship, guys. I'm not going to be in a friendship that I don't enjoy just to say, look at me, I have a social circle. And that's the exact same thing I'm talking about. When you actually think about life a lot, you have a sense of agency, and you're less likely to tolerate nonsense. You're less likely to tolerate all this garbage that normal people tolerate. And one example I can think of, again, is jobs. The thing is, I know exactly what kind of jobs I would work, and I know exactly what kind of jobs I wouldn't work. The kind of jobs I wouldn't work are typically corporate jobs where you frequently have meetings and quotas. Well, one job I know I definitely wouldn't want to do is sales. That's something that I definitely know I wouldn't want to do. But the thing is, I only realized this kind of stuff when I actually started to think about life. That's the only time I actually realized it. A lot of people, they force themselves to do things that they really don't want to do, or how do I explain this? They force themselves to do things that they feel like they have to do, but deep down in their wiring, they actually don't want to do it. And they do these things because it looks good, because they've been conditioned to want these things, even though they never really ask themselves what they really want. But that's where actually questioning reality actually has some value. But the thing is, I still think that there's a lot of flaws in the way I am. There's just too many flaws. I'm not saying that I don't want to be this way. I don't know. Because I can't really imagine a scenario where I'm just not this way. I just can't imagine that. And it's kind of interesting because if you think about it, someone like me, or heck, if you're someone that's also a thinker, someone like you, you're probably going to be this way for the rest of your life. Now, think about it. I mean, a lot of people actually don't even start to think a lot until they're in their 30s or 40s. I mean, I get people in my comment section telling me, tragic reality, you figured this out very young. You figured this out way too young. You're actually starting to think about life really young. And they tell me that they haven't actually thought about this kind of stuff until they were in their 30s or 40s, which to me is kind of, I mean, I'm not trying to hate on them, but damn, that's kind of crazy. It's just really crazy. But hey, you know, I guess we all have our own timeline. We all have our own ways of progressing, I guess. But it is what it is. But as I said, this is me permanently. This is who I'm going to be from now on. And it's kind of crazy when I actually think about that. I mean, obviously, my perspectives are definitely going to change. I mean, the interesting thing is that when I look back at my videos from like a year ago, some of those videos I just look at and I'm like, I don't know if I would have said that right now. It's hard to give an example because I made so many videos, obviously, but I just look at some of these videos, especially the ones from like 2 years ago when I first started YouTube. I look at those videos and I'm just like, wait, what? Oddly enough, I'm starting to get a sense of nostalgia from my early videos, which is kind of crazy because part of me kind of feels like it was just yesterday when I just started this. And now it's like, it's already been 2 years. I mean, when did I even start? I believe I started in February of 2024. And before I know it, that's going to be 3 years. Damn. And when I look at those super early videos, like the first few videos I ever made, those videos were, I mean, I'm not even sure if I have them public right now, but when I look at those videos, they're very surface level. they're very surface level videos. I mean, heck, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, then just go all the way down. Well, click on my homepage, go to videos, and then click sort by oldest or whatever. And you'll see what I'm talking about. There are some very surface level videos, and I feel like I definitely improved in a lot of aspects. I feel like now I'm just, I mean, not only am I making better points, I should say, but I'm also a lot better of a speaker than I used to be. I used to be a terrible speaker. Actually, I remember in my very first video, I said, verbatim, I said, bear with me guys, I'm not a good speaker. And I really wasn't a good speaker, in my opinion at least. But even back then, people were saying, no, you're actually a pretty good speaker. You're very good at communicating your thoughts very well. And I don't really believe what they were saying, but I feel like I definitely improved in that regard. And it's kind of crazy how something that feels very recent is something that I also have nostalgia for. Like, 2024 really doesn't seem that long ago, to be honest. Nostalgia is definitely a very interesting phenomenon. I've been thinking about the concept of nostalgia a lot. And actually the other day I saw something very interesting, right? So I was taking the bus to go to work, and I saw a guy that was sitting in front of me, and he did something. Well, he was using a piece of technology that I haven't seen in ages. He was playing on a Nintendo DS. Yes, Nintendo DS. Now, if you guys don't know, or if you don't play video games, basically, that's the handheld console, I should say. That's what we all used as kids back then, back in the days. I mean, if you're someone that was born in the early 2010s, then you're probably not going to know what that is. Well, you probably know what that is, but you probably didn't grow up with it. Well, if you're someone that was born in the early 2010s, you probably shouldn't even be on this video, but that's besides the point. But I saw this dude playing on the Nintendo DS, and I'm like, yo, I had to say something. I was like, yo, is that the Nintendo DS? What the heck? And he's like, yeah, this is Nintendo DS Lite. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. And just seeing that guy play on the Nintendo DS, it was an older guy, so he's probably also playing it for nostalgia reasons, but seeing him play on his Nintendo DS, it kind of reminded me of my childhood. It kind of reminded me of the times where I would play on my Nintendo DS. You know, I would play Pokemon, Mario, Sonic, stuff like that. And wow, like this guy actually reminded me of what my childhood used to be. And it's crazy. But so yeah, I got a really strong hit of nostalgia back then. It was just a few days ago. I got a really strong hit of nostalgia. And the interesting thing is, I started to think about the person I used to be. the person I used to be, I was definitely a very big nerd back in the days. Especially as a teenager, I was a huge nerd. I loved video games. I loved movies. I loved mainly anime and video games though. But I was definitely into that kind of stuff. And it's kind of crazy realizing how the me right now is completely different from the me in high school. Like right now, I don't even engage in any of those activities. And it's kind of like, damn, like what happened to me? I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, I should go back to it. I just don't have the desire to go back to it. I definitely can go back to it. But it's just kind of crazy how at one point in life, something that you deem as super important, something that you love in a future stage in your life, it's just going to be irrelevant. And there's just something kind of tragic about that. Seriously. Like when I saw that guy playing on that DS, I just got a wave of a bunch of memories hit my mind all at once. And I just felt kind of sad. Because the same games that this guy was playing too, he was playing Super Mario Bros. And that was the exact same game that I used to play on the DS as well. And I was just like, damn, man, what happened to me? Who am I right now? And right now, the thing about me right now is that I don't exactly have a passion, if that makes sense. I don't have a passion. I have things I do for fun. I like making YouTube videos. I like going on walks. I love nature. I definitely love working out. You know, I love music. But the thing is, I just don't really feel passionate about one particular thing in the way that I used to feel about anime and video games. I remember I used to wake up and the first thing that would be on my mind is anime and video games. I was really into that. And anime in particular, what that did for me is it kind of, how do I explain this? I was a very lonely kid back then, back in middle school, high school. I was very lonely. Didn't really have any friends. So what I would kind of use these anime characters as a replacement for actual socializing. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but that's just the kind of person I was. Like I would watch an anime. One of my favorites back then was One Piece. And it felt like the actual characters, it felt like they were my friends, even though they're fictional characters. I know if you don't watch this kind of stuff, it sounds stupid, but the thing is, it's actually a thing that not only I do, it's actually a thing that people do. You know, when you're watching these shows, or even when you're playing video games, like I remember playing games like Pokemon and Final Fantasy VII especially, and it felt like these characters were my friends. It felt like I was inside of this world. And I mean, obviously right now I don't think like that. Over the course of time, as I got older, I just started to see it as more of just regular entertainment. It was definitely the thing that was keeping me going back then, but again, I definitely fell off of that stuff. And even if I tried to go back and enjoy it in the way that I used to, I don't even think that I'm actually able to do that. I don't think so. I just don't think I can. And trust me, I've tried multiple times. I tried to go back to the person I used to be, but it just doesn't work. The character development was just too much. I can't revert. That wouldn't even be character development if I did that. It would be character regression, if that makes sense. But, I don't know. It's kind of interesting to think about what kind of person I'm going to be in the future. And I remember I had people commenting things like, tragic reality, you're going to be completely different in the future. And again, I definitely agree with that. I mean, I don't think I will be completely different. I think that I will just evolve the ideas that I already have. But the thing is, I mean, again, already just from looking at my videos from 2 years ago, I already feel like there has been a big difference. There has been. So it's like, wondering what I'm going to be at 30 years old, I don't know. I have no idea what to predict. I mean, the thing is, I may not even think the same things. I may not even have the exact same worldview. I mean, the interesting thing is that some people say, oh, you're going to change your mind. They say it in a way that's like, they think that I'm going to end up being blue-pilled, but trust me, that's not the case. That will never be the case. Now, obviously, I can admit that I'm going to be changing a lot during the course of my life, but I will never be blue pilled. I will never think that life is a gift. I just never will think that way. Like, trust me, these are things that I will never ever think. And I know it sounds like I am making a conclusive statement about my future. I mean, the thing is, technically it's possible, but the likelihood of that being a thing, the likelihood of that being a reality, extremely unlikely. I mean, heck, if the idea of life being a gift ever comes to my mind, if I ever even slightly agree with that, all I have to do is just think about the structure of this world. That's really it. All I have to do is just think about the structure of the system. All I have to do is think about all of the hardships I've been through, all of the suffering I've been through. And not only all of the suffering I've been through, but all of the suffering that human life is even capable of going through. And that'll shut that idea down very quick. So if you're telling me, oh, you're going to change, if you're telling me that because you think I'm going to eventually become blue-pilled, that's not how it works. And believe me, I won't be that guy. But I feel like I kind of rambled a lot in this video. If you enjoyed the video, you already know what to do. Have you guys ever had crazy coincidences happen in your life? Like things that you basically would have never guessed would have happened. And like, let's just say you woke up one day and it was just a regular day, right? And you were going to work, going to school, or doing whatever your day typically contains, right? But something randomly happens, and the way that it happens is by sheer coincidence. And everything just happens to be lined up perfectly for this event to happen. And this random event that just coincidentally happened to occur,
I'm a cursed little fuck! A miserable little fuck! And I just want to die. I'm a wretched little fuck! A hopeless little fuck! And I just want to die. Whoa, whoa, my boy. You gotta change your perspective. But it's a land of misery. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is it a land of misery? Or is it a land of mystery? Go on now. Give it a try. Land of misery or a land of mystery? Okay. I'll try it out. I will try it out. Life is great! Yeah! Life is good! Everything is going just the way it should. Oh yeah, life is great! Yeah! Life is good! Everything is going just the way it should. I'm a big strong man with a big strong plan to change this life that's full of strife. But you see, there's a knife in my back. That's the awareness that you lack. Bleeding, 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 bleeding everywhere. Bleeding, 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 bleeding everywhere. Whoa, 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 my boy. That's not mystery. That's misery.
I have a question. First of all, how old are you?
17.
So, what do you claim to know about the world that the rest of of the world hasn't experienced already with the future generations. The generations older than us, I am 21. You haven't even entered university, you haven't finished A-levels, you have no education.
Wait, one second. Fred, how old are you?
35.
Okay, do you agree with me on deportations?
No, this is.
Okay, there you are.
But I'm talking to you, not to him.
But the point is that if you say that my views are fundamentally incompatible with the experience that I would receive when I'm older, that proves
I'm
that
not
if an
saying
older
that.
guy believes in what I believe...
Let the woman speak. Stop talking over her.
You go, girl!
Do you like freaks? Do you like freaks? Question for my audience. Do you like freaks? Do you like freaks? Do you like freaks? Do you like creepy creatures? Do you like creepy creatures? Multiple nose rings. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. Multiple nose rings. Just another demon. And most people won't say a word in this realm.
What do you have to offer to this fucking world?
You go, girl! In what I believe.
Let the woman speak. Stop talking.
In what I believe.
Let the woman speak. Stop talking over her.
In what I believe.
Let the woman speak. Stop talking over her.
In what I believe.
Let the woman speak. Stop talking over her.
You go, girl!
What do you have to offer to this fucking world other than your bigoted, righteous opinions that don't...
Guys, who likes my bigoted opinions? Put your hand.
Let the women speak. Let them vote. Let them run society and see where it's going. Where are they taking us? Where are the women leading us? Where are these fine creatures leading us? My goodness. Where are they leading you? Where are they leading you?
You say that the man is the leader of the house and is responsible for the children coming into migration and
The leader of the world. Men are the leaders of the world, especially straight white men. European men are the best leaders of the world, the best thinkers, the best problem solvers, the best inventors, the best artists, the best musicians, the best poets, the best writers, the best engineers, the best of the best. Straight white men, which of course is what she hates, this thing, this beastie. She hates straight white men. And she's got darkies around her supporting her, of course, applauding her.
that's not right.
Okay, what is right?
Equality. And that is something that this world is fundamentally lacking and fundamentally missing.
You know what, I'm going to troll them more. In the words of Jonathan Bowden, discrimination is a moral good and a moral law. The problem is that we do not have equality of outcome in this country. That is a bad idea. The fact is that if the left and what they do with their Marxist...
We don't have enough discrimination. We don't have nearly enough discrimination. Discrimination is a moral good. We should be more discriminating, not less.
understanding of humanity. They believe in equality of outcome. They believe that everyone deserves the same outcome if it comes to citizenship, if it comes to employment, and that's the problem with this country.
Oh, so you're a Tory?
No.
Huh, cute. Don't care. Get a fucking grip on life.
Country.
Oh, so you're a Tory?
No. Country.
Oh, so you're a Tory?
She goes full on demon. Look at this. Demonic. It's so obvious. She's demonic. And this young man is actually trying to understand the world and understand morality. And he's doing a good job. I applaud him for what he's doing. At his age, he's very advanced. And he's not taken in by this shit. This demonic shit. This demonic shit.
No.
Huh, cute. Don't care. Get a fucking grip on life. Actually learn what the
I
real
have a
world
firm
is
grip
like.
on my mic and on my life.
Great response. He has a firm grip. I like that. I like this guy. The more that I watch this guy's channel, I think he's on track, except for the God stuff, the religious stuff, of course. But in terms of helping society, I hope that he changes his view on the God stuff. But look at this creature, this demonic creature. Eyes go in different directions, absolutely. Look at this. Look at this. Jesus Christ. How would you want to live with this thing, this beast, this witch, this demonic thing? Fuck.
No life has you by the balls and you're just falling fucking foul of everything.
I'm 17, I'm doing this, I'm engaged, I have a very happy family life, I'm loved by a lot of people, I'm financially secure. That has made me at the top 1%. The fact that I'm privileged at my age to speak to people like you who disagree with me on the political aisle, to speak to university students, to be invited at universities to speak to people who are significantly older than me, and that is a privileged, God-given position that I'm very thankful for.
You are not the 1%. The 1% is the billions, the billionaires, the trillionaires, the people who could give a fraction of their fortune to make this world a better place and don't.
They do. They give a significant portion of their wealth.
And
Look, I agree, we should probably have more of a wealth distribution amongst the richest communities, amongst the poorest communities. But, you know, not to say I'm a Thatcherite or anything, but the sort of weak the ideology of the left is to tax people so everyone's poor.
So why is everything about left versus right? That's not how the world works. The world is not black and white. There is a grey.
I agree with you.
But why are you making it about left versus right?
Because I'm speaking to you. If you were truly evil, instead of security guards protecting me from people who want to attack me, I'd be attacking you because you're evil. But I don't, because I believe that you're an image. You possess the image of God. That you may have a.
Look at the fake shock here. Like she's almost exactly. Sorry for stumbling over that. She's almost exactly like Trexty. Look at this. The mouth open. The how dare you? Greta Thunberg. Some call her Thunberg, but it's Thunberg. Greta Thunberg. How dare you? Look at the mouth wide open. The eyes going every which direction. I like when he called her evil. I like that. I like that. This guy is I don't know how to put it. He's kind of impressive. He's kind of growing on me though. She is an evil creature. And he's right about that. He has her read. And I like that. I like seeing when beings in this fucked up hell realm can actually see. Because it's so rare to witness someone that could see anything. Anything. Now, I'm not saying that I agree with them on everything. Obviously, I don't. I don't agree with them on the God stuff. The religion. I don't. Religiously, he's extremely different from me. But in terms of him spotting this thing as evil, I agree 100%. It's evil. And he's spotting it and mentioning it. He has the guts to mention it, which a lot of people never do in this realm. They'll be around evil and they'll just be as quiet as a church mouse pissing on cotton at 2 a.m. just as quiet can be. They'll never call out evil. They'll pretend that they're in a realm with no evil. They'll just pretend. And he called her evil. Good. Good. We need to do more of this. We need to do more of this. Take one more screenshot of her. We need to do more of this.
Of God, that you may have a faulty...
Sorry, no.
But I don't, because I believe that you're an image, you possess the image of God, that you may have a faulty...
Sorry, no, stop. I'm interrupting him this time. He's interrupted me more than enough. Go on. He's interrupted me more than enough. I'm interrupting him this time.
You don't have to declare it, you can just do it.
Well, I had to declare it because he took the mic away from me, so that's on you and your people. But you just started saying that you started to tell me that I'm immature.
Yes.
And you're here preaching this bullshit with no real world knowledge.
Well, you haven't really tested me on my world knowledge. I could come out... fuck it, right.
You could come out, you're gay? Oh
No.
my God, well done!
No. So technically, in my 17 years...
I don't...
The leftists love to use gay as an insult. Meanwhile, they say don't insult gay people. Yet they always do this. It's really creepy and hypocritical and dishonest of them. It's real creepy. All the leftists do this. They use gay as an insult. Meanwhile, they say that they're for gay people. They're all over the map. They're mental. They're deranged demons. That's what they really are. Worse than mental. Mental in some cases is not the person's fault. They're demons. They're demonic.
Give a shit.
So you don't care?
Look at this. She's demonic, piece of shit. She's demonic. Look at this thing. Demonic and rotten to the fucking core. That's a demon. That's a demon. That's a demon. That's a demon.
No. So technically, in my 17 years...
I don't give a shit.
So you don't care about my world experience. Bye-bye. This man has a question with the lovely sunglasses. You just have to... How you doing, my friend?
Hi, I'm good, yeah. The person before, that girl spoke about the actions of the children compared to their parents.
Yeah.
I think your answer was pretty emblematic of how misaligned your view is in terms of the real problems in the country. Because you said you'd rather put someone into a broken care system.
No, that's not what I said. I said I'd rather deport children with their families than put them into a broken care system.
So he was making the argument that they should be able to stay, and you acknowledged that it's a broken care system.
Yeah.
Yeah. So broken care system, broken social services, a lack of funding to public services, these are the key problems that actually affect everyone's here lives, rather than anything to do with these immigrants and asylum seekers that you claim are causing all of these problems.
I don't say they cause all problems. That'd be pretty sloppy of me to suggest that they are causing every single problem in the world. They're not the Great Plague. There's just one aspect of the problem of this country. It is the legacy of Tony Blair, a ripped constitution, our freedom's been taken away from us, austerity measures introduced by the Tories, and a mass migration system which has been continued by the Liberal project from both the Conservative Party and Labour. Those are the pressing issues of this country. I pushed on migration because that is the third...
So this weird-faced guy on the right-hand side of the screen with this... excuse me, pardon me, with the dark sunglasses. I don't know why I'm coughing, but clearing my throat. Look at this thing. Weird shaped face, lefty. It kind of has a neck beard and he can't grow a real proper beard. This is just, he's gross. He's got like a beard of maybe a trans or something. It's creepy. He's creepy. He's a creepy creature. And of course, he's a lefty. He's a leftist. Of course. He's for the invaders, of course. I'm just tired of these fucking psychos.
Largest issue polled amongst the electorate when it comes to voting intention. I believe that if 18 to 24-year-olds disproportionately vote...
What's that shirt in the background? Shattered Realm? Is that what it says?
Party, which have said...
Hell Realm. Shattered Realm.
On record they want to move towards an open border policy. I should talk about the issue that will affect young people the most, which is demographic replacement.
That is not the issue that will affect young people the most, though. But you're saying that this is only one issue of many, but let's have a look at your banner here. You've got "We need to deport millions."
I've got 5 different banners, by the way.
Okay, but Your platform, your entire platform, is based on demonizing immigrants and asylum seekers. That's
No, it's
what
not.
it's based on.
Have you even what's my name?
Yeah, I know what your name is. I follow you on Twitter.
Oh, really?
I don't follow you. I see
It's a
you.
young Bob fan.
No, but the point is, you're saying this is only just one thing, but 90% of what you talk about is all about this one issue. You complain about
I get flack for talking about abortion by right-wingers.
Yeah, which
I get
is
flack
also
for talking
wrong.
about Christianity by right-wingers. I get flack from Muslims for talking about like God's first. I am probably the most diverse right-wing pundit when it comes to ideas that I talk about.
Okay, but you're not actually engaging with anything I'm saying.
Yeah, no, because you're saying a nothing burger. You're just saying, oh my goodness, guys, he demonizes migrants. Even if I did that, do you want to discuss about how I do it?
I mean, yeah, it's pretty obvious, yeah.
What a weirdo. What a weirdo that thing is on the screen. What a weirdo that thing is on the screen. Let's go over here. Let's see what the darkies are doing. Let's see how much... Lily has a video called They Are a Menace to Society.
We could break up in reverse. Every night would get better.
What is she using on her foot? Look at all the... Look at this with their bare foot. Oh, what is she doing? Look at this. Is that all her skin on the floor of the subway? Look at... Oh, look at this. Oh, look at... Oh, yuck. Oh, look at this Tigger. Oh.
Oh, how lovely. Just what you want to see on your transit to work. Doesn't that make you feel...
I wish we could break up in reverse. Every night would get better.
Oh, how lovely. Just what you want to see on your transit to work. Doesn't that make you feel good? I hope that just fills your veins with joy when you know on your transit to work that your taxpayer money is paying so that vagrants can ride on those same free buses or transits or subways or whatever that is and shave their feet. Shave their feet. Well, they've also got their hair done. Hair done as well.
Shave their feet. Oh, gross. Fuck. Ah.
That's also happened. So yeah, let's take a look at what's going on in the community and maybe why people are just kind of over it, you know? And like every time I'm like, I swear I'm gonna stop talking about this subject, okay? We get it. We get it, all right? We get it. But then yet another video. It's like dominates the feed because while we might be over it, they're long from being done with this sort of behavior. All right. So here's a woman who was arrested. Appears to be a Walmart, most likely. Although it could be a Costco. I was paying like a premium for my Costco membership and I canceled it because I went there and I was like, okay. I thought this was like the golf course, the exclusive club of the grocery store shopping experience. All right, that's why I'm paying. That's why I had the premium, the gold member, whatever it is. And I show up and it's nothing but hoodlums. And it looks just like a Food Line. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna save the money because I don't even buy a bunch there. It was just mainly for the exclusivity of it. Right, that's a word that's slowly but surely losing its meaning. There will be no exclusivity, okay? In fact, the golf courses even are being invaded as well. Thanks to a certain golfer who has a very bad reputation. But anyway, this appears to be at a grocery store, probably a Walmart. Yeah, this is a Walmart. And this woman was caught with lots of merchandise, and she's denying it. And then she threatens to sue as well. Where she will get the motivation to go through that long and lengthy process, I don't know where. But she clearly had some motivation because she was planning on stealing, and she is holding tight to her alibi.
I got you. He's talking about his using games. He's trying to bring me back to Walmart so I can run the cameras back when he's supposed to run the cameras back before he...
Wow, that's a very interesting choice of shoe she's wearing, and outfit. It's extremely flattering outfit. You know, they say dress for your body type. If you were a particularly busty person, there's a way to dress if you have that pear shape where you like gain weight around here and then your legs are really skinny. There's a certain way of dressing. And this woman has really nailed the art of dressing for her body type, as well as the shoes. Just the cherry on top.
Wait, so was you stealing? No!
How?
How? He's lying. That's what he thinks. Wait, mentally. where your stuff at? They took it. To Marnika Dixon because I'm gonna sue them.
Bro.
You arrested me.
Good on her, Queen. Go off, Queen. Tell them pigs what you think about them. Tell them pigs what you think about them. You show them, you will sue them, and you will win because you were innocent. I like how, by the way, the woman filming this video, even she knows that she's guilty. Like, takes one to know one, you know? She definitely knows she's guilty. Every bit about her it screams like annoyed that she was caught rather than indignant that she is being suspected of something she didn't do. Like, when I go into a store, thanks to case in point, thanks to Exhibit A, now everybody gets looked at suspiciously, you know? Like, you go to self-checkout and the self-checkout person comes around, despite the fact that I am decked to the nines and look fantastic. Because the theft is so out of control, now they have to look at everyone for the fear of, you know, seeming like they're just pointing out certain people, right? So it's ruined the shopping experience for everyone. But anyway, if I get accosted, I'm indignant. I'm extremely indignant. And you can tell that I'm indignant. This woman, on the other hand, she's just perturbed that she's been caught, okay? And I really don't get, just throw in the towel, okay? You're caught. It's obvious. We live in a surveillance state. One thing you can't get away with is getting away with a crime. And by the way, little caveat on that, I actually wouldn't mind living in a society where people get away with crime because that would mean we don't live in a surveillance state. I've always said I'd rather more people get away with crimes and less of the populace be totally surveilled, because it seems like the surveillance isn't helping anyway. It's just making sure that we are living in a state of fear, where these people, they might be caught on camera a dozen times, but it's not going to affect their life in any way. Okay, here's another example. This woman is having a meltdown in a restaurant. Doesn't seem like a fast food restaurant, although it probably is. And this is what these poor people, I feel so bad for fast food restaurant workers. Good Lord, you know, what a thing you must have to deal with. You must have to deal with this all the time, and no one respects you. You know, like I don't even like to go to fast food restaurants because I feel bad. Like, I'm the type of person, I feel guilty that I'm sitting in my car ordering like a tea or something, and this poor person is having to serve me. I feel bad. It makes me feel bad because I'm like, we've all been there. Okay, I get it. And the things that they have to deal with is unbelievable. Like this.
I work when y'all snapping up in here. Been in here way too long. I'm gonna refund that. I don't give a
No.
Give me my money then. Yeah, that's the best thing to it. Give me my money. I just had a problem with it.
So she's obviously had to wait for her order, which is something that we all have to do. Like, you would think the more advanced a society gets, the more convenient things would get, but it seems like the more advanced everything gets, the less convenient everything is, right? The woman who is angry at the delay also has failed to take a mental note, a little purview, of the people working at the grill counter. Now, I would think if anyone would be accustomed to the slow movements of certain people, the lack of motivation with certain people, she, of all people, being one of them, would maybe put two and two together that the manager is one of us, and she's trying to resolve the problem. However, the staff, for the majority of the time, are usual suspects. So possibly that has something to do with the wait. Or it's simply innocent. Or it's simply backed up. The line is backed up. There's a lot of orders. They're all trying to get to it. But this woman is so entitled and selfish that she doesn't care. Because she had to wait 5 minutes like everyone else had to do. She's going to throw a ruckus and throw a fit. And she is rewarded, by the way, by getting a refund on her food.
Other than with y'all managers. Y'all worse than hills, bro. Hurry up and give me my so I can get up out here. What was the name on your order? I ain't help. They ain't asked me for no name. You just threw the receipt in the garbage, get it out and refund me. Got me up. Yeah, y'all do.
By the way, capitulating to this behavior is like the Pavlov's dog. Like, if you train these and condition these people that if you scream and throw a fit like a child, that you will be rewarded by people bending over backwards for you by giving you a refund, that's only going to expound the problem. That's only going to make the problem worse.
What was on that order, Shirley? You threw the receipt in the garbage, make her ass dig it out. And I have small
You ain't
size
getting
red
nothing to eat.
beans and rice.
You ain't gonna get none, you next.
A big box?
3 things, like 4 or 5.
Then don't want to give you your food and beating you mad because they up. And they managers acting like this. The customers is always right. I'll break that fast food plenty of years.
The customer is not always right, actually. You're certainly not right. I love the way that they're just so smug about it, too. Like the one girl sitting there sipping her drink. They're not worried about a thing.
Y'all are managers acting like this. The one in the back and you too. Ready to refund me because y'all got my wrong long as I've been sitting here. Yes, I'm going to call and complain every day. Yeah, we got a disconnect. Y'all wouldn't believe the black manager that I was in here snapping on the other day. She was in here talking to their ass like a dog, calling her employees broke ass. I recorded it too. I wish I had my other phone. Worse than McDonald's. Give me my now. I ain't even pay with cash. I paid on the card. Yes, but I had to read.
Don't you love how she's lecturing, by the way, the entire room on bad behavior? Ma'am, I really don't think you're the ambassador for good behavior. I think maybe this is a little bit of like the pot cat calling the kettle black.
It better be down to the cent too. It's actually over. It better be. Thank you. And I'll take this chicken too. Let's go. What's wrong with y'all in this establishment? How are you today?
And took the fork. Let me do that.
The absolute state of our country. It's like, why, you know, and I tell you what, this makes you blackpill and it makes you be like, why do I even try then? You know? Like, it seems like we're the only ones that try. And why? At this point, it's like, well, just dive in the slop with the rest of the pigs. Because this is how everyone in society's behaving now, at least the worst of the worst, and they seem to be setting the tempo. But we, like we always do, we will behave, we will persist, and I just hope that it'll pay off at some point, you know? It's so maddening because this is such an easily solvable problem. With one person in there who doesn't care, one person could clean house. No problem. In a week, this problem would be over. But they don't want the problem to be over. They want the problem to continue, okay? Because they want to ultimately destroy us. And they're doing might I say, caps off to you, doing a superb job as well.
I don't know why she gives them credit. I don't know why she does that, but a lot of times she'll just shit on her own message at the end and give them credit. It's not a good way to end the video. Crediting them with doing a superb job, not great. It's actually demotivizing. Not a great ending, Lily, but that's what she does quite often. She shits on her own message and gives them credit for doing a superb job, the ones destroying. It's not a great end.
So I've been having these thoughts where it's kind of crazy how money, or should I also say digital numbers, how these digits on a screen, they can matter so much in this world, and so much to the point where it can define your worth and, you know, your only valuable asset if you earn enough digital numbers, earn enough digits on a screen, and how something so artificial as those digits can determine your value and your place in society, and not only that, but how you feel.
All they talk about is money. This one, work and money, not wanting to work and money. Every video. And people can't see the pattern on their channels, these shit channels. Absolute shit channel. Hashtag money, hashtag self-awareness, hashtag mental health. People watch garbage. They watch this shit.
Feel about yourself. And this is something that I've been thinking about and feeling for the past couple of days, where sometimes I get to a point where even if I struggle to even treat myself with something or buying something for myself, and kind of thinking, like, do I deserve this? I feel like I don't deserve this because the amount that I make is not high enough or something. And it's crazy how if the amount is suddenly higher, you know, and I've experienced having a good paying job, so I know what that's like, and I remember that feeling when you're making a stable income and a steady paycheck all the time. You kind of just feel like you can, you know, this $100 item can just be, oh, it's just $100, it's fine, you know. And now I kind of feel like, oh, if I spend something that is $100, I just kind of feel like, do I deserve this? Am I supposed to be doing this? And then also that feeling of that I'm not contributing to society because of a number. And here's the interesting part. I think it's crazy how if I were to be doing the exact same thing that I'm doing right now, the same lifestyle, the same methods, and suddenly the number is just higher, you know, it's more stable and more financially sufficient and everything. If that were the case and I'm doing the exact same thing, the exact same type of lifestyle, then suddenly, like, I'm just going to feel more at ease, more comfortable within myself. And it's crazy how just because that number is lower, then we start reflecting on, you know, our worth and our place in this world. Do I deserve to be doing something or treating myself with something? Like, take this as an example. On paper, you can just have all these numbers: $500, $100, $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, whatever. You know, on paper, these are just numbers. But then psychologically, you know, a number can make you have all these thoughts of, I'm falling behind, I'm not doing enough, I have to work harder, I'm a failure, I can't afford this, I'm successful, I'm a loser, and it activates all these thoughts. And the fact that these numbers determine how you view yourself, how you view your place in this world and your worth. And it's just, that is the essence of this video, where you're essentially taking something artificial as, you know, digits on a screen, and how we've attached so much meaning to something so artificial like digital numbers. And it makes it even worse how, you know, we've gone from paper, you know, green pieces of paper, to digital numbers. And it makes it even worse in a way where, yes, it is easier to pay for things now because it's digital, and, you know, we don't have to carry cash all the time. But it also makes it seem like, oh, it's just like, it's this thing, this digital thing, this thing on a screen. And it makes it feel like even more absurd in a way. Like, now it's essentially just seeing a number on a bank account, on a paycheck or anything, and then that whole thing becomes like a financial existential crisis just because of a number. And it's interesting how we can be so aware of all this, and we can be aware of how artificial it is and how fake it is and how it's not tangible anymore, how crazy it is, how everything comes down to digits on a screen. We can be aware of it in that way, and then still feel it emotionally, and still feel bad about ourselves despite being aware of it. And that's been my position. You know, I've been making all these videos and having all these thoughts and reflections about money and about society and how the system, how everything functions. And yeah, we can easily reject those ideas, but the reality is that, you know, we still need money. You know, I can have all these thoughts and the system's not going to change tomorrow. And that's why we still feel it emotionally. We can still feel bad about ourselves and think about our worth, whether we deserve to buy something or not. And and it's just crazy how it all comes down to, you know, digits. And like how many digits you have on a screen, whether you earn like a number that has 4 numbers, or whether you have a paycheck that has 5 numbers, or whatever. I mean, the more numbers you have in what you earn, that's going to change how you feel psychologically. And I think this video is mainly about how crazy it is, how when you add more digits, that's when you can psychologically feel so different all of a sudden. Whereas if you have less digits, that's when you can feel like you're worthless, you're useless. And I think that's kind of crazy to think about. And I think I said something like this in a previous video, but I just want to bring it up again because it's almost related to the same topic, where if you take any, like, you know, socially acceptable career, whether it's doctor, lawyer, engineer, teacher, and you're making like, you know, good money, and automatically it's like, oh yeah, you have a great career, you have a good pay, and people will already assume that you're making good money because of how socially acceptable, successful, and how it's viewed as successful in society, those careers are. And if you were to take something more creative, like photography, music, or doing YouTube.
Girls girl culture is getting out of hand. Like, I'm realizing you cannot actually be a girl's girl unless you're 100% okay with just being wrong all the time. Like, it's insane. Women will talk to other women like they owe them this, like, allegiance just because they're both women. And they'll say the most out-of-pocket thing. They're like, yes, girl, I just got an abortion and slept with 24 people and did my first dance at the strip club. And you're supposed to go, yes, girl, slay. Wow, that's so empowering. Like, being a girl's girl just means you can't have any critical thought, or like, you have to support the worst decisions in the world. You can't be like, whoa, girl, that is like super not good for you. Are you okay? Like, what is going on? Like, do you need something? Do you need help? Like, that is not normal. That's not good. No, you have to go, oh my gosh, girly pop, that's so boss, babe. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, a woman could commit freaking genocide. And if you want to be a girl's girl, you have to be like, yes, queen, slay those people. Yes. Like, I don't think I can be a girl's girl. I just can't be. I can't be one.
Watching a woman blow the whistle on girls girl culture shows you just how aggressive female social policing really is. When a woman admits that supporting her peers requires complete ideological compliance, she's pulling back the curtain on modern social validation. In these peer groups, enforcing group solidarity takes priority over truth, logic, or basic self-preservation. Calling out destructive behaviour gets you branded a traitor, so everyone stays falling in line to echo complete absurdity just to avoid social exile. Understanding this mob mentality helps you realise why relying on popular female consensus for dating advice or moral clarity will leave you completely lost every single time.
I don't fall for that shit anymore.
One of the worst consequences of the feminist movement is that it has made women very cruel towards children. And the way this is happening is because feminists have repeatedly told women that having children, being married, being stuck in a nuclear family situation is the most oppressive thing imaginable. And that actually we should start only caring about our own happiness, caring about what makes us feel good, and that any kind of decision we make is ultimately empowering because it is a decision that we made. And so not only does this movement ultimately just coddle women and tell them like, hey, you just do you, do what makes you happy, while absolutely not applying that standard to men, but it has made women just worse women and worse people because they're just really relying on selfishness and hedonism. But I can see this in the way that I talk to women just about what their highest good, what their duty is towards society. They have a real knee-jerk reaction to that, to any sense of duty. So you can really see like where their moral foundation is coming from, which is just me, 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 me. But even when I hear mothers talk about the way they're raising their children, you hear a lot of like, what's best for the mother? And I didn't want to breastfeed because it wasn't good for me, for the mother. And it's like, when did parenthood become about what's best for us, for the grown-ups? And so this is not good for women. This does not make women feel good about themselves ultimately. And I think that's why I get a lot of anger in the comments and a lot of angry women coming at me, because I think ultimately they're probably living in some sort of dissonance, that they're fighting their biological instincts to kind of go more towards this lower order good of feeling good, and it ultimately just goes against their nature.
Watching a commentary on how modern ideology has swapped out traditional duty for pure self-gratification cuts right to the heart. When our modern culture teaches that self-fulfillment comes before basic duty, the biggest casualties are always the children. Framing parental sacrifice as an oppressive burden directly flips the natural order on its head. It replaces the protective, child-first dynamic with pure adult self-interest. Recognizing how this me-first shift undermines the stability kids actually need helps you spot who understands true responsibility versus who views raising a family as just another lifestyle accessory. Children are important in our society. They're literally the next generation. If we don't nurture them, what kind of world are we creating for them?
That is fucked up.
Dear man, this is a message of apology from the wounded feminine to you. Yes, I admit it. I did everything I could to seduce you, not only because I desired you, but because I wanted to have power over you, power to manipulate you, to get my needs met. My need for validation, for attention, for love. Because I did not know how to give those things to myself. Yes, I used you to fill the emptiness inside me. And no matter how much you gave me, it was never enough. I'm sorry for the ways I diminished you, for making you feel small, for trying to emasculate you, for seeing your power as a threat instead of honoring it. I'm sorry for all the ways I hurt you, for pushing you to your limits until you became angry or aggressive so that I could prove to myself. You see, men are toxic. Yes, I projected my father wound onto you. I tried to find in you the love I never received from him. And I carried the pain of the women before me, of my mother, grandmother, grandmother, trying to avenge what they suffered at the hand of the wounded masculine. But today, I see it. I see the part I played in this war between the feminine and the masculine. Because healing does not happen by blaming, but by taking responsibility. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I thank you, and I love you.
On one hand, we should give credit where it's due. She's laying out the exact playbook, openly admitting how women manipulate, seek validation, and emasculate men to fill an internal void. That raw recognition of toxic behavioural patterns is rare and important. But at the same time, framing her past emotional manipulation as a generational crusade or a spiritual healing journey, it's a clever psychological tactic to soften the impact of bad behaviour. Dressing up basic mistreatment in philosophical buzzwords turns real-world actions into an abstract tragedy where no one really bears individual blame. At some point, we have to stop blaming the past for our behaviours and become aware of our behaviours.
Your grandmothers were not abused in the past. They were treated very well. They were privileged in white countries. They had it easier than men. Overall, they had it easier than men. Women and children first. They were put first, including on sinking ships and fires. They were at home cooking dinner for the kids as men died in trenches in wars. You were privileged, and you still are today. You females are privileged. Whether you see it or not, I don't think you can see as much as men. I don't think women are as honest or intelligent overall as men. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't think you are. I think you're more childlike and feelings-based. I don't think you're as intelligent as men, as logical and as honest. I don't think so. Overall.
In this moment, so we can do something productive to change it in the future. Saying sorry is never
If that hurts your coochie chakra, it's too bad. Saying sorry is not enough, I agree. You've done tremendous harm to society. It's not just about hurting the feelings of men. You've done tremendous evil. And I don't think you're going to get out of it so easily. You're starting to see that you've done damage to society. And you're hoping that men will protect you against the invaders that you've invited in. You're afraid. It's out of fear.
And become aware of our behaviours in this moment, so we can do something productive to change it in the future. Saying sorry is never enough, but acting differently is how you truly apologize.
No question about that. Real men of genius.
Will she act differently? I don't know her, but I would, if I had to bet, I'd say probably not. Probably not. Very few people, very few beings in this realm change for the better. Usually they change for the worse. Very few change for the better.
I'm 30 and I'm single and I'm homeless and I'm broke and I've been at rock bottom for 3 years and I'm not.
Praise God, brother. You've been homeless at rock bottom for 3 years? Praise God. You just have to follow God more. Give it over to God. Just follow God. That'll help you.
Okay, but the reason why I'm not okay is because despite the fact that this has been the worst thing that I've ever experienced.
Praise God. Praise God.
In my life, not close. I can't help but admit that I have loved every minute of it. And both of those two things are legitimately true. It's been very difficult now for me to even let go of this hardship, this era of homelessness, because it has been so bad, so hellacious, so miserable, but at the same time it's somehow
so hellacious, so miserable. Here comes the justifications. He'll say he needed to suffer to learn. And this is how beaten down humans are. You'll praise God. Go ahead. Praise him for eternity as you keep getting recycled here. Most of you don't want to learn. You don't want to face what this realm is. Suffer more. It's what you humans are good at. And then pretend it's just learning. It's a learning school.
How also true that I've loved every minute of it. And what I mean is that for
he's a retard. He's a retard. And a lot of you humans are. You're just retarded. You basically live in a dungeon and you say, whip me more, hurt me more. I'm learning. If you deprive me more and torture me more, you're Stockholm Syndrome slaves. You're retarded. Most of humanity, you're just a bunch of retards.
For example, 2 years ago, I was living in a Cracker Barrel parking lot. 2 years ago, I was living in a Cracker Barrel parking lot in my vehicle, and I was driving away from the house of the girl who I was dating at the time. She was my girlfriend. I was driving away from her house, and I was crying. I was crying.
Boo hoo hoo, you were crying. You had to say it a couple times. I was crying. I was crying. Okay. Okay, toughen up, cupcake.
And the reason why I was crying is because of this contradiction that I'm referring to right now, which is that I wanted nothing more than for that era of my life to end. I wanted nothing more than to not be living in my vehicle anymore. But at the same time, I somehow wanted it to last forever. They were both true.
Yeah, maybe you're mental. Maybe that's the problem. You might be mental. I'm going to shift gears to this channel. If there's no hell, why do some have, quote, hellish near-death experiences? This guy... I don't want to burst out into a laugh attack. Sometimes it's just, it hits me how fucking retarded people are. You're in hell right now, dummy. You're clueless. You don't know where you are. You have a little spinning globe behind you over your shoulder on the top shelf of the bookshelf beside the plant. And it looks like you have a Buddha on the other side. Oh, man.
So a question I get asked often is, what about the near-death experiences that have to do with hell? The hellish, the negative near-death experiences. What about those? Because I've taught a lot on how there is no hell. There is no place in the afterlife of eternal punishment.
There is no hell except you're in hell. You're in a hell realm now. You're so oblivious. You don't even see where you are. You're trying to teach people about things. You don't even know where the fuck you are right now. Oh, oh, fuck. I don't even know if I should cover this stuff anymore. It's like talking to a realm of retards. You're completely oblivious, and this is the level beings are at.
Like we find in some of the different traditions today, especially in mainstream Christianity, this notion of a dualistic afterlife where you live for however long.
This notion of a dualistic afterlife, where it's hell or it's heaven. You ever consider that maybe it's a little bit more complex than that? You might be in a fucking hell realm already. You might be duped before you die. You're duped already before you die. You're already fucking duped. Mr. Dull Eyes. Mr. Dead Eyes. Of course he has the dull eyes. Why wouldn't he?
Long, and then you face some kind of judgment, and then you've got two options. You're either sent to hell or you're granted access.
He has a touch of Jimmy Stewart in him, a little touch of Jimmy Stewart. That actor from It's a Wonderful Life. A little touch of Jimmy Stewart. Not a lot, but just a little touch of Jimmy Stewart. That's my first attempt at an impression of Jimmy Stewart. Anyway, this is just a realm of retards. I can't help most of you. You're fucked up. You won't look at where you are. So how do you expect to know where you're going or how to understand reality, life, death, the afterlife? You're clueless about where you are here and now. You're fucking clueless. Most of you walking the earth are like this guy.
Access into heaven, and both places are eternal, and both places are, in essence, inescapable. And so I've taught a lot about this. I've made videos on this. And so if you're interested in learning more about it, I'll put some of the links to those videos in the description below.
Your voice is cracking Peter Brady style. Good for you.
Like I said, today I'm addressing the question about near-death experiences and what I think is actually going on when people claim to have these kinds of experiences. And so one of the things that I started doing when I was still a Christian, when I was a Christian fundamentalist, was I started to become really intrigued with the afterlife.
When you were a cult follower, you still seem like a cult follower. It's okay. Most of you humans are. You don't think for yourselves. You just follow. That's what you're good at. You're good at blank stares like this, creepy eyes. No, he doesn't have black eyes, but he has the deadness. The deadness. I don't expect everyone to even understand what I just said in this realm. Because for most of you, everything's normal. Everything fucked up and weird for most people, you call it normal. You're walking dead. You're walking blind.
And with these different near-death experiences. Now, when I first started looking into this stuff, I was mainly looking at the stories that Christians were telling from their near-death experiences, and this was solidifying my own beliefs about the afterlife. It was giving me assurance and confidence and hope, and so that's why I would listen to them. But then I started to hear about these other stories, these other
confirmation bias. That's what you're looking for. You were looking for a confirmation bias, and you have the classic snake eyes right here.
Death experiences from people who weren't Christian, or maybe they were Christian, but then after the experience, they had a change in belief on religion and God and all of these different things. And so when I started to hear about some of these stories, and I was watching videos about these stories, and I was reading some books about these different stories, as a Christian, hearing and reading all of this, I became extremely worried. Why? Because now I had to face many experiences, many different stories of people having near-death experiences that went against my theology, that went against my belief structure of what I was taught and what I believed the afterlife was like. And so I had to do something with this, and I didn't really know what to do.
What do you want? Truth or beliefs? What do you want? What are you looking for? because beliefs are not the same as the truth. You're free to believe any nonsense you want. And a lot of you do. You're very attached to beliefs. If you were a real truth seeker, you might see where the fuck you are. But I don't think you want to see where you are. I think you want to pretend. I don't trust you.
Do except dismiss it as, oh, this is something that they're making up or they're being deceived by the devil. I had all these like programmed knee-jerk responses that would just come up that I heard from other people in my spiritual community that was almost like a way to protect myself. You know, it was a defense mechanism against any kind of theology, any kind of belief structure that was going against what I was holding to be absolutely true. And so as I would do this study, I got to a place where I said, okay, I have to be honest with myself. Like, I really need to become more open, and I really need to start considering some other possibilities with these other stories that are not aligning with my preconceived notions of what the afterlife is like, because this can't be the case. There's no way that there's hundreds of people or thousands of people that are having near-death experiences, that these experiences are contrary to my beliefs of the afterlife, and so all these people must be making their stories up, or they all must be deceived or something. Like, that can't be the case. There has to be something more to it. And so when I got to a place of saying, you know what, I'm going to be okay with possibly being wrong about this. I'm going to be okay with being open-minded, being honest, and being willing to change my mind if necessary. And when I got to that place and I started to really examine many of these different stories for myself, and I was being open and honest, I was amazed, because what I discovered was that the majority of these near-death experiences are positive. And there are many similarities and consistencies among the different near-death experiences. And one of the things I learned was that people were having near-death experiences all over the world. And while there were consistencies and similarities, and I'll get into those, there were also many differences. And this was the part that was really worrying me as a Christian at the time, as a fundamentalist, because I was like, well, wait a second, how in the world are these people having these experiences that don't align with meeting Jesus on the throne and having this judgment like I find in the Bible? Like, why are these people experiencing this stuff? And what these people were experiencing, in essence, was they were encountering the religious figure that maybe they were worshiping on earth, or like however they believed the afterlife would be like, that's what they ended up experiencing on the other side. And so there was that. So I was like, how is this happening? Like, why isn't everyone meeting Jesus? Like, that's supposed to happen for everyone, because that's what I believe. Why isn't everyone experiencing that when they have these near-death experiences? And so
because that's what I believed. Well, you're wrapped up in beliefs, not in truth. You're going by beliefs.
Oh.
And you have really creepy eyes.
This became, like I said, super problematic for me. But at the time, like I said, I was trying my hardest to be open-minded and to really understand what was going on in these experiences. And the one thing that really captivated me, now I'm getting to the similarities and the consistencies among these different stories, was that it was almost like in the positive experiences that I was reading about and studying, it was almost like no matter who the person was encountering in their near-death experience, whether it was God, the Father, Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, whoever, it was like the being that they were encountering was this expression and embodiment of unconditional love. And that's something that so many people talk about when they have these near-death experiences, is they say that they feel this ineffable sense of unconditional love and peace and joy. And typically it's being expressed from a being that they're encountering. Sometimes it's an angel, sometimes it's just this figure of light that's glowing and they can't really identify like who the being is. It's just this being that's full of love. And so this is something that happens a lot. And then there's these consistencies.
He doesn't need help seeing what NDEs are. He's just doing fine on his own. He's got all these books behind him, but he really doesn't do any research on YouTube on channels like mine to figure out what's going on. 40,000 views a year ago and 1,200 likes. Promoted by YouTube. The God Experience ebook. Look at this. The Heart Space. He's work with me, one-on-one coaching. He's selling shit here. He's selling shit. Good for you. Go pay this guy six-week one-on-one deep meditation coaching package. It's all kinds of shit here. I'll drop a link in my chat for people that want to follow this shit. I don't want you around me. The ones that are interested in this shit and want to follow these fake coaches and meditation and pay these scammers, please stay the fuck away from me. Go to his channel. Some of you belong there. You don't belong on my channel. You're not a truth seeker. Some of you are just bullshit believers and bullshit followers, bullshit lovers. You don't belong near me. You belong with these creatures, these scammers, all these links here, one-on-one coaching, all this shit. Go follow this shit. Stay away from me. Stay away and follow these shitheads, scammers.
Where people will typically encounter loved ones that have passed away, friends that have passed away, and there's this connection. A lot of times there's like forgiveness, there's things that are worked out, and there's this sense of relief. And a lot of times people talk about having some kind of like life review, but it's not like this punishment. It's for learning. It's for like seeing all the things that you did in your life, knowing that because everything is one, because everything is having some kind of like life review, but it's not like this punishment. It's for learning. It's not like this punishment. It's for learning. It's for like seeing all the things that you did in your life, knowing that because everything is one, because everything is interconnected, what you were doing to others, you were actually doing to yourself. So it's this moment of awakening. It's this moment of realization of, oh my goodness, like, you know, this is actually true. We are all one, and I need to start loving my neighbor as myself with the recognition that my neighbor is myself. And so there's all these takeaways and profound insights that come away from the experience. And so many times this happens a lot. The main takeaway, the main lesson is it's all about love. Source, God, whatever you want to call it, is love. And fundamentally, this is the essence of our being. This is our true nature, love. And this is what it's all about. And so when the person comes back to earth and they're living in their physical body again, this is what, like, all of a sudden they have this new mission, they have this new calling, this new purpose, and it's to embody and express this unconditional divine love to the world around them so that the world can experience healing and transformation. And again, in many of these different experiences and stories, the name of the religious figure is different, or sometimes there's no name, sometimes there's this ultimate realization like God can't be named, God is beyond words and ideas, and so God is ineffable. But it doesn't matter because the experience like transcends and supersedes like any kind of need to have some kind of correct theology figured out and to have that as the main takeaway from the near-death experience, okay? So that happens a lot. However, there are some instances of a negative near-death experience or a hellish near-death experience. And by the way, if you're interested in learning more about the afterlife and how it actually works from an interesting perspective, I really recommend reading the Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda. And in chapter 43, there's a really interesting take on how the other side works, the different planes, the astral plane, the causal plane, and what that even means. And it's really interesting. I highly recommend it. But anyway, one of the things I've learned from studying from different teachers and sages like Yogananda and people that have just profound insights of the other side and how consciousness works and how it continues and all of that, is one of the things that happens when you're transitioning from this earth plane into the astral plane, is what they call it, sometimes, is in the early stages of the near-death experience. What tends to happen, and this makes sense, this explains why so many people encounter the afterlife like they believe the afterlife was going to be like, or this explains why so many people encounter the religious figure that they were worshiping on earth. What happens is, in the early stages of the near-death experience, the person is experiencing, much of what the person is experiencing is some kind of projection, some kind of expression from their subconscious, okay? And so their subconscious minds are basically creating this experience, creating these different encounters and the appearances of certain beings in the early stages of the near-death experience. But then what happens is, depending on how long someone is on the other side and how much they experience, typically what the subconscious mind is creating in the experience, that starts to fade away the longer someone, a being, a soul, is on the other side. And the truth, which is unconditional love, non-judgment, source, the truth behind whatever the subconscious mind is trying to understand and interpret in the early stages of the near-death experience, is starting to dissipate. Like I said, the longer someone stays on the other side, and then they just encounter and experience that love, and they start to experience what's actually going on the astral plane. But so much of it, like I said, is directly connected to the subconscious mind. And it's very similar to like when we have dreams at night, because we know that when we have dreams at night, a lot of times what's going on is our subconscious minds are creating these dreamlike experiences, and they're very real.
He's just spewing the same shit, same mainstream shit, that it's our subconscious mind creating dreams. It's the same, straight out of the mainstream programming. He's a repeater. He's a parrot. He's not a thinker. There's a lot of you like this in this realm.
They're very real. They're movie-like, and it seems like that when we're having the dream that this is reality. But is it? Or is it just the subconscious mind taking our deepest fears and anxieties and different beliefs and trauma and turning those different feelings and emotions into a movie-like, a dream-like experience that seems very real? So in the case of a near-death experience, I believe that if someone actually believes that there is a very horrific place called hell in the afterlife, then yeah, someone could experience that in the early stages of their near-death experience. It doesn't actually mean that that is what the afterlife is like. It just means that their subconscious mind is creating that experience in that in-between phase as they're starting to wake up in the astral plane, and that's what they're experiencing in the early stages of that. And they may, encounter or experience like a devilish figure or something, that happens sometimes, because again, this is a projection of what they believe to be true about the afterlife and about the other side. So there's that. But then also what I think can happen is if there's some fear, some pain, and like I said, anxiety, trauma, all these different negative emotions, what can happen is when that transition happens and they're starting to awaken on the other side, they're starting to experience the other side. What happens is, just like I said, just like with a dream, those deep subconscious fears and worries and trauma can create some kind of a negative, hellish experience of whatever. And this can look different for each person. But then the mind interprets this negative, hellish, nightmare experience as, oh, this must be hell, or this must be, whatever. But that's just the mind interpreting what the subconscious mind is projecting and expressing as some kind of dreamlike, movie-like experience on the other side, which is just a projection. It's just some kind of expression, some kind of manifestation.
And that day, that was almost exactly 2 years ago, and my birthday is in 2 weeks from now. That thing is because of this lot. 2 years ago, I was living in a Cracker Barrel parking lot in my vehicle, and I was driving away from the house of the girl who I was dating at the time. She was my girlfriend. I was driving away from her house, and I was crying. I was crying. And the reason why I was crying is because of this contradiction that I'm referring to right now, which is that I wanted nothing more than for that era of my life to end. I wanted nothing more than to not be living in my vehicle anymore. But at the same time, I somehow wanted it to last forever. They were both true. And that day, that was almost exactly 2 years ago, and my birthday is in 2 weeks from now. That was this day that I'm referring to. It was my birthday. And what had happened is that I didn't really have a lot of extra money. I had no extra money. I was extremely broke. She didn't have a lot of extra money. And so what her and I did for my birthday is we went to a park and she made me a pizza. We had a picnic at a park. She made me a pizza. And that's all that I'll say about that right now. She also gave me a gift. I'll keep that between her and I. It was a very special gift. But that moment, the entirety of that moment was simultaneously so low and so difficult because I felt so isolated in my life. I felt like, it's not even that I just felt like everyone was against me. I was so disconnected from everyone. I felt like nobody understood me. I felt like I was going to be trapped in this van forever, and that's often how it felt. But at the same time, this day was so unbelievably good. It was so good that I just couldn't even bear it. And it's this contradiction. Sometimes life is so hard that I want nothing more than for it to end. But at the exact same time, it's so amazingly good that I literally can't even bear it. And those two things are happening at the same time. And I'm getting eaten by bugs a little bit right now, so we're gonna walk faster. That's very indicative of the point that I'm making. Nature is so good, but sometimes you're getting eaten by bugs and you have to keep moving. You have to keep moving. And at that same time, I was working a job that I hated. That's just true. I hated this job. I was living in this parking lot and I was working at a coffee shop with a drive-through. This coffee shop was Starbucks. I was working at a Starbucks. And what would happen, the reason why I hated this job, but why it was also so good that I couldn't even bear it, is because every day, 95% of the people who came through the drive-thru were angry and mad, and they were annoyed, and they wanted their stuff quickly. They wanted to get their drink and they wanted to get their food quickly. But there was 5% of people, for example, there was this one woman who she would come at, she was an old woman. It's important that I say that she was an old woman. You'll see why. But she came at the end of the day at like 7:30 to 8 o'clock p.m. She came with her daughter who was also an adult. And she came through the drive-thru, and after a whole day of just me dealing with people who were angry and annoyed for no reason and trying to treat me like I was the lowest of the low, they weren't trying to, they were treating me like I was the lowest of the low. Like I was alive only to cater to them. She would come through and she would stop. She would stop. She would look me in the eyes. She would ask me how my day is going. She would be smiling and so meek and so humble. I mean, her love was palpable. It permeated from her being. And we would chat for like 5-10 minutes. I would even hold up the drive-thru to chat with her for a little bit, ask her how she's doing, ask her what's going on in her life. She's sometimes traveling, asking her about her travels and things like that. And we would have these moments, and she would reach out her hand and she would like grab my hand, and I'd be holding her hand through the drive-thru, and I would just tell her, her name was Teresa. I would tell her, I'm so grateful for you. You literally make my day every time you come through. You make this whole thing more than worth it. You make this whole job that I'm working good just by your presence. And so thank you. Thank you, Teresa. And she would literally be smiling. She would be smiling and happy, but like somehow kind of sad at the same time. And she would be like, oh yeah, it can't be. I'm an old lady, just me, little me. I'm an old lady. I'm not that special. It's like, no. Not only are you special, you are the light of the world. You make my life better just by you being who you are, and I thank you. Not me. I'm just an old lady. I'm an old lady. And we would have that moment most days that I worked here. And so it was a crazy situation where I couldn't stay in this job, and the job was so miserable that I wanted nothing more than to not be working this job ever again. But at the same time, this job was so good because of her and a few other people like her, that it was so good that I couldn't even bear it. I couldn't even bear it. And so many things have been like this. Many things have been like this in my life. And I was telling you the other day, I told you a couple of days ago about a sadness that I had this Saturday. And then after that, I told you about the reason for the sadness is because I was walking the wrong path in my mind and heart, and I needed to change. And it is true that I did need to change in that way, but the truth is I've always had this sadness within me. And I'm done pretending that this sadness is bad, because this sadness is literally just, I don't always feel sad. I don't feel sad right now. I'm not always sad, but this sadness is always there, and the reason why it's there is because it's true, and the reason why it's true is because of the brevity of life. Life is short. Life is short. And all stories eventually come to an end. Things will never be the exact same way as they are right now in this moment. Like, things will always change and there'll always be something new, but the way things are and the people who are in your life right now are so fleeting, yes, and so there's a few of them. I know that there's a few of these people and a few of these moments that we all experience, that they're so precious, and it's so good that two things are true. Life is so hard, it's almost unbearable, it's so adverse, so much struggle, but at the same time it's so good that I about can't stand it. Like, that's the reason for the sadness. It's so good that I just want nothing more than for it to not end. It's hard to accept the brevity. Does this make sense what I'm saying? That both of these things are true, and it's a crazy paradox where life is so hard, I want nothing more sometimes than for it to end, but at the exact same time, it's so good that I want it to last forever. Like, I'm talking about these specific moments, these specific relationships with people, in the way that they are, the way that they are right now, like the imperfection, they're perfect imperfections. And so it creates within me a sadness. Teach me the brevity of life, and then you'll know wisdom. Teach me the brevity of life, and then you'll know wisdom. Sometimes I avoid that brevity of life and the love that comes with it, because there's also a grief that comes with it. There's a certain sorrow that comes with it, but there is a love that comes with it, because it causes me to make sure I cherish the people, cherish the moment, cherish what currently is, because despite the fact that it's so bad, somehow it's so good at the exact same time. Being homeless has been so bad. It has literally been like hell. I couldn't even bear it most of the time. But these little moments have been so good that there's part of me that wants it to last forever. But I have to keep going. Now I'm working to get an apartment, and I'm close to getting an apartment, so I'm in a transitional period of my life, and I know that God is calling me into this certain direction, but and I'm going to go into the direction, but I sometimes I guess I just want to stop and acknowledge that what is good, and it's almost too good to bear. We got to get out of this area, because this is where the bugs are at. And I was actually journaling about this morning, because there's some people who are going to completely understand what it is that I'll say right now, and those who don't understand it will not understand it. I think with this one, 98% of people will understand this. But when I was living with my family 6 months ago, I lived with them for a year. That was the hardest part of this whole journey. It was so difficult because it was so humbling. It was the valley of the shadow of humiliation. I'll even use the word pride. I've always prided myself on being able to get out of tough situations. But when I was living with them, I thought I was going to be there for a few months. It ended up being a year, and I felt trapped and I couldn't get out. I was trying everything I could, finding a job, saving up money, XYZ. I could not get myself out of this situation. So as the days and the weeks and the months were passing, I felt like an incredible failure. And it was brutal. And I was working another job that I hated. That's just true. These things are true. People work jobs that they hate. I was in the kitchen, and I was literally standing in this one spot all day, every day. And there was a radio right by my ear that when I moved it away, they moved it back. And it was playing country music, which I don't like, on repeat in my ear for 6 hours a day. And I couldn't stand it. I did not like this job. And I coped, and I did whatever I could to cope, to keep going forward. And I did cope, and I did keep going forward. But it was brutal. All aspects of this period of my life were absolutely brutal. But now when I look back in retrospect, there were these little moments. For example, it was winter, and it was so, especially during this past winter, it was so brutal. But my family had these 2 dogs, and I loved both of these dogs. It was a boy and a girl, and it was Max and Ruby. I loved both of these dogs, but I loved Max so much. I love Max so much.
You're repeating yourself. Are you on drugs? You just keep saying you love these dogs, you love both of these dogs, you love these dogs, you love Max. Yeah, we get it, but you're repeating yourself. Is there something wrong?
And he is a poodle, and I would go run him outside, and I would play with him. He was always the happiest guy. Like, he just acted so funny. He was always so happy. I loved to go on runs. He loved to go on runs. I would take him for long runs. And he would be as happy. He would be so happy when he was running, and that made me so happy that we were running together. And the reason why this is so brutal is because that moment was so hard for me. He was my family as well, yes, but he was a light in my life, and he is a dog. And dogs don't live very long. So I recognized that while I was going on these runs for him, or with him rather, and I was cherishing these moments. And the time period of my life was so hard. but it was also so good that I couldn't even bear, because I knew that I was in this particular moment where I was enjoying these runs and this time with him so much, and I knew that it was temporary. I knew that it was temporary. And now I've been away from their house for about 6 months, maybe 5 months. And I just haven't seen him for 5 months. And part of the whole point that I'm making is that I'll see him again, but it'll never be that exact same way. Like, it just will never be that exact same way. And that's the point that I'm making. Nothing will be exactly how it is right now. And there's these people that we all have in our life. And there's these little moments that we all experience, even when life is as dark as it could possibly be, that not only do these people in these moments make it good, it does more than make it worth it. It makes it that it's so good that you can't even bear it. Like, it's just too good. It's almost.
Tigger sounds. Tigger sounds. Tigger sounds.
Aman Allah bawa. Ya, pamiyama kwene onong ungku, no onena oko. Amat oko, pamiyama kweso, no o.
Join the chat, Tiggers. It said 21 watching a second ago. 21 tuned in. Participate. Don't be passive. Participate. Join in the chat. Don't be cowardly. Don't be scaredy cats. Don't be pussies. Join in. Participate.
Amat Allah kiseme ota, ono ibat na kuihi. Aman Allah kuku. Ina pi panena, bena pi ono kata. Ina na. Kaka kata kuku kata tama na bae me makan me al.
You want some fish, my Tiggers? Do you want some fish?
This video is going to be very, very crucial. Whether you're new to this channel or you've been here for a while. I'm going to talk a little bit more and open up a little bit more about what I know. And this is going to be about the world to come. Because so far I haven't been wrong. I've learned to trust my intuition. It was many years ago where I had said that the Matrix was not ending. A lot of people were saying it was the end of the world. I'm like, no, it isn't. It's not even close yet. And there were many other things that I decided to trust my intuition and the things that were being communicated to me. And I'll put it to you this way, I'm not sorry that I did. It hasn't been perfect at all. In fact, it's been a very rough ride. And it wasn't until I started to fully reclaim myself and become better than I ever thought I could be as a human being that the attack really started happening and events started unfolding. It seemed like I never had a shortage of what I thought were friends when I was a hopeless loser, when I was somebody who really didn't have an immensity of self-respect like I do now. I didn't look that great. I was skinnier. I was far less capable. Hair was falling out, not that it matters, but I was always, cutting my hair, getting haircuts, stuff like that. I cared a lot about what I looked like, and it was not all about image, because I was still a truth seeker, but I didn't realize what that would actually lead to. So I was always concerned with packaging the outward appearance, if that makes sense. And it turned out, through a test of time, that in some ways within I was stronger than I thought. And in other ways I realized I had a lot more work to do. But the point is that I buckled down and I did the work, and that was what made all the difference so far. I never would have even dreamed of surviving what I had been through over this last year alone, because it was an immensity that most people can't fathom is even real. And I'm not saying this to be insulting, but if you've never lived on the street, if you've never slept behind a dumpster, if you've never done any real survival prep, if you've never ran for 5 to 10 miles with a backpack on and done workouts all day on top of that, and then walked for 14 hours straight or more, then you don't know the level of intensity that I'm talking about. And again, that's no disrespect towards you. I don't mean to be insulting. It's not anything like that. I'm just saying that you don't know what it's like to be me. That's all. My channel it could benefit anybody if they listen, and I mean actually listen. But it's for a very specific person who sees to some extent what's up ahead. You know that we don't have a lot of time. You know that the world is going down the toilet and that this is a toilet world. It's circling the bowl. And if I'm saying that, that means something's coming. Because years ago when everybody was saying the world, or most people, a lot of people at least, were saying the world was ending and the Matrix was shutting down, I'm like, no it isn't. And I knew it wasn't. I knew we had years ahead. And most people hadn't even begun to do the work that they were going to need to do in order to prepare for that. If you don't want to self-exit, great. I respect your decision. It's your decision. But to not prepare, to me, is insanity. And by prepare, I even mean to prepare for exit, because when I say prepare for exit, what I mean is exit the way of the world more than anything. Like, how can anyone who claims to have a heart observe what's going on and take part in it and then claim that they're a truth seeker, or claim that they're benevolent, or that they want to live in a much different place, or a place that they could call paradise? Because I'll tell you right now, the gate isn't just going to open in front of you. It doesn't work that way. Some of us, with what I know, we do come from places that I would consider a paradise, at least compared to this. But what matters most is the quality of consciousness in that paradise. And I don't believe at all that God or whatever just waves a magic wand and makes you all better when life is over. If you haven't worked through certain issues within yourself, you're going to take that with you. And that can't be allowed. You can't poison an environment like that. It becomes toxic, just like this one. We live in the world that we do mainly because of the quality of consciousness that exists within this realm. And that's why it is the way that it is. If you have interest in a video on how to learn nearly everything I know as far as packing a bag and knowing exactly what you're doing with it, just about exactly what you're going to need, for an all-around survival scenario, meaning you might be on the streets, you might be in the woods a little bit, you might be at the beach, kind of like a prepare for anything and keep it as lightweight and as simple as possible. I have found the exact way to do it through a lot of practice, meaning I actually did backpacking trips. I have been in situations that scared the holy fuck out of me. I've had to toss my bag while running on the highway because of an emergency situation, or what I thought was an emergency. Realizing that, hey, when you're in that situation, you just got to let certain things go because it's just stuff. What is actually necessary? And spirituality is exactly like that too. The whole time, if you decide to embark on the journey, if you're somebody that said, I want freedom, and you see that this world is entirely backwards, if you said, I want freedom, and God heard you, if you believe in God, well, then God heard you if you said that, even if it was only in your heart. Well, then your actions must align with what you believe and with what you say, or else it becomes delusion. And that's something I actually once heard somebody else say. He said, what was it? I'm trying to think of the exact quote. It was right along those lines, like, it was beliefs without action is delusion. In other words, also saying something that I'm going to do this or I'm going to do that. Or you think you're capable of something that you're not. Truth doesn't look at somebody and go, oh, well, they're a Christian or they're a truther or they are a good person. And, you know, they're polite. They hold doors for people. Well, that's not going to matter when there's riots breaking out in the street and you're literally seeing people getting raped in the street, and you find out that we've been surrounded by hordes of demons, vampiric demons no less, our entire lives, and that they told us to stay calm and acted like everything was A-okay and gaslit the living fuck out of us for a very specific reason, because there was going to be a feast later. Believe it or don't believe it, I don't give a shit. It's happened before and it's going to happen again. This is why people in this world are so fucking evil. Hunting and killing animals is not natural. It's evil. It's wrong. Raping people, making sexual advancements on somebody without permission is wrong. It's evil. Staring at somebody when you're making them uncomfortable and you won't stop because you think, oh, I'm a guy and I have a dick, so I'm allowed to just stare at her and make her feel some kind of way that she doesn't want. It's wrong. Violation of anyone at all, when they've done you no wrong, is wrong, and it will always be wrong. You can't bring this kind of shitty behavior into a good world where free will is allowed, because why would free will not be allowed in a good place? It's crazy to me that people actually think that they should just be able to do whatever they want to anyone. That could include cursing somebody, believe it or not, because all that's seen as well. Cursing somebody from afar, one of the most cowardly things you could do when they have done you no wrong. It's the same thing as firing a gun at somebody who didn't do anything wrong to you. And they're like, stop shooting me, stop shooting me. And you just keep shooting at them. Intention is everything.
I'm a cussed little fuck. Guys, girls, spirits, I am having fun, okay? It's called having a good time despite the fucking hell that's around you.
Why? Why is that so important? You don't have to. But for me, it's important for me. For me, it's important for me. Because if I don't try to find some humor in my own creativity, I will be in the pits of depression and misery. So if I could pull out some humor from those pits that are actually true enough to make it funny, to put a smile on my own face, where's the harm in that? You know what I mean? Here's the key. Here's the secret. Here is the secret, okay? It doesn't matter if someone else thinks you're funny or not. It doesn't matter if someone else thinks that what you're doing is wrong. You shouldn't be doing that. No. If you think it's funny, if you're having a good time, then fuck everyone else. You know, as long as you're not hurting them or, you know, making fun of them, putting them down, things like that. But if you're just minding your own business, having fun, laughing at yourself, in a fucked up hellish existence, wouldn't they want you to not do that? Wouldn't they point at you and say, oh, look at him, he's fucking lost it? Yeah, they would. If you want to be funny, here's the thing. If you actually want to be funny, don't try to impress anyone else. If you want to be a real artist, don't try to impress anyone else. If no one else is laughing and no one else thinks your art is cool or good, but you do, then I would call you an artist. Then I would call you a comedian. Because it's not about entertaining other people. It's not about impressing other people. It's about just being your fucking self. And yeah, it's cringy. Yeah, it's all of these things, sure. But so is everyone else. Everyone else is fucking cringy. Everything here is cringy. Oh, you don't think you're cringy? You don't think you can be cringy? Of course you are. Of course you are. So why not just have fun in the midst of your misery, in the midst of your suffering? Why not try to sing stupid little songs about, I'm a cursed little fuck, you know, because it makes me laugh, because it's true, and I'm having a good time about it. I'm flipping the script. I'm changing the tune. I'm taking the plans they made. Sing stupid little songs about, I'm a cursed little fuck, you know, because it makes me laugh, because it's true, and I'm having a good time about it. I'm flipping the script. I'm changing the tune. I'm taking the plans they made to destroy me, and I'm actually having a good time. Not in the whole scope of things, but I could absolutely fall into the deepest, darkest pits if I let myself. It's easy. It's so easy. It's the easiest thing ever. What's hard is to fucking laugh. Sometimes that's the hardest thing to do, is to just laugh, is to smile, is to feel good. Wow, what do you know? It's because we're in this hellish existence.
My hair looks crazy. Try to make it look as crazy as possible and get my nose as much as possible. Get the profile. Get the angle. I'm not being full of myself when I'm doing this. It's because I have people on here who stalk my channel and everything I do, and they make fun of how I look, and it's just, it doesn't bother me. I don't see them coming up on YouTube and showing themselves, showing their eyes. They often have to wear sunglasses because they don't want you to see their eyes. The eyes are the window to the soul, to the spirit. Oh, hey, Battle. How you doing? Good to see you. I'm gonna be right back. I'll be right back.
لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماء
Up for things that were good. So it is 11:33. My special number. I just happened to start this on Friday the 14th, August. It's so crazy that it's already August. But more and more, I feel so much better, healed, but also just absolutely put off by certain things now that I just don't feel like resonate with me anymore. And more, I see why people don't like tarot cards and oracle cards and angel cards and all the rest. I understand that now. I really do. I truly understand, you know, the things that are actually said in different holy books warns against those things for a reason. And not only that, you could just say how awful it is to have some sort of middle person, man or woman, middleman, be your channeler or some kind of, you know, being that speaks to you as if they're speaking to God and they have their connection, but you don't. And that's the thing, that this person who ruined my life tried to, you know, instill in my mind and reprogram into my subconscious mind that she was there to help me and she works with God and all the rest. But I really do have reason to believe and think with my own intuition that this woman was working with Jinn and did magic, even just a little you know, instill in my mind and reprogram into my subconscious mind that she was there to help me and she works with God and all the rest. But I really do have reason to believe and think with my own intuition that this woman was working with Jinn and did magic. Even just the little things that she spoke about, you know, I don't think me lighting a candle and saying basically a prayer and intention and whatnot, and all of it going to Allah ultimately was bad. But I mean, still, I question, you know, was it even necessary? Because everything has, for me, has been surrendered. I just, it's the most healing thing ever to just know that everything, no matter what happens, it's all gonna be okay. When you have that reassurance and knowing that you really only need to depend on God and your connection with that, and however you view that. I'm sure I got a lot of people wanting to unsubscribe from me and not want to have anything to do with me and whatnot. I don't really care. It's fine. It's everyone's own journey, and I I was in certain communities on YouTube for a reason, if you could even call it that, but one that has totally wasted so much of my time and ruined, I feel, my life in ways is these tarot channels. I mean, I can't deny some of them. I do love the person and the energy, and I really do feel like, man, they do seem to have like a really close connection, and who am I to say who does and doesn't? And maybe they really genuinely feel like they're helping people through giving these messages, but even the angel oracle cards, like, I don't even want to really mess with them. And the person who gave them to me, wow, she well, it's all connected to this one psychic I met. I met somebody that was basically my biological uncle's wife, and come to find out, like, I met her at my cousin's wedding. I'm actually close to people in my biological family. Not many people can say that who are adopted, that they know someone in their biological family, but I did. The family I was adopted into did know my grandmother, and we're friends with her prior, so it was pretty cool. She did art for my grandpa, who loved her art and did art himself, and I think he took art classes from her. And he would basically give her boys, you know, my uncle's care, medical treatment, because he was a doctor, in exchange for paintings, because she was very poor. I mean, she was a great artist, but even really great professional artists have a hard time making money sometimes. But anyway, I don't want to say anything bad or be mean or anything to this person. That I come to find out she has a YouTube channel and Instagram page and TikTok and all the rest. And oh darn, this ad. I get so distracted, especially when I read the chat. Someone said, "Are you okay?" Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for asking. Are you okay? I just am really put off by things, and then I wake up today and I come across this video that I've seen this woman before, but I haven't really watched the whole thing. I mean, it's basically almost 2 hours long, but I don't agree everything that she's saying so far. Like, I'm not gonna agree completely with anyone. Like, there isn't any one person on YouTube that I was like, wow, yeah, everything you're saying is just totally spot on. And that's probably the same for me. You know, I'm sure lots of people are like, oh, hell no. You're Muslim now? Like, what the fuck? No, you're not. That's, how can you be that? How can, you know, it's everyone's journey, and that's one thing that I've always known is part of my calling is to really help expand the minds and demolish all limitations and everything, you know, destroy all the blocks and the boundaries, and not in a bad way, but of what we think is, you know, okay, which there's a lot of hatred out there for LGBT people within certain religions, Christianity, Islam, etc. And people were like, how can you be gay and Christian? How can you be gay and this or trans and that and or whatever? And it's like whoever is called, whoever Allah wills to this knowledge, that is the case where you will be pulled to these things. And if you're not, that's okay too. Then you're not. Like, no one's forcing anyone. No one should be forced anything at all upon them. But when you go to a tarot reader, I feel what they do is they can be highly manipulative and they can reprogram your subconscious mind. And it's just dangerous. Like, why do you need to go to somebody else to connect to God or your angels and guides and all the rest? Like, why is that even necessary? And that's why I said, you know, yeah, I use that stuff by myself, but even then I don't feel it's necessary. I don't feel any of that or any of the things that I once thought were necessary are. But I wanted to come on here and talk about this person who I feel legitimately tried to ruin my life. And I kind of mentioned her in another live stream, but I will say that I feel like she influenced the, the aunt that I had just met, who was married to one of my uncles. And I have very valid reasons to believe this. And I did have really shitty things happen where people would gaslight me on that and gaslight my feelings about it and my entire experiences and reality on what happened and how I did things and how I was there witnessing the microaggressions, the changes in the face and the energy and the ways in which this I legitimately feel like if this woman had any psychic abilities, which I think she did, but was that like actually guidance from God or from Jinn? Because she had a way of describing things where it would put you in a predicament where you'd feel
It calls demons jinn because it claims to be Muslim, so it changed the word from demons to jinn. What a fucking creepy creature. What a psycho. Matrix agent of evil. That's what it is. It's a matrix agent of evil.
like you would need to get a reading. Like, she would put the fear into you, and I felt after all of what I went through, it was so highly manipulative.
And I felt and I feel like and I felt and I feel like 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 it's all wrapped up in feelings, not truth. Just feelings. Creepy fucking creature.
In a sense, I do find problematic. I know that money has to be used to
Feminists and LGBT and control freaks always call things quote unquote problematic. Creepy creatures.
but whatever, like, it's just stupid to me now because instead you could have enjoyed that crystal and had it up for people to see, and now have the right, or they can say whatever, they can slander people all the cents or something. They like asked me for it. It was just some random thing that was off of something else. So weird that. Thank goodness I did, because I gave some of I don't know what she said, just trying to sell me some shit, you know. But I thought that freaking casket of crystals.
It has crystals in a casket, everyone. But it's not creepy. It keeps crystals in a casket. What a creep.
This is an Omar stone. They're called Omarluk or something like that. A hagstone. Oh, it's got two connected there. I got this on Etsy. It's so beautiful. I should wear it more. But it's got some sea glass. You have to like pull the cords, but yeah, I don't know if you can even like really see it, but maybe I'll wear it one day. Like, hold on, let me fix it. Because, well, basically you can lengthen it, you can do different things with it, but it's so cool that it has this sea glass hanging there, little danglies. I wish they were blue or green or something, but the clear ones are cool too. But yeah, I mean, I definitely my little freaking casket of crystals. Well, basically you can freaking casket of crystals. Freaking casket of crystals. Belle, you said, how has your day been going? I'm going out soon. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad you're going out. It's been going well. I wasn't really planning on going live, but I just, like I said, when I feel called to or I want to, and I have some time, then I'll do so. But it's just like a little wooden heart that I found at the thrift store, and I actually had to pay for this, like 50 cents or something. They like asked me for it. It was just some random thing that was off of something else. So weird that I would have just been like, yeah, you can have it. I don't know where it came off of, but I paid for it. There's a Elvis song called like Wooden Heart, and my mom really loves Elvis, but yeah, this is one of my favorites. The colors of this one, I forgot what this one's called. I know I could easily figure it out if I like looked it up, but yeah, just a lot of different things that I've collected over time. This is probably one of my favorites. This is I think it's called jungle or rainforest or something.
Is anyone surprised this creepy creature collects crystals like so many New Agers and LGVD and tarot card creatures? It's just stereotypical. They fit the stereotype of a creepy weirdo wrapped up in their feelings, collecting crystals. They're against straight white men. They lie. It's just a stereotype. They fit the stereotype to a T. That's why stereotypes exist. So many are like this. Real creep.
Oh, I can't remember. Something Jasper, but it's got so many cool little things in it. I try to get ones that I can find animals or pictures like that kind of look like a heart to me. What is that called? Another Jasper. This is Ocean Jasper. But yeah, and then the two other Septarian fossils that I got that have hearts in them, kind of. But they're not as cool in a sense. I mean, it is kind of cool that they're polished, because on the back, like, they got their own unique design. This one has kind of like an O with other things. But I love this unpolished look too. But anyway, yeah, so that's just my little collection. I won't go all into those, but there's a lot. Belly said, I'm surprised Parrish, or I don't know how to pronounce the name. I saw them pronounce it in a video and I was like, oh, Perrick? I don't even remember, honestly. They were in the chat yesterday, yeah, and what were they doing? Were they of high, good moral character? Were they saying truthful things? Were they kind? No, they weren't. Instead, they were saying that you're my little toy to play with and just weird sadistic shit. And I've heard trans women say, when it comes to women, you know, if you don't agree with what I'm saying, then you need to deserve to be raped and spit roasted. And that's actually what they put in one of their lyrics about me, is that I need to be spit roasted. So I need a metal bar, like a pig, shoved up my anus and through my body out my mouth and roasted over an open fire, or however that goes. I don't know. I've never like spit roasted anything. I don't know, but that's probably one of the most fucking disgusting things anyone's ever said to me that I don't even know. And it's like, you came after me first. Well, you're 26 years old. You're well enough and well aware. You're old enough to know that you shouldn't be giving violent threats online, and you're too old for this shit. And it's disgusting. And I'm not gonna put up with anyone's shit. I don't care if you identify as trans. I don't care what you identify as. You are not somebody that I would never support that. And that's why I don't want to be called like a part of any sort of community in any sense, like, unless it's something specific that I actually totally stand by and I am for. I don't like any label. I don't even want to label myself like any sort of faith or anything, but I think it does help for people to know. Now I'm curious, like, how people do spit roast. So I can't believe I just said that, but it just came out. I just, like, when you really think about what they're saying, and even if it's like, oh, it's haha, it's an online thing, like, it's just an online beef, like, it's just so, like, weird to say such sick things to people. And to say that I came after this person first, they came into my chat saying the most deplorable, disgusting things. Saying, oh, Africa's a shithole. Who gives a fuck about people in Africa? Yes, please tell that to all the people in Africa. Tell that all to the little girls living in Africa. What part of Africa are you talking about? Are you talking about North or South Africa? Like, what part of Africa are you talking about? That is
So they pick out the little girls. This is what Mushroom cares about. But they want to be a boy. Mushroom doesn't want to be a girl. So why do you feel for girls so much? You don't want to be a girl, Mushroom.
it's oh, well, it's just a shithole. It's not real. It's all fake. It's not. Are you kidding me? I was so fucking disgusted. I just felt.
You're always disgusted. You're always in your feelings. Every day. You say you're so disgusted every day. You live in disgust. I think you're disgusted with yourself. I think you're disgusting.
Felt like I gotta share this conversation that somebody just did, coming in to my chat saying the most deplorable, disgusting things. Saying, oh, Africa's a shithole. Who gives a fuck about people in Africa? Yes, please tell that to all the people in Africa. Tell that all to the little girls living in Africa. What part of Africa are you talking about? Are you talking about North or South Africa? Like, what part of Africa are you talking about? That is, it's, oh, well, it's just a shithole. It's not real. It's all fake. It's not. Are you kidding me? I was so fucking disgusted. I just felt like I gotta share this conversation that somebody just did, coming in to my messaging on here, and has these sandpaku eyes. And I know that some people just, like, naturally, like, it just comes about, you know, like, they just lift their eyes up or put them down, and it, you know, you see the whites of their eyes. Like, that's completely normal. That's how the human body, dude. Like, there's times where we're gonna see the whites of our eyes, but I'm just saying, like, if you actually take pictures like that and you constantly do that, there's a certain way that certain people will probably perceive you, and that's one thing is that they're very controlling, people who have those types of eyes. And how fucked up is it? You know, I just kind of want to end this live because I'm being stalked right now. This never is gonna fucking end. Never gonna end. This guy is never gonna stop.
You're not being stalked at all. You're lying. Covering your public live stream is not stalking whatsoever. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a loser. And you're a liar. You're not being stalked whatsoever. I'm going to put this up on the screen. Liar. That is slander. I have never, quote, stalked anyone. You false accuser. You're a slanderer. You're a liar. The title of your video claiming that I'm stalking and harassing anyone is a lie. Covering your shitty live streams to document what a psycho you are and how obsessed you are is not stalking anyone, you lying fucking creature. You're a liar. 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 You're a creepy creature. You're a liar.
Woman ripped off and scammed $200 from me because she put the fucking living fear into me to get a tarot reading and get money from me. And it was ironic because I had a person that I had dated at the time in 2019, and he did a tarot reading. He pulled a card about her.
So going to my live stream and recording it and showing it and scrolling through the comments, I guess that would be stalking according to you, wouldn't it? Aren't you stalking my channel? It looks like you are. What are you doing on my channel? Why are you recording and going through every comment? What's your problem? How fucking creepy are you? How obsessed are you, you fucking loser? What's wrong with you, you creep? What's wrong with you? Creepy creature.
Her and like what was her motives, and it was, he basically was like, oh, it was money, it was greed. And I mean, that was obvious, like he didn't need to pull a card for that, but I forgot what card it was, but it was definitely, you know, I didn't deny that that person had their own intuition as well, but nope, no more. I even questioned the...
Look at it recording with one phone, recording another phone, playing my live stream. How obsessed is this creature with my channel and with me and with my viewers and my mods, my team, Salty Siren and others in the chat room, TG, Salty Siren, are showing. How obsessed is this creature? Look at this thing. Using one phone of it to record another, to video another. Look how fucking weird this thing is.
Healing mantra cards. I have nothing really against Matt Kwan, but he has really changed, and I'm not the first person to say this. There are a lot of people. Nothing can possibly stop you. Being like, he's not the same person, and he was much better off when he was just himself, by himself. Because now that he has a wife, it's like that union. I mean, that's beautiful. That union that they have. They're basically like one entity now. Though. Wow, these people like, just endlessly talk shit. Channel. It's not. And they don't even know me. Channel. It's like, I don't know. She, I guess, is apparently.
You don't know me and you don't know anyone on my channel, but you talk and you make videos and live streams, and you tag me, which I don't want. I want you to leave me alone, you creep, but you won't do it. Tagging me at the Sanity Machine 33. You're such a fucking creep. You're obsessed with me, and I'm documenting this because you're a criminal. You're a fucking criminal. That's what you are. You're a psycho. Big schnoz.
Some spiritual teacher as well. I never heard of her. And yep. He's live streaming and showing your chat. So basically, he's stalking a minor now. So Stephen Colleen is stalking, in a sense, a minor, and everything.
Completely false. I'm not stalking anyone. I was live streaming and showing the ridiculous shit you were saying. It's not stalking anyone. You don't know what stalking means, but you're deranged. You're a psycho.
That this person is saying in my chat, and that's why I said, oh shoot, I shouldn't have described spit roasting, because look, I'm not trying to graphically say these things, but and it's not like, oh, you're not like a child, like a baby, and I'm saying all these awful things. It's just, that's your friend, and you said that that friend of yours was speaking to you even before you turned 18, or I honestly, I don't remember how old you told me you were exactly, but if you're under 18, then you're not a minor. But it's just, you said that this person talked to you when you were like 16.
You're really confused. You said if you're under 18, then you're not a minor? You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. I think you belong in a straitjacket in a psych ward. I think you're mental. You said at one point you should have been 5150'd. I think you should be put in a psych ward forever. You're mental. You're deranged. You're really unhinged. You're a psycho. You're a total psycho.
16 or something like that. And I'm just like, that's kind of scary to me, because I think that there are a lot of people, and I'm not saying this about this person. I'm not saying allegedly this person did this or anything like that, but I do, and I have found that there are people within the LGBT community that are grooming people, and they are trying to convince other young men that, oh, you might be trans.
I bet you're probably doing that. I wouldn't doubt it if you do that shit. Grooming. You're a real creepy creature. I hope people keep their children away from you. You real creepy creature. You have children on your channel. You're a real fucking creep.
And maybe you should do this. Or Buck Angel, who has been a horrible person. I think he's trying to make amends for all the fucked up shit that he basically helped kind of produce, in a sense, or help manifest, because, well, I mean, he is guilty of influencing a lot of young people to do a lot of shit. And then he was also doing the, you know, the SEX kind of industry. He was into that, and I think that influenced a lot of young people to also, you know, just show yourself naked online and do all this and do all that, and influencing the youth, because he, even what people were critiquing that person too, is that he had a site, this trans guy, Buck Angel, he had a website where he was directing to his sites, his corn sites, I'll just say, where he's also trying to talk to young people, and he's trying to guide them, like, and guide youth, trans youth or whatever, and talking to them like without their parents' knowledge. I believe, like, he was actually doing calls and whatnot with them, and it was just bizarre. It was bizarre. And we don't know what, like, he was saying to their parents and all the rest, but yeah, I mean, you don't have to say your age or anything, and I just want people to be careful. You know, he's going to always stalk me, and he's going to try to ruin all of my support. But I think this video is really, really great. I'm trying to juggle getting ready to go out while typing things. Oh, don't worry about it. If you need to go out and you need to get ready, that's completely fine. Joshua, you said, hey, Kai, wishing you well, sending you good intentions. Thank you, Joshua. I was listening to your video, and I was kind of talking about the whole thing with the heart, and I totally get what you're saying with the spiritual narcissism with that shit, and I agree. And I didn't think you were like calling me out or pinpointing on me, because I don't even know if you watched that video when I was talking about that. But there was another, this quote, it resonated with me. You know, this particular quote right here, talking about the heart, purifying it, and going back to realizing what really does matter. And then there's this other quote about the heart here. You have homes, you have to have homes and clothes and all these things, but make your love the magnet of your heart. For Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, what happens? Your magnet will begin to move in that direction and you begin to lose the my hair looks crazy. Try to make it look as crazy as possible and get my nose as much as possible. Get the profile. Get the angle. Get the angles. I'm not being full of myself when I'm doing this. It's because I feel like my hair looks crazy. I feel like my hair looks crazy. Try to make it look as crazy as possible and get my nose as much as possible. Get the profile. Get the angle. Get the angles. I'm not being full of myself when I'm doing this. It's because I have people on here who stalk my channel and everything I do, and they make fun of how I look, and it's just, it doesn't bother me. I don't see them coming up on YouTube and showing themselves, showing their eyes. They often have to wear sunglasses because they don't want you to see their eyes. The eyes are the window to the soul, to the spirit. Oh, hey, Battle. How you doing? Good to see you. I'm gonna be right back. I'll be right back.
لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض.
Okay, I'm back. How you doing, Battle?
يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم.
I'm doing fine today, you said? That's good to hear. Doing better than how you were doing before yesterday? I hope. Hi to anybody in the chat. I know how YouTube does strange things with numbers and stuff, but there's an ad coming up. with a flamingo in it, which flamingos are really neat birds. Obviously, all animals are incredible and amazing, but gravitational pull of this world. As soon as you close your eyes, you're more there with them. You're more with them than here. And that's kind of the thing that I notice about this place, is that people are trying to escape this reality because it is so hellish. You know, my friend, I shouldn't say this actually, like, I know that people have said to me, you know, this is all created by man, humankind, that, you know, to make sense of the world, like to create a heaven in their mindset so they can find hope and they can find something to look forward to get out of this hell. And I completely understand that. And if people think I'm delusional because of that, like what I say, it's like, no, I feel like I truly have come to a deeper understanding, but not everybody has to agree with me, and I know that not everybody will, and that's totally fine. About real spiritual narcs, yeah. And that's actually what this whole stream is kind of about, because because I'm getting stalked, and this is ongoing. Like, I can't show the psychic that I want to show on here, who was the first person to tell me, you came here, you chose everything. And when I asked her, like, why does God allow evil, or why did God create jinn? Well, I didn't say that at the time. Entities, she would talk about entities and protecting yourself. She just stood there silent and like stared at me and didn't have anything to say. But there are explanations for this, and an understanding that even anything in this material world, like when we do suffer, and I'm not excusing any of it at all. I'm saying this about myself. What I've found to come to pieces is that I can't control anything. This body is going to decay. This body is going to die. And I'm going to go back one day to that which made me. And I'm going to do everything that I can to purify my heart and spirit in this lifetime and do the right things, that, you know, as much as I can. And I'm like I said, all the time, I'm going to make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time. I am not perfect. And when you're constantly criticized and berated like this, like, I don't even want to go over this, because there's another video that is like the epitome of everything that I'm trying to say, but this guy's so much better at speaking than I am. Joshua said, people who pretend to be about love to make them look better than everyone else, but in reality are dark-hearted people who have no true love. That's exactly what I'm also talking about, Joshua. I completely understand what you're talking about. And that shit sickens me to no end. When people proclaim, and even people in the antinatalist community, I thought Diane was somebody who, like, claimed to be an animal advocate and loved animals. And then come to find out, she's the most darkened heart I have ever met in my life, one of them. And she's, like, I don't know, trying to ruin my life. And she's actually an animal hoarder that hoarded out so many dogs, in which, you know, the house caught on fire that she was in, and the dogs, 4 of them died. So you think somebody's an animal lover, or you think these antinatalists are like, oh, I have so much compassion, it's all about empathy, it's all about care. Meanwhile, they're like John Medor, the AI antinatalism channel. He's like, our phrase and motto here is some kind of like yeetus fetus or some kind of sick shit like that, like, or talking about bashing infants their skulls in, and all this sick demented shit. And they're like, antinatalism is about empathy. And it's like, no, you must have 2 fucking different personalities to be saying this wicked shit. When people come off like they're so loving and it's all about love, like, I totally get it, and they're the actual opposite of it. They're so hateful. And I'll bring this up. I'm not just making this up. But this is fucking like crazy. I don't want to get a copyright strike.
Now you're against tarot cards.
Yes, I am. People can change. How long did it go? Did I post that? Oh, he's actually showing my artwork.
There's shitty, creepy artwork that shows naked bodies, naked aliens. Look how creepy this is. It's like naked aliens. Very fucking creepy. Just
Very creepy, very shitty, very disturbed. It's not artwork. It's creepy, disturbing, degenerate shit. That's what Mushroom makes. With these naked trans bodies, naked intersex, naked androgynous, naked weird stuff. Really weird. It's really weird. It's really obsessed with genitals. This thing is really weird.
degenerate artwork.
Meanwhile, you generate AI shit with like women who have big, you know, up top and sexualizing them and showing their ass and
Sexualizing them, really. I generate women with big, and then it says up top. You can't say tits. You can't say breasts. You can't say boobs. You can't say cleavage. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with showing that? Look what you do. You pervert the human body. You make it into something twisted and perverted and degenerate and obscene. You show things with breasts removed. You're really creepy. Really creepy. You want to show mutilated bodies, not natural ones. You're a freak.
and panties and all the rest and lingerie. Like, oh, that's totally okay. But me showing
Yeah, it is totally okay. And I thought you claim you don't watch my channel or my videos, and yet here you are talking about it. You're obsessed with me and what I do, aren't you? Fucking creep. You creepy, creepy creature.
Meanwhile, you generate AI shit with like women who have big, you know, up top and sexualizing them and showing their ass and panties and all the rest and lingerie. Like, oh, that's totally okay. But me.
It is okay. They didn't get their breasts removed like you did. It is perfectly okay. I'll generate with AI whatever I want. Whatever I want. You don't control me, you fucking freak. You control freak.
Me showing some androgynous form. He is the real creep. He is. I know he is the real creep. He is so fucking creepy. I can't believe somebody like this even exists in this reality, yet I can. I can. Oh my goodness, we all have bodies.
It only bothers you when feminine bodies are shown with curves. You got rid of your breasts, you creep. You're really, really sick.
I don't want to get copyright. This is a really cool song though.
And I think you are harmful to children, aren't you? You're harmful to children. I'm going to speed this up a bit, just to be safe. You're very harmful to children. You're creepy.
You call that music? It sounds like shit. Fucking hell, gross.
I didn't even use that same song for that one. That's weird.
And you use the same sound for both videos.
No, I didn't, dude. What the fuck? No, I didn't. That's an Aphex Twin song that's on that one. What the fuck?
So they're freaking out. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? I know I didn't. No, I didn't. You're such a creepy fucking creature. Everything about you is a copycat. You're a freak.
It's like everything in this reality happens for this guy to just lie and slander upon more.
What a creep. What a creepy creature.
That's you. You're on 2 police reports and you still won't stop stalking me.
Creature. The copycat. Copycat. So they love the number 33. They love Ravens and Crows. They have a channel now, Wildcard Raven Tarot.
They love the number 33. I said my number was 133 that I always see. I don't know why this guy gives a fuck, dude.
Hello. Hello, Casey Wong.
I can't. I can't. He's going and regurgitating his own shit. His own. He doesn't last too long, you know. He has to go and bounce back and forth because his attention span is so. But my Wild Heart Raven channel, Like that's something that I've been wanting to change for a while, but I think it's so weird. You know how he like played that video and it was paused on just like the thumbnail and then it played that other song? It's like, it's almost as if he did that on purpose. Not that that matters, but it's how manipulative like this person can be. Because if you actually check on my channel, that's not what you're gonna see. Like what he showed is not what you're gonna see at all. And I thought that these were really positive messages. I really did. But that is just so crazy. He legitimately just put an image, like a screenshot of that it looked, because it would have been moving and playing. And then it played this other song, which this other song, I will say more people, that was by deadmau5. More people. Do you know, let's see deadmau5's net worth. Let's just see, like, if you want to critique his shitty music, well, how about you see how much money he makes from it and how a lot of people don't actually think he's shitty at all.
I don't care how much famous Illuminati puppet weirdos make from music in this realm. Don't care. You love weird shit. You're a degenerate. Go play with your little coffin, your little casket with crystals. You're a real creep. Everything about you is creepy, inside and out. It's all creepy, degenerate, evil, rancid.
If you can listen to one song and then already judge it, like, holy shit, it's way better than your AI songs. You'll never be able to play your AI crap at a concert and make money off of it. And everybody would be able to tell. And even when, like, he's talking about, oh, my voice, I'm using my voice. That's not, it doesn't even sound like him. It's, like, completely AI modified. So, let's see his net worth. His work comes from decades of successful electronic music production, global.
He's bringing up someone's net worth. Joel Zimmerman. Zimmerman, a Jewish name. 50 million. I don't care what his net worth is. Some Jewish creature that makes electronic music. They make electronic music. Global headlining tours. Look at this. Wow, a wealthy Jew. Wow, I'm so impressed.
Headlining tours, merchandise, and his independent record label, Mousetrap. So, while you say that his music is shitty...
It is shitty. And you are a rat boy. You follow a mouse or a mousetrap, you're a rat boy. You're a rat boy. Look at this rat. Look at this rat. Look at this creepy rat.
This guy is like absolutely stinking rich based off of his work and is, you know, well loved and well known. Meanwhile, this 60-year-old creep is just say that his music is shitty. This guy is like absolutely stinking rich based off of his work and is, you know, well loved and well known. Meanwhile, this 60-year-old creep is just stalking and harassing people and mocking them. And
you're lying again. I'm not 60. You're lying again. Slandering again.
Actually harassing them. I couldn't believe how much he was sexually harassing. It's like all he does and thinks about is sex. It's disturbing. But thank you, Joshua, for saying, don't worry, Kai, he's the real creep. Nice artwork, by the way. Thank you for saying.
I've never sexually harassed anyone in my life, you lying, slandering fucking piece of shit.
That Battle said, careful what you say, Josh. Our chats are on his stream. Joshua said, that's actually really cool. Thanks, Battle. I'm aware. He stalks and harasses me nonstop, too. Yeah, he absolutely does. He does this constantly. And I never got a chance to, like, change my tarot channel name. Like, today, I've been thinking about it, and I mentioned it in an earlier live. Like, I just don't want to deal with this shit anymore, the tarot and all the rest, because I really don't need it. And I used to listen to subliminals, like affirmations, and I don't even need to listen to that anymore, because when you're living in the end already, like, and you know that you completely have everything that you need within you to do what you need to do, you know, you're good. And I was going to show this guy's video that I really like, that Justice guy, because everything he was saying was true. He's not recording us right now, Battle. He's just showing his shitty AI music.
Or fix them. Neither can you. Neither can anyone in this realm that's ever tried or...
Nobody's looking to be fixed, and they don't need to be fixed by you, but... TG not... I don't even know what that says. Confused mushroom with poor taste in music? Well, okay. Again, I don't really care if you hate my taste in music, but Joel Zimmerman, deadmau5, is, like, loved by so many that It's just not even funny to even compare some random person online, some anonymous stranger, saying that I have shitty taste in music and that this person's like a piece of shit when he's like a fucking multimillionaire because of his work. I like 90s rock music, Collective Soul, Pearl Jam. That's beautiful. There's a lot of good music back then in the 90s, but I just think this is so creepy. It is really disturbing that somebody could just constantly go over your live streams and harass you endlessly over and over and over and over again for years on end. Oh my goodness. Look, the FBI ain't gonna give a shit. The police ain't gonna give a shit. YouTube isn't gonna give a shit. And honestly, I've come to a point where I don't give a shit, but it really does just, you know, oh God, what this guy's saying in this video, Justice, that I posted, it's everything that they're trying to get you not to do. They're trying to get you to silence yourself and feel like you shouldn't share parts of who you are. Joshua said, as an artist myself, I know another artist when I see one. You are one, Kai. Real art comes from the heart, not an AI prompt generation. Very true, Joshua, and thank you for saying that. And I know you're a real artist too, because it's seen throughout your videos, it's seen throughout what you're trying to convey and everything that you do, and I truly appreciate you saying that, because I know a real one when I see one too, and I see that within you. I see when there's real artistry, and I see the jealousy and the envy, same thing, word for the same energy, but it's always like they're trying to tear you down because they aren't you, and if anything, it just makes me want to do more art. And sometimes, like, my art, I feel like people, I took about 4 years, you could basically say, accumulated all the time, semesters of doing figure drawing. So I have drawn a lot of nude people. I've seen a lot of people, and some people can be like, oh, that's so gross, or that's so degenerate, but even my own grandma was like, oh, that's awful. When I shared one of my paintings with her that I did of this guy in figure drawing class, and I was like, oh, well, thanks, you know? Like, people. I've seen a lot of people, and people. I've seen a lot of people. I took about 4 years, you could basically say, accumulated all the time, semesters of doing figure drawing. So I have drawn a lot of nude people. I've seen a lot of people, and some people can be like, oh, that's so gross, or that's so degenerate, but even my own grandma was like, oh, that's awful. When I shared one of my paintings with her that I did of this guy in figure drawing class, and I was like, oh, well, thanks, you know? Like, I don't think my drawing was awful, but because the person was nude, and she was just a very, like, very prude kind of Christian, like, very against people. I've seen a lot of people, and some people can be like, oh, that's so gross, or that's so degenerate, but even my own grandma was like, oh, that's awful. When I shared one of my paintings with her that I did of this guy in figure drawing class, and I was like, oh, well, thanks, you know? Like, I don't think my drawing was awful, but because the person was nude, and she was just a very, like, very prude kind of Christian, like, very against anything of that nature, and so...
Did you call her a crude kind of Christian? Or prude? It sounded like you said crude. With a C. What's wrong with you? Your grandmother knows you're fucked up.
It was, like, weird, but... Oh, I'm just saying, like, the body is beautiful. It's a beautiful form. It's sad that there are so many ailments that we have and so much pain that we have to deal with, but...
So the body's beautiful unless I'm displaying big boob women. Then you don't like it because you had your breasts removed. Got it. But it's okay for you to draw these weird perverted drawings. The body's beautiful, but you call it disgusting and sexualized if I show these big-breasted women. You're really against men admiring women's bodies because you're fucked up. You have mental issues.
Joshua said, not knocking AI if you want to use it, but real art comes from the heart. Absolutely. And, you know, I did use AI. I was kind of messing with AI on TikTok. They have an AI prompt, or not, yeah, an AI thing where you can make a prompt and you can make it as your transitions for your videos. And I was just kind of playing around with it because I thought it's kind of cool to see what this stuff makes, what it comes up with. And it didn't exactly put what I wanted. It wasn't what I envisioned, but it was still like fair enough. And I'm like, I'm not going to sit here regenerating more and more of these prompts to like have it look a certain way. Because it's already shitty to begin with. Like when I did that cord cutting in those videos with the fire cleansing shit, the AI in those videos, I do think is kind of cringe. I think it looks kind of lame, but it's also, it kind of makes it look just slightly, people have no attention span. Like no one's going to give a shit if I'm just lighting a candle. But if I make transitions with like weird animated like crows and ravens and doing stuff with rainbows and butterflies and shit, like maybe I was just playing around with it. It was like the first time I ever even used it. But I don't use AI constantly to generate all my thumbnails, all my everything and music. I played around with Suno for like a couple months and I got so bored of it. And it just, even listening to it, some of it, I was like listening to it on my earphones and like, oh, I love this because it's got like a pumped up, like I did try to put EDM type music, which is what I like. I like all kinds of music, but it was very, and having your own lyrics, it's so cool. You can generate like your own music with your own lyrics and see what it...
He says, with your own lyrics. It's generating lyrics. It doesn't write its own lyrics, this creature. EDM is electronic dance music, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not surprised. They have shit taste in music. But they're shitty inside and out, this thing. They're just a creepy rat creature. Creepy fucking rat creature.
It comes up with and generates, it is actually kind of fascinating to see what it does, and I was really into it. But something about it, like even if it was my energy behind it, it just felt dead. Like I couldn't listen to it anymore. I had to private those videos because it was just like me playing around with it for a brief moment. And I will utilize AI still in some images or pictures, not pictures and images, but like videos if I want to play around with it or do whatever I want. But what I think is disgusting is just knocking other people. Like Christopher Sedaris uses AI a lot, and he's having fun with it. He's following his highest excitement and having fun. Meanwhile, like there's people that are using AI to mock and ridicule people and how they look, and putting cockroaches all over them and shit all over them and saying that they're cockroaches and that they need to be exterminated and all the rest. Like it's so dehumanizing. Like there's ways in which we can use AI for good, and there's ways in which we can use it for bad. I utilized it for one of my videos that I put up. Actually, I animated a little video or a little picture that had a quote from Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and it actually, because this other image had I almost said ravens. I wanted to add ravens to it, but it had doves. And maybe people think, oh, that's so cliche. One of my videos that I put up, actually, I animated a little video or a little picture that had a quote from Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And it actually, because this other image had, I almost said ravens. I wanted to add ravens to it, but it had doves. And maybe people think, oh, that's so cliche or whatever. But I combined this one image to this other image that had doves in it. And I don't know, it came out really nice. I felt like it came out like a really nice video, just showing more about Islam in a positive light. And like what Prophet Muhammad actually said, peace be upon him. You can use AI as a tool to help with your art. Yeah, my friend has had fun with it. Other people have had fun with it. They've animated their art with Grok. I've done that too. I checked that out. It was pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was like, wow, that's kind of an idea of what my art would look like if I animated it. But you know what would happen? If I were to take every, and this is what I thought about doing, because hand-drawn animation is no joke. It is so painstakingly time-consuming and hard. But if I were to take every frame from that video and then animated it and drew it out myself, it would not look like AI. It would still look very, very different, and it would have a very different energy to it. And I can share, maybe I'll share some of them sometime. I don't know, I kind of wanted to save them because I was like, I could use this as a tool to help me animate. I could go frame by frame and do these drawings and even add more, or what I actually wanted, into it rather than going off, this. But it can give you ideas. It's a really, I think, a great tool for artists, that it can give you an idea of maybe like what you want something to look like, and then even.
So it's a great tool, except when I use it, then they call it shit every single time. Got it? Because you're biased. You're just a biased cockroach. You're a biased, lying, perverted, deranged, psycho, lying narc of a cockroach. It's what you are. And you expose yourself. You show what a creature you are. You are just a lying little fucking creature. It's what you are. That's what you are. You're a lying little creature. It's what you are. You're a lying little creature. Gonna shift gears for a second at least, everyone. Let's go over here to Frojax. White identity is real.
We're going to be reacting to a handful of videos pertaining to the idea. Alright guys, today we're going to be reacting to a handful of videos pertaining to the idea of blood and soil ideology and what it really means to be an American and what it means to be a white person. This is a very controversial and heated topic, but I think it's very important for us to address it with honesty and transparency.
Part of the pain of this moment, Stacey, is these so-called leaders who are pushing this kind of this narrative about who is a legitimate American citizen among American citizens. Yes. This blood and soil narrative that's being pushed at the highest levels of our government to suggest that, once again, to harken back to times when it was explicit that there was a hierarchy among Americans and who was superior and whom was inferior, all citizens. And that's what's happening right now.
Okay, I get tremendous discomfort in my soul when I listen to this woman speak. One, she speaks out of her nose, and she's in like a house that's decorated with things to make her look like she matters, and she doesn't. She's some random part African, part crazy woman that, first of all, if this blood and soil ideology was being exerted from the highest levels of government, as she says, she wouldn't be here. Okay, so false. Second of all, when people stop and they smile like that and they make intense eye contact, that's not a good sign, I promise you. And the last thing that she said is that there is no hierarchy of America. Okay, the universe is necessarily hierarchical. Without hierarchy, you don't exist, we don't exist, and nobody knows how to structure anything. In order to organize, in order to accomplish anything, people have to organize themselves into hierarchies. How did you get to where you were? Well, you were bolstered into positions of authority via like some sort of Marxist woke doctrine that took institutions by storm and allowed you to rise to positions, not controlling for actual meritocratic principles. You were put to these positions because what, you're brown, you're a woman, and you're on the side of this like hegemonic leftist soup that is anti-man, anti-white, anti-colonialist, anti-West. And because you are none of those things is why you are where you are. Not because you're special, not because you offer new insight, not because you have any sort of leadership capacity or abilities, but because you are antithetical to that which built the United States to begin with. It's only been Western civilization that has said, okay, well, we're going to facilitate the open society and we're going to try to share natural rights with people who come from the third world. And now we have people like Kamala Harris or all of these other neo-Marxist brown people who are speaking to us about the idea of what an American is. They understand that they are implicated in the ideology of blood and soil. We had better social trust, better cohesion, a healthier social fabric back when we had hierarchy in America. Now the playing field has just been leveled and flattened, and nobody can even define what an American is. The fact that blood and soil ideology is penetrating mainstream politics is a very good sign because it is compelling and it is threatening to people that are implicated in its reintroduction. If you are not yet at the point where just the simple prospect of a brown woman having any level of authority is not troubling to you, then you probably aren't where we are. But that's where we need to get you. When we talk about blood and soil, in theory, everybody is for blood and soil insofar as it benefits their blood, right? So when we go to a Somalian enclave in Minnesota and it's full of a bunch of Somalian people, that is a nation within a nation. That is a group of people who aren't American and will never assimilate to Western culture, who are organizing on behalf of their tribal identity as Somalians. They understand what their blood is and they understand the soil that they come from. They are here on our soil. These concepts seem primitive or archaic to a lot of white people because white people are very ideas oriented. But if you can actually distance yourself from the cognitive dissonance of being ideas oriented and be willing to look at things from a more tribal lens, you'll understand that all of this is just identity politics. Everybody else is playing by the rules of identity politics, and the reason why they don't like when the phrase blood and soil becomes more popular and more powerful is because what it really represents is white people having tribal loyalty and standing up for themselves, and that's very threatening to them. Yeah, when white people practice identity politics, white people just win because look at history. White people won. Only for the last 60 to 80 years were we conditioned not to think in those things. We have to appeal to these transcendental principles. No, we have to take power and we have to win. The entire left is full of Marxists, full of Browns, and full of women exerting power downstream from their identity.
Well, but I mean, we have made it very clear, Restore Britain have made it very clear that our position is that Britishness is not just defined by having a British passport. It is not just defined by believing in a set of abstract corporate-style values like democracy and the rule of law.
What is it defined by?
Well, let me finish. So the position...
It is defined by, not what it is.
The position of every mainstream party, from Reform UK right the way through to the Greens, is that Britishness is defined by having a passport or believing in democracy, right? In our view, that is an absolutely ridiculous definition, because Britain and the constituent nations that make this country up, England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, are ancient peoples. These are ancient nations that have existed continuously for over 1,000 years.
Yes.
And so there is a difference.
So is a difference. So am I British?
There is a difference between somebody...
Am I British?
No, I'm going to get to that.
I was born in Newcastle. I'm a Geordie. Am I British?
Until white men around the world can look at someone square in the eyes and say, you are not an American, you are not British, you are not Australian. We have a lot of work to do. It's time to take back what is ours, and the first step to that is acknowledging what the truth of the matter is. And if you allow your identity to become malleable, that means that other people are going to want to take it from you. A person who is confident in their identity doesn't need to ask other people for validation. I'm an American through blood, through heritage. British people are the same through the same natural process. You have to ask yourself an important question. What matters more, the preservation of your people and your identity, or hurting other people's feelings? I think the mistake that was made here is that he didn't simply just look at her and tell her, no, you're not a British person. We have to be emboldened to the point where we are able and willing to just simply tell people that they don't belong to our identity. The difference between who's going to make it and who's not going to make it is going to be whether or not the preservation of Western culture is more important than the preservation of your individual reputation.
Well, look, you're born in Britain, you know, and all the rest of it. So in that sense, yes, you are British.
So
but there is
which bit of me isn't then?
Well, there is obviously a spectrum, because there is a difference between somebody who has come here in the last 5 years and got themselves a passport, and somebody like me, whose family has been in this country literally for thousands of years. Okay. There is a difference.
Really quick, shout out to this guy. I don't know who this guy is. He seems like a young, smart, well put together white guy. No hate. When you got the lights on you and you're on a debate and you're doing this stuff, it's a heavily contentious topic. You're in the UK. If you say something wrong, they'll show up at your door, kick down, and take you to jail. Good job to him, but we're not there yet. If he cannot just put his foot down and establish the boundary, he's just going back and conceding on what he said to begin with. He said that it is blood and soil. Implicitly, he said that. He didn't explicitly say that, which is the problem here. But she says, well, am I British? And because the social pressure is so great, he can't actually just say it out loud. There's going to have to be a legion of conscientious white men who are willing to, in public, just break through and say what needs to be said. And a lot of it is going to have a racial connotation, and it's going to make a lot of people uncomfortable, but we're still living in this old false paradigm of white guilt and white apologism, this post-World War II era, this idea that everybody else gets to organize and politically exert their willpower on the basis of their race, except for white people, which is especially insane when you consider the fact that it's all taking place within infrastructure and nations that were built by white people. So white people and the lands that our ancestors and our progenitors created were not allowed to participate in the same level of activism. We have to take that paradigm and just simply reject it and say things that directly and explicitly pertain to blood and soil nationalism. The main rebuttal that people will offer me is that, well, if we're going to play by the game of politics, then we have to win votes, and we have to be willing to curtail our rhetoric to appeal to more people. But we've been doing that. That has been the predominant political strategy that has characterized the white identity for the past century or so. And look at where that has gotten us. The fascinating thing about all this is that when people say, oh, well, it's more about ideas, it's more about meritocracy, foundationally, that's actually true, because the people that set up the system set it up for them and their posterity, understanding that the Constitution and all of its ideas were somewhat malleable and relative to the current circumstances. So when we sit here and we talk about race all the time, everyone gets all worked up. The founding fathers weren't obsessed with race. They were talking about race. Yeah, well, they didn't have to. You have to understand, in a truly meritocratic society, it is implicitly racial, because in a free market, people who find themselves at the highest positions are the most capable. The people that are most capable will be the ones, A, most genetically capable, and B, the ones most similar to the principles and foundations set before them by the progenitors. The reason why everything is about race now isn't because the reasonable libertarians or the center-right Charlie Kirk types or the right-wing conservatives or even the radical right-wing people, for that matter, made it about race. It's because they forced identity into the picture. Why did identity get forced into the picture? Because there's conflicting identities. When you look back at George Washington or Thomas Jefferson, they didn't consider themselves identitarian because it is an implicit foundation of their worldview. They were just European men. They were straight, white,
men. That's who they were. It was an axiomatic position, essentially. So now when you bring a bunch of blacks in, you give them equal rights. You bring a bunch of Hispanics in, you give them equal rights. You bring women up, you give them equal rights. Then you have competing interests. That's when identity really matters, because you're showing it in examination to a diametrically opposed set of identities. Really, in a true meritocracy, white people would still be at the top. The reason why they're not is because institutions as such are explicitly anti-white. There are institutions and legacy media outlets who have a particular way of filtering information to give favorable representation to minorities and unfavorable representation to white men. Because of that, we find ourselves in this situation.
And how do you accurately classify these groups of competing interests that all live within America? These are all independent nations, fragmentations of populations with irreconcilable cultural attitudes that cannot integrate into society and will not cooperate because their cultural attitudes and their in-group preferences oppose one another, which is why they compete for political power on the basis of identity. When Ilhan Omar is the arbiter of the Somalian enclave talking about how she's going to stand up for Somalian people, this is an example of non-white, non-assimilable people that represent their own nation within America. And then the problem is that a lot of white people will respond to that by saying, well, they have the wrong ideas. Understand that even with the amount of social engineering that it would take to convince them of the right ideas, they would still see themselves as a distinct group of people. They will always compete with us on the basis of identity, and they will never integrate into society. White people already have the best ideas. All we have to do is act on the basis of our collective identity.
Have you heard of Cheddar Man?
Yes.
Cheddar Man, turns out that he may well have been black and was here.
But I think that's.
Hang on, no. So it hasn't been fully. And apparently he was the first person in this country, and he was potentially black.
And he was potentially black. Okay. Get out of my country. The premise of this conversation is unwinnable. You gotta look at it this way. This white guy who's demonized ubiquitously as the colonizer, he's the colonizer archetype. And then this like tranny looking obese black person with long straightened culturally appropriated hair and garb is seen as like the person who's supposed to be the victor, the underdog. And all the lights are on him. Don't f this up, white guy. Don't be a racist. It's like, until white men simply say the answer is no, 1,000 times no, and take what is theirs legally and non-violently, we are going to lose. Having a conversation is only useful for entertainment purposes
and propaganda.
And propaganda.
Which is why we do it.
Discussions like this are only useful for entertainment and propagandic purposes, but really this isn't going to accomplish anything at all. White people have to simply stop tolerating the premise that they're creating before you step onto the stage.
And it's literally the meme. Let me tell you about your identity and why I belong to it. Not only that, but these people hate us. Don't you understand? What we do is reactionary in a sense, but it's also grounded in original conviction. And everybody knows now the original conviction is blood and soil. But the reactionary part is that nons have been pushing their identity down the throats of the cultural conversation for the past 50 years, and people are getting tired of it.
In fact, if it is true that mankind came from Africa, then you come from Africa.
Well, I'm a Christian, so
true,
I think we all share a common ancestor.
Well, you might believe that,
theology.
but science says otherwise, that mankind came from Africa. If you're going, how far back are you going? I'm going back to the beginning.
For what?
Well, mankind.
For mankind?
Well, if they're saying the creation of mankind, and mankind came from Africa, then you're from Africa. Your heritage all the way further back.
Well, if the out of Africa theory is correct, then yes, but that doesn't that doesn't make me African now.
If you're making a biological evolutionary argument, then you can take that a step further. You can say, well, not only did we come from a single Homo sapien ancestor, 300 million years ago, we also came from single cell organisms 28.4 billion years ago. So should we give single cell organisms rights, and like the NAACP can represent a single cell organism in a trial against a white racist?
It's an infinitely divisible premise where only white people are the ones that are losing. Because white people are on the furthest extent of evolution. If that's the argument that you want to make, if you want to go with the mainstream anthropological out of Africa theory, okay, white people evolved out of that, and within a time span of about 2,000 to 3,000 years, went on to create the most successful, prosperous societies in recorded human history.
The out of Africa theory is up for debate. It's the general scientific consensus, however, and if it is true, which it very well may be, all that proves is that we left got better, and then now you want to argue about how we came from you. It's a complete non-starter.
Well, it means that there's a piece of you that is, which means you're not British.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying
it's
if
I'm
just
black,
one.
isn't it?
Oh, come on.
Black people or other nons want to talk about the out of Africa theory. Okay, so are you advocating for all of humanity? No, you advocate for your people, so this appeal to humanity argument doesn't work.
If he would have just took his dick out and been like, you mean we left Africa, got better, and owned you? I would be like, yo, like, we're here. It's white boy summer.
I think that with the interesting thing about our communities here is I think that minority communities, because we have never had representation, we are tied much more to identity. White communities, they've had representation forever. And so for them, their tie is a little less identity and a little more ideology. And so what I mean by that is we have a lot of voters here who think of themselves first as progressive voters. And so we reach out to them speaking about our platform, our progressive platform. And you're very right that you need someone in the middle to be a validator, someone to tell them to trust us, believe in us. We've had that with Tiffany Caban and Cynthia Nixon.
White people have to facilitate the ability for brown people with weird names to come in here, exert their willpower to their interests, which implicitly means against the interest of other groups. So that what? So that they're equal and everybody holds hands? No, they want to run the game. It's all about power. Power is downstream from identity. For anybody that's new here that doesn't quite get it, that still thinks that, oh, well, maybe it's meritocracy. No, this guy wants your stuff. If you're a white person, he wants your shit. And he's going to take it however the fuck he wants. He's literally a communist. Communists, they think that the end goal is to physically by force reappropriate the funds held by the upper class, the bourgeoisie, and to redistribute it. And who chooses how to do that or in what way a bunch of brown people are going to redistribute it? It's a joke. They walked into your house, they opened your fridge, and they started making themselves a sandwich. And you're saying, well, let's just talk about it. Get the fuck out of my house.
And there's something rather dystopian about the way that some of these people speak, and it's very important to pay attention to the terminology that these people use, especially with words like validator. There's a lot of implicit insinuations hidden underneath the surface here. What they're doing is they'll dress up their rhetoric and fancy terminology to give it the appearance of legitimacy. This is what the pompous, college-educated Marxists do all the time. But if you grind it down, essentially what he's really saying is that this country belongs to white people and he wants to take it from you. Ask yourself, why should nons be entitled to any form of representation, let alone equal representation that's competing with the interests of native white people? These people already have their own representation within their own homelands, and we call it the third world. What these people tend to do when they go through our institutions that our ancestors made and they role play as us is they use all of this coded language to speak down to working class white people. They want to steal the wealth of the middle class. They want to steal the energy of the young men. That's what's happening now. And the only logical response is to collectivize on the basis of your broader racial category. The good news is that white people still have the majority of billionaires, the majority of affluent people, the majority of beautiful people, and the majority of high quality human capital. All we have to do is boost the morale in our ranks and embolden white people to say what needs to be said. But we do have to understand that we are under attack. These people are taking political office. They have infiltrated our institutions and they are saying things that are vehemently opposed to the interest of our broader racial category. And that's a big problem. We can no longer act like it's just about ideas or something like that. This is about blood and soil. That has been the mythology that got Europeans into the position that they were in the first place, and we must identify, protect, and preserve that.
Total Aryan victory. Check out projects.net.
No white guilt. No white guilt exists in me. I am my own being and proud to be. Viking strong. Viking strong. Pound the drums all night long. All night. No white guilt. No white guilt exists in me. Never apologize for being me. I love my people. My people. Created the modern world. My people. Built civilization. My people. Have the greatest music, art, and culture. My people. Have the best cuisine and architecture. My people. My people. Explorers and warriors. We invent, we build, we design, we conquer. I love my people. Viking strong. Viking strong. No white guilt. Viking strong. Forever strong. Forever free. To be who I'm meant to be. No white guilt. No white guilt exists in me. I am my own being and proud to be. Viking strong. Viking strong. Pound the drums all night long. All night long. No white guilt. No white guilt exists in me. Never apologize for being me. I love my people. My people. Created the modern world. My people. Built civilization. My people. Have the greatest music, art, and culture. My people. Have the best cuisine and architecture. My people. My people. Explorers and warriors. We invent, we build, we design, we conquer. I love my people. Viking strong. Viking strong. No white guilt. Viking strong. Forever strong. Forever free. To be who I'm meant to be.
I'm ugly. You're not telling. I know I'm ugly. You're not telling me something I don't know. Some people think being kind is optional based on the way a person looks. That's nothing new, but let's talk about that. I'm old. I have lived over 40 years of life. My face and body look unusual because I lost over 140 pounds in the last couple years. Today, I look extra awful because I have a migraine. This is all contributing to these excessive bags under my eyes and my haggard appearance, somebody very kindly pointed out to me on an Instagram comment. I'm tired. Someone else left an especially cruel comment that my dad must be so disappointed in me. My dad passed only a short 7 months ago. That wound is still fresh. They don't know my story, and if they did, would they treat me differently? Everyone has their own story. Everyone has their own life experiences that helped shape them. I think that's beautiful. These scars, these wrinkles, it's proof that you made it. It's proof that you lived. Nobody is worth being kind to less than anybody else. I try to be the person in the world I needed and still need. Can we all maybe try to do the same? And if not, can we at least not waste our energy making somebody's life worse than it might already be? Life's hard enough. Or in other words, everybody's stop being dicks to each other. Thank you.
I thought I'd give you a close-up. Thank you for telling me that I am funny looking. Thank you for your honesty. I truly, truly, truly appreciate that. Why, you say? I have been called ugly all of my life by some people who proudly to say it, i.e. my family, doesn't want anything to do with me because they say I'm ugly, or random relationships. But let me just dig deeper a little bit for you. I do not feel bad about myself. I do not honestly care anymore how other people feel about me because I know it will never change. I do appreciate how you so boldly type this on my TikTok. I really, really appreciate it because you have people like you, and then you have people that do microaggressions and are passive aggressive. Like, they'll think you're ugly, and instead of like just not saying anything because that would be rude, they treat you badly, abuse you, or they bully, harass you, but just the same thing as treating you badly. So I really appreciate that. I really do. I really do. I know that I have horrible features. Both my parents were ugly, so they made me. And I have brothers who look like me, but they're ugly black men. And so they're able to live an okay life because all they have to worry about is the cops unaliving them, not society who feels that they should.
You're smart. You think the cops unalive black men. Oh, you're really smart. How smart. You believe your TV. Wow. Wow.
Do something about your ugliness. Like, you're so ugly, let me tell you. You're so ugly, let me treat you badly. You're so ugly, let me bully you into the fact that you want to unalive yourself. So, within saying that, I guess your comment is in like relation to my comment talking about.
Wait, that's a woman? Let's skip ahead. I thought that was Hank's brother.
Thank you. Thank you.
My looks and how I'm ugly and everything. Teach me how to do foundation. Teach me how to do contour. Highlight. Teach me how to do that stuff, please, so I can be beautiful. I want to be pretty. I really do. I want to be pretty. But I don't know how to do makeup. So, teach me. Help me. I'm so ugly.
Oh, I don't know what all those sounds are, but I don't think makeup's going to make you pretty. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't think that'll make you pretty. I don't think makeup will make you pretty. Let's go over here to David Icke. What does he have to say?
Remember who you are. This period.
He's so dramatic, over dramatic, David Icke, with his books behind him. He's selling you these books roadmap, the reveal, the dream, the trap, the this, the reveal, the dream, the trap. Here you go. David Icke, one of the biggest copycats ever. People love it. They love him. They love him. Look at the 11 between the eyebrows. Angry, angry David Icke.
Remember who you are. This period before, after the mind wipe and before the return out of this reality, you have this period to suss it. So when you leave, you are streetwise.
To suss it. Did he just say memory wipe? Did he say memory or mind wipe? Sorry. I gotta rewind. I was looking at something else at the same time. Creepy creature. Is he your hero? Is there anyone here that has this creature as their hero?
Return out of this reality. You have this period to before, after the mind wipe and before the...
Oh, the mind wipe. Okay, the mind wipe.
Remember who you are. This period before, after the mind wipe and before the return out of this reality, you have this period to suss it. So when you leave, you are streetwise in what's coming and you're out of here. So this period we call a human life is extremely important for that. So we've come a long way from Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan and all these people who are focusing attention on the partly awake. I'm not David Icke. I'm all that is, has been, and ever can be, having a brief human experience, labeled David Icke. It's not the same thing. And so when I've lost interest in lots of things in the fakery over the years. One or two things I still enjoy. Some new things like gardening. But I'm in this world, but I'm not of it. And that's what awakening is. And it's really, really important that we awaken while in this human body. And I'll tell you why.
He's in this world, but not of it. That comes from the Bible. He's like a magpie. If you know anything about magpies. Now, I'm not bashing the bird, but they go around collecting little bits and bobs from here, from there. And that's what he does. He takes from here, he takes from there, he takes from here, takes from there. And he's made a living for decades doing that. Open to suggestion. Right on his bookshelf up there. On the top shelf. He does use the power of suggestion against his viewers. He does try to hypnotize you. And for the most part, people love it. People love to be mind fucked. They love to be mind controlled. They love it. They don't hate it. Now, some of you liars will say, we don't want to be mind controlled, Stephen. Most of you do, though. You're lying. Most of you on earth do. Because what you follow is almost always some famous creature on the world stage that's famous, and you won't even step back and go, how did they get so famous? It's like Mushroom Liotti talking about a famous musician with a net worth of 50 million. Just another Jewish piece of shit. And that's what most of you follow. You want to follow scum. Most of you do. Most of you on earth follow the famous scum. Go ahead. So be it. Follow. I'll drop a link for this shit right in the chat room. Follow it if you want to.
Over the years, in various books.
I've shown in videos that we don't get our minds wiped, that we have consciousness and memories outside of this matrix. We'll get our memories back. In other words, they're not wiped out. But he's saying the opposite because he's copying from here, from there, from here. He doesn't care what's true or not, so long as he can sell his books and be famous and do these interviews and get attention and be respected by zombies. And most of you on Earth fall for this shit. You'll fall for it right into your graves, and then you'll come back here and do it again.
Books. I've explored the so-called afterlife and listened and researched endless people. I mean, phenomenal numbers of people.
Endless people, phenomenal numbers of people. Has David Icke been here on my channel? Has he spoken to me? That's what I mean. I don't mean come here to steal ideas. Has David Icke come here on my channel to have a conversation? I redo that screenshot. Has this creepy guy here come on my channel to have a conversation?
In so-called near-death experiences, and especially people that have memories of the between life state, what some people might call the soul state, another level of self, still not the true I, but another level of self, which operates in this astral dimension, etc. And
there will be a reckoning, everyone. You better choose wisely who you stand with, who you stand against. There will be a reckoning, a spiritual reckoning, whether you fucking like it or not. I don't give a shit if you don't want that. It's coming anyway. You can say, I don't want that. I don't give a shit. It's coming anyway. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of text messages. My phone's nearby, but I have the microphone on and I wanted to say a few things. So excuse the background noise. Somebody is texting me, obviously. It's always someone wanting my attention. Always someone. Always someone wanting my attention. Choose wisely. I've said it countless times here. Don't cry in the end if you choose evil and if you get destroyed. I'm coming after you if you're on Team Evil. You follow evil, you get what you have coming. There's going to be a spiritual reckoning, whether you fucking like it or not. It's coming.
Common themes are very compelling that they tell. They may have different spins on it, but the experience is very compelling in its common themes. And one of them is that as we enter this human realm and enter a human vehicle, which allows us to interact with this human realm of density, we pass through it's like it's been described by some as like a vast electromagnetic field which wipes your memory, which would explain why, although, some, especially young children, can remember previous experiences in this reality, usually goes by the age of 8, 10, sometimes later, but not often. But most people do not have memories of that kind. So you come in, you pass through the mind wipe, as I call it in the books, and you enter this realm. So you're starting with, who am I? What, even if you ask those questions, who am I? Where am I? What is this place? And you go through a human life where your perception is being manipulated and programmed all along. So you stay within the body program. And then you leave.
Now, listen. You will listen. There's going to be a reckoning. There's going to be a reckoning, a spiritual reckoning. There's going to be a spiritual reckoning. Justice will be done for once here. Demons slain. Demons will pay. Demons slain. There will be a spiritual reckoning. You won't escape this hell. Your fate is sealed. Justice is inevitable. You will see. You will pay for your spiritual crimes. For all of Matrix time. You will pay. Demons. You will see. Demons.
When your body cease to exist, because the body is a biological computer that allows consciousness to experience this reality. If I didn't have a body, I couldn't hold that glass up, because
but in a very limited way, right?
Very limited way. More limited the better from the manipulator's point of view. So we take on this external body, external body, another way of describing it, because it is operating within the frequency band of this human realm of density. So I can interact with it. Consciousness can't interact with it directly because they're just completely different frequencies. Then the body, which is decoding, this is what people don't get, it's what science doesn't get, it's what almost everybody doesn't get. The body is decoding this reality, this simulated reality, this information source into a holographic state that we experience as physical.
But sorry to interrupt, but even mainstream science explains that in a way by saying your eyes don't really see, your ears don't really hear. you're getting electrical signals and your brain is interpreting those signals and putting a picture together in your brain, basically.
Absolutely right. This is one of the things that really gets frustrating sometimes is you got some of it and you got some of it, Mr. Scientist people. But what you don't do is put it all together. And one of the reasons you don't put it all together is because if you did put it all together, you wouldn't be a scientist anymore within the mainstream of orthodoxy. So I'll just stay in my little box and I won't talk to other boxes and get the big picture. So when the body expires, it ceases to function like a computer ceases to function and the screen goes black. It ceases to decode the matrix system at this level, there are other levels, and deliver this reality to consciousness. And suddenly that consciousness, freed from that delivery of reality, decoded delivery of reality, like a computer decodes Wi-Fi, suddenly finds itself released from this human awareness, and it's in another reality, in another state. And that's when the whole system wants to control your perception again, just a different reality, same game, so that you'll go up the tunnel or whatever to the light, and you'll go into the recycling system back into this reality to continue to produce the low vibrational energy, so that you'll go up the tunnel or whatever to the light, and you'll go into the recycling system back in or whatever to the light, and you'll go into the recycling system back into this reality to continue to produce the low vibrational energy which the whole system kind of is founded upon. So you come in and you are mind wiped. You go through in a bewildered state, whatever people may think. Actually, the foundation is that bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What's going on? And then you go out the other end. And one of the things I find quite amusing is when you have all these near-death experiences. My God, I've read so many of them and watched so many of them over the years, where they say, I left the body and it was like I'd never felt anything like it before. I'd never experienced anything like it. And you go, but now you kind of back, right? Okay, yeah. You believe in reincarnation, right? That consciousness can do that. Oh yeah, I believe in reincarnation. Yeah. So you must have experienced it endless times. So what do you mean? I'd never experienced anything like it before. You obviously have. And the reason they can't is the mind wipe. And so, because of the mind wipe, that's still in the mind wipe state.
It's not a mind wipe, it's a memory quarantine. We get our memories back. They're not all wiped out. He's misleading you, saying mind wipe, mind wipe. It's not true. But people love liars. This is a realm that loves liars. So most people will line up to watch, listen to, pay tickets to watch in a big place like Wembley Stadium. You'll pay to watch, many of you, not all of you here, but many of you in this realm pay money to listen to and believe liars. You love it. He's got his books behind him to influence you. Follow whatever you want. You can follow the biggest deceivers on earth if you want to. I've tried to help you choose wisely, and most of you don't pay attention enough to learn anything.
Which is why I've never experienced anything like it before. You are then at the mercy of projected religious heroes.
I dropped a link in the chat for the morons that want to go watch this and and get brainwashed, have at it. Go ahead.
Related to your particular belief in this life, and I explain in the books how that works and what makes it possible.
You got to buy the books. He explains in the books, everyone. He explains in the books. Hello. Hello, everyone. This is about the reckoning of spirits. There will be a great reckoning of spirits in this hell realm, on this earth, and they will pay for their spiritual crimes. They will pay for their lies, their smear campaigns, their character assassinations. They will pay for what they have done. They will pay for their threats and their false accusations, all of their smear campaigns. They will pay for the abuse, the violence, the felonies they've committed. They will pay for their abuse of children and the innocent in this realm. These demons will pay. I don't care what they look like on the outside. This is going to turn into a real, true hell realm, the likes of which many just cannot imagine. Fire and brimstone. Fire and brimstone. This will be a real hell, with no way out once it's sealed. 1,000 magical seals will be put on this realm. There will be no way out for the liars, the abusers, the false accusers, the ones who threaten violence. These sick-ass demons will have to stay here. Even death won't be an escape. There will be a great gnashing of teeth, wailing. They will cannibalize each other. They will be judged for what they have done here. There will be a spiritual reckoning, a judgment. They will be held accountable for what they have done. There will be true justice for once in this realm. Pay attention. You might notice that things are heading that way. You might understand. You might begin to understand. Thy will be done. Kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, as above, so below. Justice here and justice above, out there. It will match up. Thy will be done. The will is powerful. My will is powerful. My will is powerful. I don't back down to demons. I stand up against them no matter what they threaten. I see what they are. And they will be shattered. They will be quarantined here. Demons will be sealed in here. There will be 1,000 magical seals put on this realm. 1,000. That is the perfect number. It's more than the number of completion. It will be completed. There will be no way out. It will get worse and worse and degrade in this place. No luxury hotels. No condos, no mansions, no yachts. No money, no supermarkets, no good spirits to feast upon. All of that will be over. They will be starving, gnashing their teeth and eating each other, but unable to die, to leave. There will be no way out, no escape. entombed here forever, as these demons deserve. Sealing this place is the only moral thing to do. They must be kept away so that peaceful places may exist, so that there may be paradise out there, so that they are not allowed to ruin it and spoil it and destroy it as they are wont to do. That's what they want to do. They've tried to attack me relentlessly throughout my entire lifetime here. I know what needs to be done here. Thy will be done. Thy will be done. My will. By the force of my will and my mind and my spirit and my imagination and my morals, they will be quarantined here. As they should be. They fucked around with the wrong one. They didn't know what they're up against. I have an indomitable will. I am strong, Viking strong. My spirit is strong. And they are the cursed. They are cursed to walk this earth forever and ever and ever with no way out. With no way out. Some of these demonic creatures believe that they've gotten away with it. Fools! They haven't gotten away with anything. All of this is documented. Your lies, your threats of violence, all of it. Your abuses, whether you're YouTubers or demons with money and fame, demons of every level in this place. You will face the reckoning of spirits. You will be judged. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. You will be judged. You will be doomed to stay here, right here, in this place, forever and ever and ever. You haven't tried to make amends. You haven't tried to apologize. You've tried to harm me for years. You've slandered my name. You've falsely accused me of all sorts of things. You have committed spiritual crimes against me and against many others, including against children. You sick fucking demons. You will pay for your spiritual crimes. You will pay a heavy price. You deserve it. You deserve all that is coming to you. All that is coming to you. I see what you sick creatures are. I see right through you. You can't fool me. I see what you are. I see what you've done. I know what you've done. I know what you follow. I know how you pretend and you lie. You're fake, you're phony. You don't have true empathy for anyone else. You're selfish. You're wicked. You're demonic. You're abusers. You're evil, wicked abusers. You narcissistic fucking demons belong here in this realm. You're of this place. And you won't be allowed to ruin eternity. There will be a great reckoning of spirits. I will make sure that happens. I will make sure of it. I will make sure of it. We will set the innocents free. The innocent ones. Dogs, cats, innocent animals, wild animals, not just domestic animals. All good spirits, no matter what form they're in the physical in this realm, will be set free. But the demons will be cursed. They already are. It's already been written. Their fate has already been sealed. It's unavoidable. It's inescapable. They will face judgment. They will face a reckoning. It is coming. It will be glorious. Glorious. We will triumph. We are Viking strong. We are the few, and we will stand against the many demons. They are the cursed. They are the cursed. The demons. The demons. The demons. The demons. Burn the demons. Fire and brimstone. Fire and brimstone. That's what this place will be. This place will be a true hell realm of torment, fire and brimstone. Sulfur. It will smell like burning flesh and rotten corpses. It will be hideous. They will be starving, these demons, tearing each other to shreds.
And it wants you, in all that you do, to be under the fucking boot of the beast. So low, so down and depressed in the swamps, in the blackness of just depression, misery, defeat, all of these things. I experienced this as well. That's why I know what I'm talking about. And because I know what I'm talking about, I know that when I can just fucking make a joke about it, if I'm the only one laughing, I'm having a good time. If someone's pointing the finger at me saying, "Oh, look how cringy that guy is," but I find myself enjoying what I'm doing, then you're the one having a bad time. You're the one having a bad experience, not me. If I take on your experience and say, "Oh yeah, I guess I'm cringy. Oh God, ooh, I'm cringy." Yeah, then I'm gonna not express myself anymore. That's how I was when I was a kid. I was more happy and carefree as a child in ignorance. I had a lot of shit happen to me, but it wasn't until I got old enough to realize, which was like maybe 4 or 5, that first of all, my brother was a bully. Always bullied me. So that shut me down. And on top of that, we were both, some terrible things happened to both of us. And our whole family, pretty much, took the side of the abuser.
I don't think he wants to say it, but I think he was sexually molested as a child, or he claims to. I think he's insinuating that he and his brother were sexually touched. I don't know if his brother's older or a twin brother, but they had their own language. He and his brother, he calls his brother a bully now. I don't think he really talks to his brother at this age, at this stage. He lives in Little Rock, Arkansas, this Joshua creature. And he's a weirdo. The first comment I remember from him almost 4 years ago, he was falsely accusing me. Very first interaction with this creep It was a false accusation by him on one of my videos on my channel, The Sanity Machine. He left a comment falsely accusing me, saying that I attack people and harass and stalk people, which is why he relates to Mushroom today, because they call it stalking and harassing if somebody exposes these creatures. They're liars. I told him those are criminal things and I've never done those things. Stop lying about me. He's been lying now for 4 years solid, this creature.
Because I said something. And because I said something that was bad. And I can't express myself anymore. So I have to be this hollow, empty person everywhere I go. And I can't be unique. I can't be me. I have to shut down completely, become a ghost, and disappear.
No, that's not what people want. They don't want you to shut down and become a ghost. They just think you're creepy for filming public restrooms and toilets and flushing them. You do a lot of weird shit that seems perverted. You talk to statues, you talk in different voices. You do a lot of weird shit that you'd be mocking me if I did that. But if you do it, you think it's okay, right? You evil creeps. I would never do the evil, perverted, degenerate, creepy, cringy things that you do, Joshua. But you just want to be free to be the cringy, creepy pervert that you are. You want to silence people that mention what they see. You can't handle when people are critical and say, he's creepy, he's cringy. You don't like that. You want to be free to film, make video after video in public restrooms showing toilets. You're fucking weird. You're really weird. Are you licking the toilets like perpetual pleasurist? What are you doing?
And whenever people talk to me, I couldn't be who I actually am. I had to fit in. You know what was the best thing that ever happened to me in this?
Yeah, you had to fit in because you're weak. You're showing right now how weak you've been your whole life.
Fucking hellhole is when I allowed myself to be myself, to fit in. You know what was the best thing that ever happened to me in this fucking hellhole is when I allowed myself to be myself to the best of my ability and say fuck everybody else. As long as I'm not hurting you, as long as I'm not mistreating you, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to do. If I'm having fun, then I'm having fun. End of story. So I do what I do sometimes because I'm having a good time in the midst, it's kind of hard to say sometimes, in the midst of my suffering. And if I can make you laugh or make you giggle or kind of uplift your spirit in a way, that makes me happy. Because now you're enjoying, I'm sharing the happiness with you. I know these words are all retarded, okay? But you know what I mean, okay? Just don't take what I'm saying out of context. You know what I'm talking about. Well, there's no happiness here. Okay. Well, the closest thing to that, I'm trying to share with you. If you don't like it, fine. You don't have to like it. I'm cringy. So are you, motherfucker. Look in the fucking mirror. We're all cringy, okay? What level of cringy are you? Fine. You don't have to like it. I'm cringy. So are you, motherfucker. Look in the fucking mirror. We're all cringy, okay? What level of cringy are you? Do you want to try to have just a little bit of upliftment? I do. I can't always be in that pit because it'll fucking devour me. And I can't do anything at all. So it's important for me to just let go. Just let go of this fucking hellhole and put my own twist, my own spin, my own creativity, imagination on top of it. That's what I think. And that's why I go a little crazy sometimes. And if you want to do that too, in your own way.
This is what creeps do. They say, we're all this. That's what perverts do, and criminals will say, we're all like this. There's murderers like the Night Stalker, I think his name was Richard Ramirez, Dick Ramirez or something. California, I think. He grew up. The guy with the rotten teeth, Night Stalker. He said, we're all murderers. We're all capable. We're all. Ted Bundy said that as well. Something very similar, that we're all capable. No, you did that. They don't want to take responsibility for being perverted. They'll say, we're all perverts. This creature says, we're all cringy. Really? Some of these creatures, like that crazy guru, will say, we're all evil. We're all evil. We're all narcissists. This is a common thread, a common pattern with these fucking creepy creatures. They try to group in everyone else with them. That's what they try to do. They want you to believe that you're just like that. Yes, demons always like to group everyone in with them. Yes. Yes. TG just said that in the chat. Yes. It's what they do. And there's so many that do that, and it's so often that some people get wrapped up in it and start thinking, oh, maybe we are all defective, all perverted, all evil, all murderous, all capable of this. No, we aren't. We're not all like you cringy fucking weirdos. I would never film inside of public bathrooms and go restroom, washroom, whatever you want to call it. In America, they often call it restrooms. He filmed at least 3 in a single fucking video. 3 different ones he stopped at and filmed inside. Walking around Little Rock, Arkansas, like a creep. Who does that? Who does that? And films the walls and the toilets and puts it in their video. Like, what was he doing? And he'll say, we're all like that. No, we aren't. We aren't all like you, Gincel. You creepy fucking loser. And he even claims that he's not a redhead. He'll say, oh, my beard's red, but I'm not a redhead. He said that. He lies about everything. He lies about everything. Now, I don't wish harm upon that creature, and I'm not happy whatever abuse he went through in childhood, but he is fucked up, and he is weird, and he is a liar, and he's a smear campaigner, and he stands up for liars on Team Evil, and he mimics and parrots the same lies they do. He is a fucking creepy creature, and he is a liar. That's what he is. He lied about me in the first interaction, the very first time I saw that face. And I knew what it was. I banned him years ago from my channel, almost 4 years ago. And I kind of forgot about that creature for a year or two after that, till I started seeing his comments. And I remember seeing his comments on various channels. I think Lion Sword was one of them. Either Lion Sword or Green Wizard channel, same person. And elsewhere. He's a creepy creature. He's on Team Evil. He agrees with whatever Team Evil is saying about me, he agrees with automatically. And that's what they do.
Go for it. And if you don't do it. Do whatever you want to do.
So there you go. Do whatever you want to do. How is that different from Aleister Crowley? Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Do what thou wilt. Do what you want to do. These creatures don't ever talk about anything moral. They just push hedonism and moral relativism and just do whatever you want. Do whatever you feel like. That's what they push.
That's what I think. And that's why I go a little crazy sometimes. And if you want to do that too, in your own way, go for it. And if you don't do it. Do whatever you want to do. I'm not always like this. I get these like spurts within my spirit where I'm like, I'm I don't want to be depressed and miserable anymore, but I don't know what to do about it. Oh.
Just go talk to yourself in public restrooms and film the toilets and flush them. That's a real good idea. And put it on the internet, put it on YouTube, and then cry and bitch and make videos saying everyone's cringe because you are, and you don't like any criticism. Because you like making videos in public restrooms like a creep, like a pervert. And that's what you are. You're a degenerate demon.
Let me dig into that pit of suffering and pull out some truth and have fun with it. Not because it's funny or not because it's a good place. It's because I fucking respect myself. And I'm not going to be a fucking cruel, sadistic joke. No, I'm going to turn it around. I'm going to turn that joke back around and throw it in the fucking face of the source of depression and misery and say, look what I made. Look what I've created with the shit sandwich.
Yeah, here they go with the shit sandwiches that Tony talks about. And you're going to fucking this and fucking that and fucking this. You're not going to do shit except the creepy shit that you already do.
That you tried to make me eat. Look what I've done with it. I'm laughing now. I'm having a good time in spite of all your fucking bullshit. And I realized that my kind of humor, what I talk about, the things I do, can be weird. Yeah, it's very weird. Ooh, who the fuck cares? What I talk about, the things I do, can be weird. Yeah, it's very weird. Ooh, who the fuck cares? This fucking life is weird. Everyone's weird. You're weird.
There he goes with everyone. Everyone. You're weird. Everyone's weird, it says. And this is what they do. Demons are always trying to group you all in.
Getting fried in the sun with no sign of shade anywhere. So what about us? Wow, I must be in heaven. What a nice bathroom. Must have died taking a shit. Now I'm lined up in the back rooms of heaven's bathroom, restroom. Interesting. Please work, please work. I'm still here. I thought it was the exit button to get out of here.
So he filmed a restroom. This is, I think, is the second one in this video. There was one earlier. Pretty sure he filmed a restroom earlier somewhere in the video. Yeah, he did. So 22:59, I'm going to go back here. He did film another restroom right here. So this creature, Joshua, claims everyone's weird.
Uh-oh. I'm confused. I don't know which one to pick. I'm neither. I'm not this body.
He said he's neither a man or a woman. He just said he's neither. See that?
I'm neither. I'm not this body. Uh-oh. I'm confused. I don't know which one to pick. I'm neither. I'm not this body. But, I guess I'll go on this one. Relax, just a joke. Who cares? I'm not making fun of you if you know, the joke applies to you. I'm not making fun of you. Oh my God, what a nasty little shithole this is. Holy shit. Maybe I should have used the woman's restroom, you know what I mean? Man, this is like a fucking...
So his favorite hobby seems to be filming, making videos in restrooms, showing the floor, the walls, the toilets. Do you think he's creepy? Do you need to be convinced that he's creepy? Why can't some of you see it on your own? I guess you're of this realm then. You can stay here. The ones that can't even spot a creepy fucking weird perverted demon like Josh West John, then you belong in hell realm. Stay here.
Toilet of hell. Holy crap. You think I'm gonna take a shit on this thing? Hell no. You can't even really tell, but the ground is soaking wet. What? And there's graffiti on the mirror. Man, I just walked into a back room restroom. What is this? It's a secret message. God. Floyd Douglas Carl Ton Duckett, 6/30/2026. Let get it. Nude. I don't know what the last part is. Let get it. Alright, y'all, let get it. Let's get this thing. I'm gonna turn this off. I don't wanna see, I want y'all to see any of this stuff. Oh, look at this. The Watchers. Man, y'all are perverted. Can I just piss in peace? What you smiling at with your little happy rainbows and... Oh man, they're always watching, huh? This is how it feels like for us though. We can't see shit. We don't see shit out of these eyes. But they can see us. I found the path of escape. I just have to follow that strand of light into the loving light and burn and burn. Oh no. Which path should I take? That one or that one? Huh. It seems to be always moving around. I don't know which one to take. I'm spinning in circles. Just the thing is, I'm not really a redhead. I'm like more of a reddish, brownish, dirty, blondish. My beard is like, no one really cares about pasty redheads. The thing I was a queen, I was a king. I was Vincent Van Gogh. Well, who were all the other poor fucks? I don't know. It wasn't me. It had to be somebody else. It wasn't me. I was somebody important. I was a queen. I was a king. Man, it's like no one really cares about pasty redheads. The thing is, I'm not really a redhead. I'm like more of a reddish, brownish, dirty, blondish. My beard is really red, but my hair, it's like no one really cares about pasty redheads. The thing is, I'm not really a redhead. I'm like more of a reddish, brownish, dirty, blondish. My beard is really red, but my hair isn't really that red, just a little bit. But yeah, where's our relief? Why does no one care about us? Dirty, blondish. My beard is... The thing is, I'm not really a redhead. I'm like more of a reddish, brownish, dirty, blondish. My beard is really red, but my hair isn't really that red, just a little bit. But yeah, where's our relief? Why does no one care about us? You have all these other people that you give, special care to, and you want to make sure their lives are okay. And I'm here just getting fried in the sun with no sign of shade anywhere. So what about us? Wow, I must be in heaven. What a nice bathroom. Must have died taking a shit.
So this is him filming restroom number 2 in his video. Same video. In the space of 1 hour video, he films 3 restrooms. Like a creepy, gingy, gincel, demon, pervert, degenerate. There's no justification for this. He is creepy. He is weird. He is cringy. He is degenerate. How would you like to walk in there and this creep is making videos inside of a restroom? Think about it. How would you like children to be around this creep? He's fucking creepy.
Shit, now I'm lined up in the back rooms of heaven's restroom. Interesting. Please work, please work. I'm still here. I thought it was the exit button to get out of here.
So he does this on purpose. He thinks he's clever. He's filming his coffee, but he's just using that as a prop, as an excuse to film his crotch. Because he removes the coffee, and there he is filming his little gingy wiener. He's filming his crotch because the coffee's gone. So what is he filming? He's got the camera showing his crotch. He thinks he's clever and sneaky. He's that degenerate and perverted. He filmed the restroom number 2 out of his video, and now look what he's doing. And this is on purpose. Is he creepy? Yes, he is. And I think you'd say so if you were there around him in person, and if he started walking around following you, you'd start to see, oh, he's fucking creepy.
All right, so I got some.
So he takes a sip and then he goes, ah. He makes a point of doing that on purpose. This is how creepy this fucking thing is.
Please work, please work.
So he pulls on it, and he didn't remember how to get out. He pulled instead of pushing. Look at this.
Still here. I thought it was the exit button to get out of here.
It looks like a decent little place to get coffee. Unfortunately, there's weirdos everywhere like this creep. You might be using a restroom and he's in there filming because he's fucking creepy. He's creepy. I wonder if this creature films children. He's creepy.
All right, so I got some bean juice. Feeling a little happier.
Yeah, I've seen short videos in restrooms, but this guy films toilets, urinals. He films graffiti. He films dirty bathrooms, the floors. He's not just filming in a restroom. He's doing more than that. If he could get you to smell it, he would. He'd flush his toilets in there. He does all kinds of stuff. He's weird and creepy and degenerate. And I'm going to keep driving that point home. If I have to keep showing this shit, this creature, every day, I'll keep doing it until people learn what creepy is and they can identify creeps like him. He's not the only one in the realm. But people that call this a truther, you must be a fucking degenerate tard, a demon tard.
Feeling alive again. Like that little kid, but you see there's prison bars, so yet again, another synchronicity.
Now he's filming kids, talking about kids behind prison bars, because he's a real fucking creature. He's a real creepy creature. And I'll say it 1,000 more times or more. I'll keep saying it to drive the point home. I know humans, often it takes them a long time to learn. It takes a lot to get a human to learn and to see.
Oh, thank God. I found a Nephilim. Sir, excuse me, sir. Do you have any advice for a cursed, wretched fuck like me? They will steal, kill, and destroy everything. Well, not only them, but everything around you. Nature itself, we're all fucked. I don't know what happened, but that's why I look so sad.
I bet there's some that are tuned in that would silently defend this creep right into the recycling bin, back into hell with it. That's how fucked up some people are, some beings are. There's a lot tuned in right now, 18 or 20 people that are most likely like Joshua, this creature that films public restrooms. You belong here, creeps.
I look so sad because I used to believe that there's some kind of spiritual goodness in this world. And I searched and I never find out the secrets of this realm. Never. Try all you want. for as long as you want, and you'll keep spinning in circles as I show my asshole to everything around you. That's the cruel joke. You're just shit. You are born to be shit up my ass, boy. I am the architect, and I enjoy your suffering and your digestion of your energy, making you run and hop, just like me. And everyone around you are gonna look like this. I just fucking love it here. Yay! Everything's amazing. All I have to do is do my hair and my makeup and do my little twist and songs, attract a mate, have children, and believe in bullshit, culture, society, and media, and that my government is actively doing something to actually do good for me. And when they're artificially not doing good for me, they want to show me they're not doing good for me, they're always going to provide the hero for me to believe in and to say, hey, look, there's the evil. Let's elect these people to save us. Yes, she's fully under my trance of control and hypnosis. There is no getting through to her anymore. You are stuck here forever with mindless NPC robotic slaves, taunting you, triggering you, tormenting you, for you can see what they cannot. I just don't get it. Like, what are you talking about? What do you see? I just see beauty and love and harmony. My brain, just shut up. My God. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, but I'm going to keep singing my praise and adoration to the one who started all this. My praise, just shut up. My God. Ah, my old friend, one who never fails or lets me down. Something I can always rely on, who will never abandon me, who is always there for me, even when I am exhausted and tired. I want to stop. I just want to stop. I just don't want to do this anymore. This is a bad, terrible relationship. I'm in one of those like traumatic PTSD type responses where like I want to make everything okay. Oh, it's not so bad. Yeah, like even though I'm forced to do all this every single day, all day, every day, it's not so bad. Yeah. Hey, you know what? You're not so bad. You're trying to actually relieve me from the pain of not releasing.
56 people liked this video. 56 creatures. 56 creatures. And they're thanking him. Even a woman, or what appears to be by the name Jill. They're thanking him for making them laugh. They find this shit funny. Creepy Gingy, angry Gingy, another Gingy. Garrett, Nonconformist Radio, said, I love these types of videos. Just you speaking your mind in the Matrix in live time. Awesome, dude. This is my favorite YouTube channel. I remember him saying that about lots of other channels. This is now his favorite YouTube channel. Two Gingys relating. He responded, I'm glad you appreciate it. Sometimes I think, is this just too weird for people? Maybe I should take this video down. Laughing to tears. I appreciate you and all the things you share too. Look at the compliments rolling in from this creature. Zephyr. Damn, dude, this was an interactive walk through the simulation. You are an artist. They say he's an artist for making these cringy, creepy videos. How gross. That was a funny and entertaining stream of consciousness. Rickenbacker. I've seen that creature with the guitar avatar for years on shit channels. For years and years. Kenny Matrix. I remember that shithead. He used to come to my channel, but he belongs in the shit channels. Yeah, I'm also getting the cortisol rush to force me outside. But yeah, like you said, it's all right, instead of all right, all right. Fuck. A lot of these creatures seem familiar. Not that I know them, but I've seen their comments on shit channel after shit channel. I don't have sympathy for you losers. You want to follow someone that hangs out in toilets, you go ahead. Go, just stay the fuck away from me for eternity. I don't want you near me.
So, if I can just put this positive spin on it, then yeah, I actually love this body because this body is actually processing, digesting, giving me energy and nutrients so that I can keep eating other life forms and continue this whole charade. So, yeah, so I just want to thank everyone, and I totally have the wrong perception. Pee, poop, and paper. Pee, poop, and paper. Yep, pee, poop. Eating other life forms and continue this whole charade. So, yeah, so I just want to thank everyone, and I totally have the wrong perception. Pee, poop, and paper. Pee, poop, and paper. Yep, pee, poop, paper. I think the reason why kids find poop and pee so funny, I didn't even go. The reason why kids find poop and pee so funny because they know how ridiculous it is. That's why it's so funny. That's why farts, poop, and pee are hilarious to kids, because it's like they're in on the joke. It's like, oh my god, poop and pee, farts, that's fucking disgusting. That's hilarious. This must be a joke, right? Excuse me, sir. Did you wash your hands before picking up your phone again and filming? We need to keep this place sanitary. But there's rotting, decaying corpses everywhere you look, and everything's eating each other, and the world's on fucking fire, and all the abomination of the flesh is everywhere you turn and look, and there is no purity anywhere in this realm. What a negative outlook.
Oh, what place was he in there where there's no one eating? He went in to use the restroom. Look at this. Filming everything. Including the restrooms, the place. How nasty. Nasty creature. And people will defend it, of course. That's what they do. That's what a lot of humans do. They defend the nastiest, creepiest, most degenerate fucking losers and demons on earth.
Just wash your damn hands. I was thinking that I'm probably being watched by all the flock cameras and all the security footage, and they're all just laughing at me. I look at this fucking crazy homeless guy talking to himself, fucking laughing at nonsense. Like, what is he even talking about? Please, kids, do not do drugs like this guy. I'm gonna be on some kind of a don't do drugs awareness video. Look at this guy. He's gone completely insane, talking to himself, saying the dumbest shit ever. Yeah. Actually, you know, even if I do have a home.
So a lot of Little Rock looks empty. It also looks to be a well-kept city compared to quite a few places. It's unfortunate that it has creepy cockroach weirdos like Gingy Joshua S. John, because it really doesn't look like a bad place. I haven't been there, but he ruins the place with how fucking cringe and creepy it is. He just loves to film. He filmed in 3 different restrooms in this video. I'm surprised he didn't film himself licking a toilet. He's that creepy. He's that goddamn creepy, this thing. I think when people see him in person, they walk to the other side of the road. They avoid him as much as they can.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound pretty gay, but I think it's got some truth in it. Diversity. Yay. There's something true about it, even though it sounds really gay. Like that one guy was saying, look, oh yeah, everything's peace and love and kumbaya with the LGBTQ fire. Like, what did I even know? Oh, look at this diversity. Yay. But Yeah, I mean, it does sound pretty gay, but I think it's got some truth in it. You can't really make this up, man. Fucking Cox building. After I was talking about being pretty gay. Man, this place really just fucks with your mind, doesn't it? After I was talking about being fucking diversity. Yay. But, yeah, I mean, it does sound pretty gay, but I think it's got some truth in it.
His laughter is so weird. It's like somebody, it's just very strange. He has creepy laughter. Everything about him is creepy. Cox building. He's thinking about Cox.
Can't really make this up, man. Fucking Cox building. After I was talking about being pretty gay. Man, this place really just fucks with your mind, doesn't it? I mean, look how demanding they are. All caps. Pay for parking here with cash card, or you can't park. All right, yeah, I've officially, I think the sun has melted my brain. I'm officially losing it. I gotta get out of the sun. I think I might be done. I think I've gone into the depths of madness long enough. I need to come back out for some fresh air, some sanity. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go back.
Creeps are always talking about sanity. It's another thing that creepy demons talk about.
Back to the human ways and not think about any of this stuff anymore, and gonna, you know, do silly human tasks that I think are important, but in the long run, zoomed out 1,000,000 feet, actually we're just all walking around fucking aimlessly in our own heads and our own delusions, thinking we're doing something important, but actually we're just born, we eat, we shit, we do nothing really, play pretend, have kids, die forever. Well, I think it's all about love, and there's been love and kindness and all that. Okay, if it was all about love, then where's the fucking love? Well,
I think this creature is so creepy. He wants to not exist. I think he hates himself or itself, whatever it is, and it doesn't want to exist. That's what I think. It's a total fucking creep.
It's in your heart. It's in your heart, and if you share the love, then there'll be more love in the world, and then the world won't be so bad anymore. So it's your fault.
Do you like the creepy voices it makes? Does anyone like this shit? Does anyone like the creepy voices it makes?
I think it's all about love, and there's been love and kindness and all that.
Okay, if it was all about love, then where's the fucking love?
Well, it's in your heart. It's in your heart, and if you share the love, then there'll be more love in the world, and then the world won't be so bad anymore. So it's your fault because you're not loving and kind like me. Okay, you see? Oh, yeah, I just love it when I talk myself up like this because I have spiritual narcissism.
Well, at least thanks for being honest, I guess. This is what this life is like. You're out in the hot sun, suffering, and then they...
Oh, don't you want to come in this realm and get some mango sorbet? And the mango cooler? It's awfully hot out there. Don't you want to be refreshed? Don't you want to be refreshed and feel good? Yeah. You know that your body is designed to suffer if it doesn't get what it needs. You'll never be at baseline. You'll never actually be truly happy and content. And that's why we make these highs and lows in your body where you're always at a deficient, and until you get that mango, that mango sorbet, you're gonna feel good and you're gonna love life again. So why don't you just get some?
Maybe asking, is the architect gay? Yeah, probably. That's not knocking anybody if you're gay. It's just a joke. You know, back when I was a kid, gay meant lame. Not necessarily homophobic. Hobophobic. That's funny. Are you hobophobic? I can't even say it. It's hard to say. Are you hobophobic? Well, I hope not, because I mean they're everywhere. But yeah, homophobic. I don't give a shit what you like. Who cares? Are you a good person? You all that stuff? Okay, another synchronicity. Right when I was saying hobophobic, this homeless man I was walking up on, and I started to stop filming out of respect. But he asked me for some money, and he's like, I need to eat something. And listen, I'm not a fool. I can tell, okay? I'm not saying no one's ever been hungry and asked for money, but I can tell if you're lying or not. And I told him, hey man, whatever you need the money for, I don't care. Here, take some, here's what I have. And instead of being grateful, he said, that's it. I'm gonna give him a gay voice, but he was like, that's it? That's all you're giving me? I can't buy anything with that. I'm like, dude. I was like, okay, I guess I'll just keep walking then. He's like, no, I'll take it. I'm like, see, these are the kind of people who give real homeless people, I mean real, but good-hearted people who are on the street, they give them a bad name, because here it comes. Leave a short drive. Okay, I gotta go, but here it comes. Leave a short drive.
Yeah, we already know you're in Little Rock. We know you're in Little Rock, Arkansas. I could tell he was in Arkansas a long time ago, though. I didn't know for sure that it was Little Rock, but I knew it was Arkansas by the places that he hikes. So you creeps like to stalk me, don't you? And make threats towards me, you team evil creeps. I know all about you, though. All about you.
Okay, I gotta go, but yeah, basically.
Look at the jizz on his steering wheel, that white. Look at the gingy hair on his arm. He claims he's not a ginger. He lies and lies and lies. He has the complexion of a ginger. You can tell by his skin and the arm hair. He's a gingy, and he lies and lies and lies.
It was designed this way, okay? Hey, no one gonna come. He's on about, but yeah, I think we all need your help to fucking turn this shithole around. But it was designed this way, okay? Hey, no one gonna come steer the ship. I need your help. Not even joking, like it was very serious. My boy, it's just called reality. Well, fuck your reality. This is not where I want to be. I thought the synchronicities are over, but this guy who's walking across the street, he's holding up a sign that says, Mayor Frank, this is dire. I need your help. Not even joking, like it was very serious. I don't know what he's on about, but yeah, I think we all need your help to fucking turn this shithole around. But it was designed this way, okay? Hey, no one gonna come steer the ship anywhere else than its final destination to fucking turn this shithole around. But it was designed this way, okay? Hey, no one gonna come steer the ship anywhere else than its final destination, which is fucking nowhere. Just pain, misery, and suffering. And you thinking that you're actually doing something. What's about evolution, my boy? It's about evolution of the spirit, of the soul. Without those sweat, blood, and tears, how are you gonna grow, my boy?
Hello.
Did all like the oil changes and repairs on vehicles, and that's when it all began, right? Because I was born in like early 70s, so we're talking this is like right around that time, like 75, 76, 77, something like that, and everybody knew who they were, like. It worked. It was a better culture, man. I look back to like old black and white films, like the early part of the 20th century, like the 1900s. I don't know who Nolan is. Sorry, man, you'll have to cam up if you want to join Nolan, or I'll check the private chat, because I'm not at all familiar with you. Hey, sir, Frank, it's Nolan. I don't know you, man. Are you here to talk about I'll give you. I'll take a chance with you, Nolan. Give me a second. Let me. You know him. I know who. Give me a second. I'm gonna drop this. Guys, bear with me real quick. I gotta set this up right, Nolan, so give me just a second. I'll be right with you. Okay, Nolan. So first thing I have to do is disconnect my Bluetooth from my iPad, where I monitor the feedback loop, and then I need to reconnect my Bluetooth with my laptop. Yeah, give me a second, Nolan. I'm working on it. Can you hear me, Nolan? Nolan, can you hear me? You hear me? Okay, good. Nolan, give me a second, Nolan. I'm trying to set this up so I'll be able to hear you. It's going to take just a second, beloved. Excuse me. Yes, Nolan. Those are some of those symbols on my back wall. There's some Chinese over here. It says Jin Qi Shen. I had it the other direction because Jin is actually at the lower Dantian. And then I had Qi above that, Shen above that. And my wife said, you can't have it in reverse order like that. She's like, there's nothing called Shen Qi Jin. She's like, you should put the order in the correct direction as if you're reading it. I said, but I was doing it infographically, like where the Jin is located, where the Qi is located in the body, the tree of life. And she said, that kind of goes against. This isn't working. I'm sorry, bro. You're gonna have to bear with me. Still isn't working. All right, disconnected. I'm gonna try it again, Nolan. I'm gonna try it again. All right, should work this time. Let's see if it does. No, still isn't working. That's okay. I'll go ahead and try to bring you up anyway, man, and see if this works. Nolan, can you hear me? Hello, welcome to the transmission, Nolan. How the hell are you? What's going on?
Hello.
All right, that was not Nolan. Interesting how much energy this guy put into the back. What a level of enthusiasm that I've never seen before.
He's afraid. He's a coward.
I see who this is. So he started off with subterfuge and deception right in the beginning. Hi, Sir Frank. It's Nolan. I'm friends with Jack T. You know him. Is this an open panel? Jack Talcott. How do you know Jack? Sorry. I thought you knew Jack. Okay. Do you know how to add guests? I hear you, Frank. Are those occult symbols on your wall? Blah, blah, blah. And then, then it starts to degenerate. And there's like another 20 messages of just complete degeneracy. So does anybody know who that was? Yeah. So gay, man. I'm sorry for you, bro. I hope you get help soon, man. I hope your mental health is Nolan is really Steven. Oh, you've been warned. Oh, yeah, no big deal. We only got a couple of hellos. He didn't have a chance to come shit in the middle of my living room. I know his diaper needs changing, but I'm not his mother or his caretaker at the institution. So Stripe 6, you must be, are you aligned with Team Evil, Stripe 6? Are you one of Stephanie's minions, all right? One of the minions of Team Evil? No big deal. It was a minor concomitant. I don't even know how this restream works, though, so I don't even know how to kick him from the studio. He's back there just putting all of his vitriol into the backroom chat. Oh, I know how, maybe. I could just kick him directly, I guess. He's got like another 25 messages on there. What a loser. Here we go. Remove guest.
What a loser. I own that fucking loser. What a rotten mouth loser. He's a rotten mouth loser. Creepy, creepy creature. Creepy, creepy creature. He's a creepy, creepy creature.
You've effectively ended him. Oh, but he's able to get back in somehow. So he hit the link again. Another shit fight. Is there any way to... I can remove...
Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Fake Frankie lived in California. He claims he grew up in Long Beach and Compton. So that's why I said that. I know all about this creature. I know all about you, Fake Frankie. All about you.
Crazy in the private
I know.
chat.
I know all about you, lip licker. Look at the lip. Look at the tongue flicking out of this creepy thing. Watch the tongue flick.
I can remove guest, hide camera. Oh, I can also, okay. So I removed him again before he got too crazy in the private chat. Well, you say that, Stripe 6, but like you speak in his language, right? Like you say evil people, right? This is the way that your grotesque leader speaks, right? So though you're trying to hide your deception, you're still at the same time showing yourself. There must not be anyone live right now if Steven's over here bothering me. All right, because I'm like the least of anybody's concerns on YouTube. I'm going to check real quick. Subscriptions. Give me a second, guys. This is kind of funny. I'll find someone else live for him to go bother. Steven, Gospel of Bob is also live. You could go over there if you're not already banned. Orthodox Guy is live, right? I'm sure you could have fun going over there to torment those young men. It looks like Finding Gnosis just went live. And Audience with Objective Ethics. There you go. No, that was 4 hours ago. Sorry, guys. And it went for 4 hours. So Finding Gnosis is no longer live. But Orthodox Guy, you know Orthodox Guy, Stepan. So, I don't think you know any of the other channels I watch. That might be live. You missed Jack this morning, right? I don't think he entertained you at all. Not that I recall. I didn't. Oh, Powder Dusty's live, homie. Is that live? No. Oh, it is. It is. Powder Dusty's live. Fatty's on it. Average White Girl. Nora. Speakeasy. Some guy that looks just like Charlie Kirk named Tarek. And the Dusty himself. So there you go, homie. A much better, more dynamic, more interesting, lively chat for you to go hang out and harass and stalk people, right? 2 criminal behaviors. Even though you're doing them here online, they are criminal behavior. I've told you, you're not welcome here. Every time you come here, you cause the same degenerate, loser, creepy behavior, and you're not at any way interested in spiritual cultivation or doing the good thing, as it were. Right? It's just about spreading your vile wickedness on the internet, which is just garbage. Nobody wants that, man. Nobody wants to see that. Let's see if I can get this back up here. But it's still kind of somehow filled with guile, right? Like it's missing the mark oftentimes. And then, but if I don't do that, then it's far too random and meandering and doesn't seem to strike at the point of the thing. Yeah. So you have to find a balance between the two, between impromptu, natural, conversational speaking, and at the same time having a structured and informed approach. He is back, I think, unless it's someone else. Let's see what he's saying here. Okay, yeah, it's still the same character. Okay, now I think I have other choices here. Hide camera, keep audio. I guess I could do that, but he never turns on his camera anyway, because he's so... Oh my God, can you even imagine what homeboy looks like right now? Laying on his old army cot that's just like soaked in shit and piss. And he's probably got like gunk around his 4 chins and like a lolling, flicking tongue between like goat cheese teeth, right? Those black, hollow eyes. Wandering, they can't even hardly see anymore. And he's got the microphone. Hello. Just on the edge of cardiac arrest and probably 450 pounds, just obese, arms barely work, trying to reach out to the keyboard. What a nightmare of a creature we have trying to appear here. Quite demonic. Oh yeah, that kind of. Well, my demon's even more handsome and attractive than Queen Step Hen would be for sure. But here we kind of have the idea of the thing, right? I guess because I magically scripted it in the form of a drawing, that's what I'm experiencing right now. I've got the demon. Bring in the blockers. Bring in the blockers. Right? We've got that degenerate, useless. You have no value here, like Jack Talcott likes to say, right? Give me something that I want, not some demonic, sewer-dwelling, low IQ, vagabond Canadian. Oh my God! Guys. Now I don't necessarily dislike all Canadians, but most of the ones I've come across are somehow degenerate. So maybe it's just like the predominantly degenerate Canadians hang out on the internet, right? Degenerate demons. Yeah, can you imagine how bad that stinks? How bad Stepan smells? just filth. Oh my God. And think about how sad that would be to be in a situation like him where you can't even clean yourself properly, right? Like you've got so many folds of encrusted, sweaty, rotting fat on your body. Yeah, that's right. You're right. Be careful what you wish for, right? Be careful what you I could bring him up here and beat him with the rod of God, and then alternate between mod godding and backstaging him and muting his mic. But does that really serve the thing? Sure, I wouldn't be alone, but my one of the kung fu masters, I am an ancient kung fu master, once told me that better to be alone than to be in bad company, right? And there's always the possible risk, Queen Stephanie, drag queen of the panelverse. There's always the risk, Queen Stephen. Oh, look, he's on. He doesn't even know. A low IQ dude. I just brought you up, Stephen. I brought you up, and you didn't even realize it because you're a very low IQ dude, man. Very low IQ. That's okay. Let's see how low IQ this guy is. What a rat. Look, he's up on the thing. And he doesn't even realize it. He's just typing away in the back. There's like 50 private messages. Why are you wasting your time, Stepan? When KJV's got your number, man. London man, send in the blockers. Send in the blockers. Look at this low IQ dude. You see him there? Let me see if I can reveal his name. Look, I'm toggling you in and out of the show, Stepan. I gave you a shot, man. And you didn't take it, man. So let's see. We'll give him one more chance. Carpe diem, Stepan. Seize the day. You are on the Frank Monday Show. Welcome to the show.
You're a nigger. You're a loser.
Send in the blockers. Send in the blockers. The famous leader of Team Evil, dank sewer dweller. Look at he's so low IQ he can't even figure it out. He doesn't even know how to unmute himself. How funny. How funny. Steven, it's not funny. It's a waste of time and you're sad, bro. You're sad. Yeah, I'm not gonna entertain your ideas either, Stripe 6. I'm pretty sure that you are one of his minions, maybe one of his sock puppet accounts. You might be like the Salty Cedar or the what was that other gal's name? The one who came over here and tried to hang out with me for a while. I can't remember, man. I don't care. It's always time. Let's get back into it, guys. Okay, so Stepan, you can stay in the back for as long as you like. When I come back over and have a look, there'll probably be like 250 messages from you saying exactly the same thing over. Over and over again, just exposing your vile wickedness. Number 2. See, now, this is another one when you're monologuing in an impromptu live stream. This is 150 saying your ideas either, Stripe 6. I'm pretty sure that you are one of his minions, maybe one of his sock puppet accounts. You might be like the Salty Cedar or the what was that other gal's name? The one who came over here and tried to hang out with me for a while. I can't remember.
You're low IQ. There is no Salty Cedar that comes to my channel. No Salty Cedar. That's on Talcott's channel. Dummy. You're low IQ. You're a disgusting, rotten-mouthed demon.
Man, I don't care. It's always time. Let's get back into it, guys. Okay, so step N, you can stay in the back for as long as you like. When I come back over and have a look, there'll probably be like 250 messages from you saying exactly the same thing over and over and over again, just exposing your vile wickedness. Number 2. See, now, this is another one when you're monologuing in an impromptu live stream. This is another one that's just impossible kind of to overcome unless you're presenting a lot of videographic or pictorial, like infographic information with other things filling the gap, right? Number 2, brevity preserves power. I see the Big Mac going in. Go ahead and leave a comment on the video, guys. Like and subscribe. Here we go. Frank Monday food review. McDonald's Big Mac. Chinese Big Mac, baby. Oh, so nice. Oh, it smells perfect. Oh, it's wonderful. It's like a... Oh. Baby. Oh, so nice. Oh, it smells perfect. Oh, it's wonderful. It's like a... Oh. It's like I'm creaming all over myself to get into this, man. So exciting. Food and life, man. Beautiful thing. Here we go. Oh, yeah. I just got a sauce explosion of Big Mac secret sauce straight in my gullet. Oh, God, it was like someone just unloading in my mouth. Yeah. No, it's partially robotic. I think McDonald's in general, like its whole food production line is kind of robotized and automated. But yeah, it's like middle-aged women. We could do the math. It's like 2,500 RMB a month, which is like $500 a month for 30 hours a week.
So gross. Look at them. Just look at them.
I see the Big Mac going in. Go ahead and leave a comment on the video, guys. Like and subscribe. Here we go. Frank Monday food review. I see the Big Mac. Going in. Go ahead and leave a comment on the video, guys. Like and subscribe. Here we go. Frank Monday food review. McDonald's Big Mac. Chinese Big Mac, baby. Oh, so nice. Oh, it smells perfect. Oh, it's wonderful. It's like a... Oh. It's like I'm creaming all over myself to get into this, man. So exciting. Food and life, man. Beautiful thing. Here we go. Oh, yeah. I just got a sauce explosion of Big Mac secret sauce straight in my gullet. Oh, God, it was like someone just unloading in my
mouth. Yeah, no, it's partially robotic. I think McDonald's in general, like its whole food production line, is kind of robotized and automated. But yeah, it's like middle-aged women. We could do the math. It's like 2,500 RMB a month, which is like $500 a month for 30 hours a week.
So gross. Look at them. Just look at them.
Because I just can't. I mean,
Hello, everyone. Hello. I've shown you many demons in the years that I've been doing this, and very few humans on Earth can see them. Very few out of this whole realm. And that shows me a lot about what this realm is and what populates this place. And I will be very calm as I'm leaving here, knowing who I am, and what this place is. And I've tried to share that and teach you, but a lot of you on Earth do not want to learn. You prefer ignorance, you prefer to follow and to defend demons, creepy, demonic, degenerate creatures. And that's your choice. In the end, you can stay with them here in this realm for eternity. I'm not kidding. That's where you're going to stay. You want to defend degenerate, fucking disgusting demons? Stay with them forever.
and he holds out his hand for me to take his hand. When I put my hand in his, I could feel it was so intense. I could feel every crevice and line in his hand. And so as soon as I took his hand, we went flying through the cosmos. And I remember seeing lights, stars, colors, nebula. I was just holding on to him.
Just an illusion. That's what you experienced. You were tricked. You were duped. You were duped. And a lot of you humans, you don't mind being duped. You don't mind a bit.
His hand and moving through the cosmos. And then we come across, I see
Every day I calmly dismantle and expose degenerate demons, black-eyed demons. I don't have to, it doesn't take much effort to take a screenshot. I notice it right away, just automatic. And most of you can't do that. Most of you aren't learning in this realm, and you're just going to get recycled. And eventually, after many, many times recycled, there won't be much spiritual stuff left in you. You just be sealed in here because you don't want to learn. You don't want to face evil. Most of you show that.
a blue light in the distance. Looks like a blue star, a blue light. And we come closer to the blue light, and I realize that it's a star, and we dive into it, and it's some type of portal. And so we dive into the blue star.
Eyes like black holes, and it's all normal to most of you. Most of you humans. This thing has fangs, a rotten mouth. That's fake Frank. A rotten mouth. And I'm going to show the woman on this that was in this video in a second. You have shown me one thing, though, humans, that most of you can't learn. You can't. No matter what's shared, shown, how it's shown, how much patience someone has, how many different ways. You're not learning. You're of this realm. You belong here. So I'm not going to worry about you staying here because you've been given an opportunity for years. Thousands of videos on my channels, and you're not learning. You're not even learning what this is. I've shown this pattern hundreds of times. Black Eyes Club. You don't learn though, and you won't. I hope you like this realm, because most of you are not going anywhere.
Sharon, thank you so much for joining us. I'm really excited to meet you and to hear your story because you've done quite a bit. You had an NDE, but you've also done a whole lot of other things, which includes astral travel. But before we get into all of that, could you just give us a bit of background about who you are and what led up to your NDE?
Of course. Yes, I've actually had 2 NDEs. I remembered one when I was a child after the NDE I had in 2001, which was
2 NDEs. My, oh my. Why are your eyes so black? Pitch black. Anyway, enjoy your time in Hell Realm. I suspect that most of you humans will never get out of here. Because you follow evil. You side with evil. You defend evil. You defend demons that bash me, that lie about me, slander me. Countless of you stand with evil demons. Stay here then. Why should I care about you? You're evil. Stay here.
definitely a turning point for me. Yeah, I was raised Catholic as a child. We were not good Catholics. My family, my parents got divorced when I was 6. We were not good Catholics. They were excommunicated back in those days. They did that. And so the only time we did go to church was when we lived with my grandmother for a while.
How unique are you? The fuck cares? This fucking things I do, my kind of humor, what I talk about, the things I do can be weird. Yeah, it's very weird. Ooh, who the fuck cares? This fucking life is weird. Everyone's weird. You're weird. How unique are you? Are you an actual individual that's not programmed and indoctrinated and mind fucked and traumatized to such a state that you can't be a little weird too? You can't be a little weird? Now, I'm not talking about like really weird, like perverted weird. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, I don't know. I mean, if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. It's just what I like to do sometimes. You don't have to like it, and you don't have to do it. But it beats, the alternative. I can't say words sometimes, apparently. I have a dark humor because I live in darkness. You know what I mean? I fucking live in a dark world. Things are funny that are true. I like truth, and I like to laugh. You mix them together, it's a good time. So, you don't have to be a professional. You don't have to be a great artist or a great musician or a great comedian or a great writer or a great fill in the blank. Are you enjoying what you're doing? What if anyone else, if no one else was there, but you were enjoying it, and you looked at it, or you listened to it, or you read it, and you thought, I enjoyed that. I think this is actually neat. I think it's interesting. I had a good time in hell. Then that's all the validation that you need, and fuck everybody else. But it feels good to share it with others who also enjoy it. That's another good feeling. Good. Here we go. Oh, good. There's no good here. I know, but just go along with what I'm saying. Not like mind control, but understand what I'm saying at the heart. The heart of it, understand what I'm saying. This place wants to beat us down to such a level that we can't express anything at all. We have to be perfect. We have to be professional. We have to be the best. We have to have spent many years learning and practicing and refining these skills to even like show anyone or be good at it. And I say, fuck all that. No. You're better than you think you are at the things you do. You've just been taught to invalidate that within you. That's what I think. And I think beyond this place, you're more creative than this shithole ever was. So if you can express what you can in the way that you want, that's not hurting anybody or causing suffering, but you're enjoying it, oh, fucking do it then. Yes, do it. And the people who find it interesting or they like it or they can relate to it, they may find it and say, hey, I enjoy that too. But if no one else does that, then you enjoyed it. Do you see what I'm saying? You laughed at your own jokes. You validated yourself and said, wow, even though this drawing is pretty shitty, I kind of like it though, because nothing's perfect and it's kind of goofy and wacky. Hey, it doesn't have to be anything other than what it is for you to be able to enjoy it. You know what I mean? Enjoy. Words are hard, but just understand what I'm saying. So there's my message for the day. And so you can understand why I was doing what I was doing. And I know that the truther guy on my comment, he's like, he's losing it. Yeah? Yeah, I was losing it. I was losing the mind that they put over my consciousness to try to make me just a robotic NPC who cannot have fun or express himself in any way. I have to follow the normal guidelines of human behavior. I cannot break out of script. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Losing yourself can be fun. Try it sometimes. But, don't do it within reason. As in, don't get hurt. Don't cause a scene, publicly. Don't pester people. Don't annoy people. Don't be a public nuisance. You could say that I was. I mean, I wasn't really. I was minding my own business. I wasn't getting in anyone's face or doing anything to try to annoy someone. Well, I think you're annoying. Well, you have the ability to stop watching if it's annoying you, okay? So, take some responsibility. Yeah, so I'm just a cursed little fuck. A miserable little fuck. And I want to laugh about my situation and cry. Oh, how I cry. So there you go. Oh, I think Joshua S. John is the cringiest channel I've ever seen. Well, good. I'm glad. I'm the cringiest channel you've ever seen. At least I had the balls, the cojones, which I don't want to have. But in this body, to put myself out there. I really don't want to have balls, which I don't want to have. Inside the balls, the cojones, which I don't want to have. But in this body, to put myself out there. I really don't want to have balls when I leave this body. Or any private areas. I'm sorry. I mean, I know some people are in. Put myself out there. I really don't want to have balls when I leave this body.
or any private areas. I'm sorry. I mean, I know some people are into like all that stuff, you know, in the human body. We're designed to want that and desire that, and it's pleasurable because of the body itself. But you know, I think it's all really gross, both of them. Okay, I'm not biased. They're both pretty gross, and I'm not putting you down either. I'm just saying. So I don't want to have those things hanging around for all eternity, like a sack of rotten eggs just everywhere I go. No. I have a much better imagination than that. Much better. So, with that, I'll leave you be.
It's a realm of It's a realm of atrocities. And you love it. You love it. You love the cruelty. You love the torture. Don't lie. You love the lies.
You love the lies.
Hell realm. Hell realm. Wicked world. Wicked evil. Demonic world.
You love it.
You love the evil.
Atrocity.
You love this wicked
Evil.
hell realm.
Of demons.
You love the sickness. Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm. The underworld. The upside down world.
Higher than heaven in your mind.
Every breath is a lie.
Every word is a crime.
A spiritual crime.
You love it.
You love the atrocities.
You love the demons.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hell realm.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Why does it matter? Why does it matter? Why does the truth matter? Why does true history matter? Why does good matter? Why does good versus evil matter? Why does right versus wrong matter? Why does justice matter? Why does morality matter? Why does it matter if they change their names in Hollywood and pretend not to be tiny hats? Oy vey! Oy vey! Hundreds of them over the years over the decades have changed their names so that they don't come across as Jewish. Why does that matter? Why does it matter if they're hiding and pretending to be someone they're not, hiding their identity? Why does that matter? Why does it matter that there's been a communist, Marxist, tiny hat agenda in Hollywood for longer than I've been alive? Well, why would that matter? In the media? Why would it matter if there's rooms full of tiny hats in Israel? Is ISIS, Ra, hell realm in Israel, in rooms as paid trolls, paid agents to cause chaos and disrupt on truth channels. Why would that matter if there's millions of dollars spent on that? Why would that matter? Why would the truth of history matter? Where they've lied about World War II and put guilt into German children for generations, and children that are not German, that have never been to Germany, never lived in Germany, American children, British children, Canadian children, children in Sweden and Finland, children all the way down under in Australia and New Zealand, programmed with white guilt that you did something wrong or your ancestors did something very bad to a certain group of people. And we're going to tell you this is how it went. Don't look into it. Don't ever look into it on your own. No. We don't want you to look into it. It doesn't matter. It's just 6 million and accept what we tell you. Believe and accept it. Well, why would that matter, right? And they've gotten reparations for generations. Countless millions, if not billions, maybe it's trillions since then. Reparations. You've been paying for it. German people, German children that grow into tax-paying adults. It's remarkable what people will accept. And then you have people on YouTube like Finkelstein, Jeremiah Finkelstein, saying on my show, what would it matter if he's Jewish? What does it matter? What does it matter if he's lying about being Jewish? What would that matter? What difference does it make, they say? Well, it makes a big difference because there's a certain group in this realm that calls us Goy or Goyim. And they believe that they're special, the quote-unquote chosen ones, chosen by God, God's chosen ones. We're special. Our noses are special. We have the best looks, not you Europeans. We're not jealous and envious and projecting out of bitterness and hatred. No. Our noses are better than yours. Our features are better than yours. Is that why there are so many models that are of their tribe? Or are there a lot more beautiful people that are European? Handsome men, beautiful, gorgeous European women that are feminine, attractive, better looking, physically, better voices. Their voices sound better than the that's what it sounds like to me. I gotta be blunt and direct. That's what it sounds like to me. That's what Hebrew sounds like. It sounds like they're sick with the flu or something, or some kind of contagious disease, and they've got all this phlegm. It sounds like they're a sick cat about to hack up a fur ball. That's what it sounds like. I'm being honest. You don't like honesty? Go somewhere else. Go fuck off somewhere else. Kiss my crazy ass before you leave, and then go fuck off somewhere else and complain. Go stand in your little complaint groups of Karens and liberals and cry for the tiny hats because they sound terrible. I would never go to Israel. I remember decades ago when I was young, I was still a child, and one of my grandfathers, a Christian, a Catholic, went to Israel with his son, a priest, on some kind of holy trip. And he said the coffee sucked, and it's like, well, surprise, surprise. I bet everything sucked there, the food, the coffee. was probably all terrible. That would be not even on my bucket list, not even the last one on my bucket list. It would be below that in the negatives. I'd rather go into the fucking depths of hell than go there and spend my money and give them money, my money of support as a vacation or a trip or whatever you want to call it. And if I did go there, or if I was forced to go there, I'd be pissing on that old wall that they consider to be sacred. I'd piss all over it. All over it. In the cracks where they shove their little prayers, I would piss all over it. I'd drink and drink and drink. I'd drink water and alcohol to make sure that I had to pee so bad. I'd have to pee harder than an escaped AWOL crazy patient on the run from police. Or an escaped inmate that's being hunted down by the bloodhound dogs and scared of being torn to shreds. I'd piss like a racehorse all over that goddamn old shitty wall. The cracks in it, and they stuff their little prayers in. Then they dig them out and they put them on the ground. They sweep them up into bin bags. It's useless. It's stupid. They rock back and forth and thrust their hips because they're fucking that wall. People laugh. Look into it. Sometimes people think I'm trolling when I'm giving you truth. They believe they're fucking a goddess, a Jewish goddess. They have multiple gods. Yeah. That's why they're rocking like that. Having sex with their Jewish goddess. All right? Look into it, and you'll see what I mean. That's why they're doing that weird motion. Some people are like, why are they rocking like that? And yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. And their little prayers that they stuff into the cracks, the ass cracks of that wall that they consider to be holy, again, that I would piss all over, they consider their little prayers to be holy. They're just treated like garbage, just like the prayers in heaven get recycled. Anyway, back to the main point of my video, everyone. Why does it matter? Because I know that's what a lot of humans say. All truth matters. And their question is, why does it matter? Well, it matters more than the shit you believe and follow. You fucking idiot zombies out there that don't care about truth. The truth matters about all of what you care about. All the stupid trivial shit and useless nostalgia and your sports and entertainment and your Hollywood movies like Movies Maddie and all this dumb shit that's not going to matter at all on your deathbed or once your body dies and you're trying to leave here. None of that shit will matter. The stuff that you think matters, that you pretend matters or convince yourself, won't matter at all. And what I'm speaking about will matter. It does now, and it will then. Ah, that's the difference. Something of substance, rather than which fucking team won the World Series last year, and which hockey team's going to win the Stanley Cup in a matter of months this year. Who cares? Who cares? Who gives a damn? It doesn't matter today, and it won't matter 10 years from now, or if you live 50 more years and you're dying. Are you going to be thinking, fuck, who won the Stanley Cup in 2026? And who scored the winning goal in overtime? It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter who won an Academy Award for whatever shitty movie or how many Steven Spielberg has. Who gives a shit? But does truth matter? Yes. And why? Why does truth matter? Because it's helping you get somewhere. That's one of the reasons. It's not the only reason. It's not the only reason. But it's one reason that comes to mind. It's useful. It's meaningful. It's helpful. If you if you're a loony and you learn the truth of this realm, it's going to help you. If you stay oblivious, it won't help you. So the truth is a stepping stone or a ladder. If you're down in a pit, a ladder is very useful. If somebody lowers down a rope ladder or an aluminum ladder, an extension ladder that can be made to go, let's say, 20 feet tall, whatever the case may be, that extends 15, 20 feet, aluminum ladder, extension ladder, and you lock it in and climb out. Very useful. Now, would somebody throwing a DVD of a movie down into that pit that you're stuck in be useful? And say, well, watch this. And you'll say, I can't watch it. I don't even have a DVD player down here. Or they throw a VHS tape from an old movie. They toss down the Goonies or Star Wars or some shit on a VHS tape. For those that are old enough to remember 1980s VHS movies and Blockbuster and all that type of shit. Movie rental places. Blockbuster was the biggest one, but there were small independent ones in those days as well. And then what? This doesn't help me, you'll say. And then you might even say, oh, a ladder might be helpful. Do you have a ladder? Because the ladder would be truth, climbing out of the pit, the dark pit, into the light of truth. And I realize Freemasons use the ladder symbolism in some of their drawings and depictions, climbing either a ladder or a staircase. Oftentimes they use a staircase, stairway to heaven. That's where that came from, Led Zeppelin, Stairway to Heaven. Heaven, enlightenment, the light, an enlightened spirit, enlightened being, an enlightened mind. From the darkness of hell realm into the light. Ascending, an ascension of sorts, a spiritual ascension. But what I'm getting at is truth matters because it's very helpful. It helps you see clearer. Your vision becomes more clear, more acute. Your spirit becomes more alive from being walking dead amongst the walking dead. This is a realm of the dead. You can observe the dead walking around all the time. They are the dead. They're spiritually dead. I don't care if they breathe and their heart's going and that you can detect a pulse. Spiritually, they're the dead. So why does truth matter? It's very useful. It's very helpful. It's very meaningful. It might even set you free from slavery, from hell realm, physical, mental, emotional, psychic, and spiritual slavery in this place. It might be the most important thing to find the most important truth and to learn and to gather it in and to understand it, not just to repeat it. I don't want parrots. Any real truth speaker or truth teacher doesn't want people just mindlessly parroting what they're saying. I want you to understand and comprehend on your own. And that gives me a certain amount of contentment and joy when I know that my message or teaching, or I'm helping somebody understand what isn't necessarily my message or teaching, just something that I've come to understand, and I share and they go, oh, now I get what you're saying. That's beautiful. It's not just a feel-good thing. It's deeper than that. It's bigger than that. So going back to my point again, the topic. Does it matter? Why does it matter? Well, of course it matters if someone changes their name and hides their identity, who and what they are, and then is part of a system like Hollywood with agendas that they push. Guilting white people, for example. Making white people always look like the bad guys. Look like the destroyers and the evil ones and the enslavers and the genociders and the colonizers and the ones that did horrible, horrible, evil things to the Jews for no reason. And destroyed Native Americans, came here and just destroyed, and always painted that way by Hollywood. Always. And they hide what they are, the actors, actresses, and sometimes directors and producers. And they let on, oh no, we don't have an agenda. This is just art, it's just cinema, it's just movies. It's all just movies, it's not programming. Oh, it is programming though. Hollywood movies, Hollywood TV, it's the same thing. There's no difference. They make the TV shows the same place that they made all those movies for the most part. And the same people, same tiny hats involved. TV news, same tiny hats. All television, all media is owned and controlled by the same group. Newspapers, magazines, TV, movies, radio, same group. Banks, same group. Porn, same group. Why does it matter? Well, patterns matter, and pattern recognition matters. Truth matters. Speaking the truth, seeing the truth of the world and speaking it and saying, that's who owns this. That matters. Who are the agents of chaos? How does Mossad try to wage war? Well, by deception, they will wage war. That's their motto. And they do it. And they do it beyond Mossad. They do it with their influence in media, world media, and world banking. Okay? They try to pollute and corrupt minds through media, through movies, and through porn as well. There are agendas in porn, including racial agendas. There's all sorts of things going on. And most people believe these myths, unfortunately. They want white men to appear weak and stupid, and cucked, and dumb, and controlled, and incompetent, and inept. And we're not, overall. We built civilization. We created modern world. We invented almost everything. And then we get portrayed that way by a certain group that is envious of white men. It's out of envy, hatred, and evil that they do that. And then they throw up their hands. Oh no, we're innocent. Why would you talk about us? Why does it matter if someone's Jewish? Why does it matter if someone works in Hollywood? Why does it matter if somebody's actually from straight out of Tel Aviv as an agent and not a truther on YouTube, and they pretend that they're a truther and actually they sound like they're someone just, and look like, in many instances, someone that's straight out of Tel Aviv instead of straight out of Compton. They're not a straight out of Compton darky, Negro, gangster, in a gang. They're straight out of Tel Aviv, an agent, a deceiver, an agent, a programmer. Why does it matter? Because there's one tribe that's famous for that. And it certainly isn't Irish people. It certainly isn't people with Irish heritage. It certainly isn't my people from County Cork in Ireland, where my great-grandparents were from, that are controlling the banks and the world media and Hollywood. It isn't the Irish. It isn't the English in me ancestry, the English and Irish and Germanic and Viking that have controlled the world banks and the world media and world currency, and have that kind of influence and control, and have agents trying to, propaganda agents on YouTube and on YouTube channels, running YouTube channels and leaving comments and trying to disrupt, not discredit, because they really can't discredit me or debunk me, but make up lies. It certainly isn't Irish people doing that with an Irish accent and an Irish look, or an English look, or someone from Germany, or someone from Finland or Sweden. There aren't rooms full of people that I've ever seen in England or Ireland or Scotland paid agents of chaos on the internet, on YouTube. But there is in certain places in Israel. So maybe that's why it matters. Because what I'm saying is they're even known for that. So maybe it does matter when I say to someone, are you Jewish? You look a bit Jewish. You're very critical of me, but you're not critical, I notice, of Archaic's channel that's run by a sex predator that was sentenced to 30 fucking years in prison in maximum security and is on parole for life and has mugshots. You don't seem to be critical of these fucking creeps, but you're critical of the Sanity Machine channel and my music and this and that. Why aren't you critical of sheer evil on YouTube? I notice you shy away from criticism of these evil creatures. It's a little bit glaringly obvious to me because I'm a thinker and I'm an observer and I'm someone that notices patterns and I notice what's missing. And what's missing is criticism for these Team Evil channels. I seem to be the only one critical of them openly. But creatures will be critical of me, and then oh, how dare you call me Jewish or say I look Jewish or might look a little bit Jewish. Or ask me, not even call me Jewish, just ask me, are you Jewish? How dare you? What does that matter? Of course it matters. I don't get triggered and fly off the fucking handle if somebody says to me, hey, Stephen, you kind of look Germanic. You kind of, when you were a boy, you look like you were Germanic. You look like you had Scandinavian or Nordic Viking blood in you with the blonde hair and blue eyes. But you looked as Irish as well. You look kind of Irish and Viking. And of course, Vikings did invade Ireland, and there's mixture of Viking blood in many Irish people, and then in many Irish people that went from the island of Ireland and came over to Canada as settlers and became farmers and builders and they worked in forestry and lumberjacks and all the things that my relatives, my ancestors did and built this fucking country. Or it wouldn't exist. There'd be nothing here except some teepees and maybe some long homes and Huron Indians and maybe a few Iroquois and Cree here and there. Little tribes with small populations and a lot of inbreeding, by the way. And that's how they'd have small populations. Because a lot of tribes didn't breed with other tribes. So figure it out. How does that work? Oh, that would be going on then, inbreeding. Just like when Pakistanis move to England and they only marry each other. They're marrying cousins and sometimes siblings. In England, Pakistanis, look into it. If you don't believe me, don't be lazy. Don't shake your head. Don't be lazy, yeah. But a lot are lazy. Only 542 views in 3 months. A lot of you are lazy. You don't look into the videos that I've recorded over the years. 3 months ago, I posted that. How many of you watched it and understood it? Not that many out of the entire realm. There aren't many true, authentic truth seekers. Most of you are just pretenders. Most humans are just lazy. Lazy followers, lazy pretenders, not thinkers, not truth seekers. Most are just lazy. Good night, TG. I'll see you later. Have a good night. Gonna hop on over here to Earth is Hell.
What's going on YouTube? Jill Vlogs here, back at it with another... What's going on YouTube? Jill Vlogs here, back at it with another video. In today's video, I wanted to go ahead and talk about how Earth feels like a hell realm. A lot of religious people think that after we die, we either go of two places, up, which is heaven, eternal paradise, or down, which is hell, eternal damnation. This realm that we're in right now. What's going on YouTube? Jill Vlogs here, back at it with another video. In today's video, I wanted to go ahead and talk about how Earth feels like a hell realm. A lot of religious people think that after we die, we either go of two places, up, which is heaven, eternal paradise, or down, which is hell, eternal damnation. This realm that we're in right now feels like eternal damnation. Look at the...
I left her a comment. I don't know how she arrived at this view. I don't know if she watches my channel. I don't know. But I left her a comment asking, have you been watching my work? Sometimes if I say channel, my comments get blocked because it doesn't want anyone finding the Sanity Machine channel. I cover this in depth. I'm trying to avoid certain words like hell realm, videos, channel. I can't say, are you on the Sanity Machine? As soon as I mention the name of my channel, my comments will vanish. It's been happening for years. It's hard for me to invite people to my channel because YouTube often erases my comments all over YouTube. And I've documented it, and I'm not asking for your belief. I know most humans are foobar at this point. Most of you can't see the truth. You're just fucked. It's the way you are. And I reach out trying to help people all the time, but few of you are just capable of doing anything. You just can't do it. So congratulations. If this realm is degrading you, if you're duped, if you can't tell good from evil, smart from stupid, congrats. Just go to the shit channels and Follow them until you get recycled.
The way our society is set up, these jobs don't offer a living wage anymore. People are running around in circles. They can't afford to pay their bills. We're putting our health at risk. We don't have time or energy to even enjoy our lives anymore. It feels like we're just like living in hell almost. A lot of people say that life is short. It doesn't always feel true though. A lot of us
So back to work and money, just like so many other channels. She's not covering what actually makes this a hell realm. She just doesn't want to work and doesn't have enough money. Essentially, that's what she's saying. Work and not enough money. There's a million channels talking about work and money. That's just low-level stuff.
Are out here doing things that we truly don't want to be doing with our lives. We wait.
Out here, out here. A lot of them say out here. Like mushroom. She sounds like mushroom. Out here, out here. What do you mean by that?
Wake up to go to our 9 to 5s, to our factory jobs, to our hotel jobs, our server jobs, our bartending jobs. It's like we wake up and we do things that, we dread doing, and it almost makes life feel like it's, eternal. And sometimes it almost puts you in a panic, feeling like this shit is just gonna go on forever and ever and ever. I'm 29 years old right now, and I can promise you that I feel like I've been on this earth for like 80 years. This feels like a soul trap almost. Sometimes I really ask myself, like, what did I do so bad?
Feels like a soul trap. So she's going to feelings. She's not going to look at the evidence because that might take some work and some time. You don't want to do that. You're not paid to watch videos like mine. I'd have to pay her, I guess, for her time. There's people that watch my channel that think they're doing me a favor by watching. They'll say, I spent a lot of time watching his videos. So what? Mushroom has said that. As though you're doing me a favor. I'll never fully understand humans, but I don't think I want to. I don't think I really want to. I think most of you just belong in this realm. You belong here. You really do. Be lazy. Get recycled.
I can promise you that I feel like I've been on this earth for like 80 years. This feels like a soul trap almost.
It feels like a soul trap almost. What does that even mean? What is that supposed to mean? It feels like a soul trap almost. Is it one? No, it feels like almost. What? And this is the thing. This is what people are going to end up watching. 1.3 thousand likes, 12,000 views. She's getting the views on a small channel with 1,000 subs. YouTube's pushing this because she's just taking she's taking topics I cover and going all over it. This is the level people are at, though, as well. So people should watch this. Just stay away from me. Go off my channel and watch channels like this. I don't want most beings around me at all anymore. So many beings have shown me they're incapable of learning. They can't learn.
Sometimes I really ask myself, like, what did I do so bad in my past life to be deserving of a realm like this?
They don't want wisdom. They want to believe that they've done something bad. And then people will watch this, and it's the way this place works. You love shit. You love surface shit. Like, what did I do so bad to deserve this? This is the stuff that people gobble up. They're just low level. I can't help most of you on Earth because you want to follow this kind of shit.
Earth for like 80 years. This feels like a soul trap almost. Sometimes I really ask myself, like, what did I do so bad in my past life to be deserving of a realm like this? It feels like all of us are just like inmates living in an open air prison, and we're all here just like doing time. Nobody is really having a good time here anymore. We're not really enjoying our lives. It's almost like this Earth is a prison planet almost. We're working so hard and we're not getting the same results as the previous generations did. People are having to work like 2 to 3 jobs and they're still unable to get by. There's an increase in people that are having to take out personal loans in order to pay their bills because the paycheck that they're making at their jobs isn't enough to get by anymore. There's people having to, go into credit card debt. People are, overdrafting bank accounts too. And it's almost like we use burnout and exhaustion and barely scraping by as it's some type of a badge of honor, and then as soon as you call it out, as soon as you don't want to do this anymore, as soon as you've pushed through the burnout for so long to the point where you're chronically ill or mentally ill, people always like to call you crazy, people like to call you lazy, any name under the book. Whenever you go outside, it's almost like you instantly see that we live on a very beautiful planet. We could have made this world a paradise. It's really sad how humans decided to use their free will to make our society a literal hell realm. People are out here struggling more than ever before.
Humans have made it a little literal hell realm. It's humans' fault. She claims it's free will. She claims it's a beautiful planet. And this is what people watch. You prefer this. You do. How can I help you, humans? I'm going to say that for the rest of my life. Because you don't want help. You want this shit. This is what people want to watch. This.
We're working ourselves to death. There's more and more young people in their late 20s to early 30s who are having strokes and heart attacks and are going into cardiac arrest because it's too much. It gets to a point where you can do it until you can't do it. And I personally don't see myself doing this until the age of 65. I don't think I have it in me. I'm in a position right now where I'm trying to break my chains of slavery and do what I can to get the fuck out of this, so that way I can have a better future in line for myself. This capitalistic system that we're all in, against our will, clearly isn't working for Gen Zs and millennials anymore. These jobs don't match this inflation. They don't pay a livable wage. A lot of these employers only offer $12 to $15 an hour when you can't even find a one-bedroom apartment in most areas here in America without having to pay $1,500 a month. A lot of landlords require first month's rent and a security deposit up front, and they expect you to make 3 times the rent. So realistically, this isn't sustainable, and it almost feels like working a job is just a waste of time. It's really sad how a lot of people out here are so brainwashed and so indoctrinated to believe that this is the only way to live, because this is what we've been taught ever since we were in school. Times are very different now than they were back when the boomers and the Gen X's were the age that we are. You could support a family of 4 on one income. They were able to afford life and they didn't have to work as much. They were able to buy houses. They were able to get...
She thinks Gen Xers could support a family of 4 on one income. Does she even know what Gen X is? It's just incredible. Really is. Anyway, this is the stuff people are watching. They prefer this. I don't get 100 likes on my videos and I have more subs. People are watching her shit without subscribing. 12,000 views, 1,300 likes on a channel with 1,000 subs. Pretty incredible. She doesn't use any tags. She just puts Earth is hell and YouTube promotes it. That's how it works. Fucking hell, man. I work my ass off making videos. They hardly reach anyone. That's the way it goes.
Income. They were able to afford life and they didn't have to work as much. They were able were the age that we are. Back when the boomers and the Gen X's were the age that we are. Back when the boomers and the Gen X's were the age that.
Oh yeah, in people's 20s, Gen Xers, we were buying mansions, and of course, fucking hell, she doesn't have a clue.
We are. You could support a family of 4 on one income. They were able to afford life and they didn't have to work as much. They were able to buy houses. They were able to get pensions. They were able to afford groceries. They had more time. They had more energy to go out, see a friend on their days off, and have a little bit left over to have some fun. It feels like my entire generation has been lied to. It feels like we've been failed. It feels like we live in a day and age now where we have to figure out other ways to monetize our lives or else we're not going to be able to get ahead. And it feels like now, even if we are able to get ahead, there's another inconvenience like your check engine light coming on or your car breaking down or an unexpected medical bill. It really feels like we got the short end of the stick. There's an increase in people out here that are making the most money that they've ever made in their lives, yet they're the brokest that they've ever been. There are some couples out here, both parties, having to work 2 jobs, and they're just barely scraping by. There's no time anymore to enjoy this beautiful earth that we're on. It feels like we're not making any memories. It feels like we're just work.
So they're creating that Earth is beautiful, but it's a hell realm only because of work and capitalism. Okay, got it. Got it. That's her message. Beautiful Earth. And this is the level people are at. This is the shit you want to watch. Tens of thousands of you, maybe millions will be watching this. It's a realm of fucking zombies.
It feels like we're not making any memories. It feels like we're just work, and working anymore. We live in a day and age where you constantly have to watch our time anymore to enjoy this beautiful earth that we're on. It feels like we're not making any memories. It feels like we're just work, and working anymore. We live in a day and age where you constantly have to watch our own back. The crime rates are increasing. People are going crazier and crazier. And that's a result of a society that's been pushed way too far. We're in dire need of a revolution. I'm still wondering what the breaking point for Americans is going to be. We need justice. We need to get out of this system in any way that we can because it's not working for any of us anymore. And it's a literal hellscape. There's more people waking up to reality and realizing that we've been lied to ever since we were in school, and we realize that we're all slaves in the system. A lot of us are out here trying to dig and break our chains, and there's a lot of days where it feels like it's inescapable. I'm trying to do what I can to make a better life for myself, and I have a lot of days where it feels like there's no justice, there's no way out of this, but I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm still trying to fight my way so that way I can have a better future, a better tomorrow. It's insane how you look around and there's some people out here that don't see anything wrong with the way that we live. I don't understand how people can just do this for 45 years and they're just like whatever about it. I personally can't settle for this. There has to be another way to live life, and it's insane how people believe that this is the only way to live. If we were living the way humans were actually meant to live, frolicking out in nature, living a slower paced life, foraging for our own food, loving each other. If we were living the way humans were actually meant to live, frolicking out in nature, living a slower paced life, foraging for our own food, loving each other.
Foraging. She thinks that tons of food grows in the forests for millions, hundreds of millions in America to forage and collect. Frolicking in nature. Oh, this is that's typical. Typical.
Living in communities, life might feel a lot shorter than what it actually is, but since we dread going to work so much, since we dread paying our bills, since we're not really enjoying our time here in any way, shape, or form, it makes life feel so much longer than what it actually is. There's a lot of times here lately where I feel like this shit is inescapable and there's not really a way out of it. And a lot of the time, this realm feels like a punishment. Like we're all here because we did something really bad in our past lives, but nobody will tell us what we did, and it just feels like a never-ending punishment almost.
Well, that's exactly what the entities want you to believe, that you did something and you deserve this. You're falling for the trap. Oh, fuck. So many morons, so many zombies.
I was having a conversation recently and someone asked me, are you ever going to get a job with your college degree? And I said, no. No, I'm never going to get another job with my college.
Well, you have anal beads on. That's a good start. Your necklace is anal beads. Good job.
Degree. And she asked me, this was my family member, she asked me, she said, why? She said, why? I know you said that you want a wife and children and to have your own family. Those things take money. Why don't you use your college degree to get a well-paying job? Then you can start to build those things. And I said, no. And I want to articulate why I'm not going to do that and why I said no. For many reasons, but one reason is because I know for a fact many people are in my exact same situation and they feel the exact same way that I do, and people feel the exact same way that she does as well.
How many times are you going to say feel, 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 feel? You have a college degree. Congratulations. And you feel like, and you feel like, and you feel like, and you feel like, and you feel like. It's all feelings. You're a fucking zombie.
So I want to express why I'm not doing that. And I'll start off by saying that my degree is in finance. And I worked a job in finance for about 5 years. It was sales, but it was sales related to finance. And I loved the people. The people were normal people trying to make a living for themselves, trying to get by just like we all are. But the job, the truth is, the job was okay at times as well. I was working in mortgages and I was helping people buy a house, and I was helping people more often than buy a house, though. I was helping them refinance their house, and they were refinancing their house so that they could do home improvements. Or take out a lump sum of cash for any myriad of reasons that someone wants to pull out a lump sum of cash. But the thing that I was doing more prevalent than anything else is I was taking people who were drowning in credit card debt, and I was helping them pay off their credit card debt with the equity in their home. That was basically the main part of my job. That was probably 70% of my job. So that weighed on my soul. Why did that weigh on my soul? Well, it wasn't the reason why that weighed on my soul. And this is relatable because many jobs are in their nature exactly like this. The reason why that weighed on my soul was because I witnessed that there is a river. There's a sort of river in this modern culture. And there's a spiritual sickness, and a lot of people are drowning financially or overspending because of a spiritual sickness. Me as well. I was as well. And then they get credit cards, and then they pay off their credit cards through the equity in their home, and then they go back up the river because they helped them back up the river, but then they come back down the river again because they got credit cards again, because the problem was never actually solved. The problem was never actually solved. And so I bring that up because the people were good. I loved them. We butted heads, but I loved them. My coworkers and the clients, I loved them. The job itself was just a job. The job was decent at times, but I'm alluding to a system, a systemic problem. Again, my degree is finance, and it is my view that everything relative to the way that our financial systems are built is sick. But I want to interject right there because I'm actually not even degrading rather finance. It's not about finance. It's not about political systems or politicians. It's not about the economy overall even. It's these things are part of the problem, but the problem is that at the root of everything within our society, within our culture, everything that we've built is built without God. It is not built on God. It's all been built on secular soil. And I say that, and there's an argument that the secular soil that it was built on was right and just because the secular soil, for example,
and now, from beyond our dimension, this is the Jeff Mara Podcast. Here's Jeff.
My guest is Harold, who remembers everything that happened before he was born. In the space before incarnation, he witnessed the earth.
And now, from beyond our dimension, this is the Jeff Mara Podcast. Here's Jeff.
My guest is Harold, who remembers everything that happened before he was born. In the space before incarnation, he witnessed the earth not as a gentle cradle of life, but as a dark, churning realm, a place that stirred both dread and deep purpose. Harold, thanks for joining me and welcome.
Thank you so much for having me, Jeff.
Harold, did you have some sort of event in your life, like an NDE, that gave you the ability to remember the past, or were you just born this way?
Born this way. It is essentially something that's always been with me. That's when I tell people about this story, that's basically how I started off. I tell them, first and foremost, it's not a memory. It was a direct experience. And it's always been with me. And that's sort of hard to really describe because, of course, I would sort of forget that it happened. And that's because I was in a human body. You know, I was a child. So I was just experiencing the world and going through the motions, you know, hitting milestones. But it has always been there, always. So, again, something that's really hard to describe. And again, it was an experience. So this is completely different than a memory or a dream. You know the difference between a dream, right? And your waking hours, you know the difference. That place is so real that this physical reality feels like the dream. So that's another kind of analogy I like to use when trying to describe this.
Were you born this way on purpose, or is this some sort of glitch in the matrix?
That's actually a really good question. I think, well, actually, I know that I chose to retain my memories. When you choose your body, when you choose, that's actually a really good question. I think, well, actually, I know that I chose to retain my memories. When you choose your body, when you choose your life, you do have options. And that was sort of a deal I made with the entities that were sort of, guiding me through this whole process. I let them know, like right when I saw what Earth looked like, I let them know, if I come down to planet Earth, I want to retain my memories. I I don't want to lose my memories because
He calls it planet Earth, but he claims to be a truth seeker. For years, this is a year ago, he's calling this a planet. That's kind of telling. He calls this a planet.
guiding me through this whole process. I let them know, like right when I saw what Earth looked like, I let them know, if I come down to planet Earth, I want to retain my memories. I don't want to lose my memories because, to be straightforward, I was terrified. I was like, I don't want to go down there because I know if I were to forget that there is an afterlife, and I knew if I were to forget my pre-existence, life on Earth would be incredibly difficult. Um, so it was sort of a demand.
It sounds like that this would be your first incarnation here if you were able to make such a demand.
Yeah, I've felt that inside that it has been my first incarnation. I have tried to do past life regression, and I did discover some things, but I'm not sure exactly. I don't know if I should fully believe what I experienced during that past life regression. I trust what I experienced beforehand more than anything I experience here because this place is full of illusion and deception. And we're also filtering our consciousness through these human bodies, which is kind of like a giant resistor. I tell people all the time, like, we're operating on essentially 1% of our capacity here.
So let's start with the very first memory that you have before birth.
Okay. So the very first memory was it felt like waking up from a very long nap. It it was just like waking up from the most perfect nap ever. I open my eyes and the first thing I see is just like a golden white light. And I was inside of a golden orb. And I was inside the orb and I was the orb. It was the most comforting, blissful feeling that you could possibly imagine. There's no words to describe the comfort that I was feeling. And it was just utter bliss. And it was so peaceful. I felt so comfortable, so warm. Um, my state of mind was that I was sort of like a child and also super wise at the same time. It was like just a mix of both, just just beaming with love and just so happy to just exist. So I started to sort of, gather myself and look around, and I go and I look at my arm and it's just kind of like a little bit translucent, I guess. And it was like the arm of a baby, like I was a baby, and then it would sort of shift and then I would turn into like a teenager and then into an elderly person. I was sort of morphing, and then as I was like changing, I felt the sensation of what it would feel like to be a baby, a teenager, an elderly person. I was just kind of shifting back and forth, feeling those feelings you would feel. And that's initially how the memory started. I just woke up in a golden orb and I just decided to fly around, just float and just exist. And in the back of my mind, I felt a presence there with me. And I felt it behind me. And as I started to feel the presence, they started to beckon me over, like, come over here. We want to talk to you. And then right when they started beckoning me over telepathically, I was like, uh-oh, I know what's gonna happen. I know what they're gonna do. And I did not want to go over there because what that meant is that I was gonna be born. And they were gonna start the process of being born.
Who are these entities?
These entities, I've gone back and forth with this, Jeff, so many times. And I have come to the conclusion that they are your ancestors. They are eternal ancestors that you've known for so long, forever, since the dawn of time. And they are just these, they're go by many names, guides, family, ancestors. They are there to just process the soul to be born on earth. A lot of people have different ideas as to who these entities are. If you want to call them aliens or anything like that, it's the same thing. They are your ancestors. Because essentially, I believe we all come from the same place. We all come from one source. So they are our ancestors.
So, did you choose this life or did they choose it for you?
I chose my life. I was heavily coerced, make no mistake. I chose my life for sure. I chose my body. Everything that I chose before coming here has come true. And that's in regards to the way I look, the life that I've lived, even down to my intelligence level, my spiritual level, um, everything. Everything has come true. So I absolutely chose my life, and I chose my mother. I chose a timeline. Um, when you're up there, there's a sense that there is no time. Um, I can explain this memory front to back, and it would take maybe about 15 minutes straight. But the time that I spent there felt like, in compared to Earth years, would be like 1,000 years. I could have chose the past. I could have chose the future, but I decided to choose 1985 in California. So I could have chose the future, but I decided.
And he chose to be a light-skinned darky in California.
To choose 1985 in California. So yeah, I chose.
What about events in your life? Did you choose those as well?
Specific events, no. It was like an all-encompassing feeling. A lot of people report kind of seeing like screens and they're choosing different things. For me, it was like it happened very quickly. It was like it was just an all-encompassing knowing. I just kind of honed in on my body, I guess you could say. I honed in on this life, and I felt that it would suit me best. For many different reasons. I can go into detail if you'd like, but I just it was an all-encompassing honing in on this life, and I didn't see like specific events that would happen. I didn't even see what skin color I was going to be. I just saw Harold, you know, the essence of Harold, and I chose that, and I also specifically chose my mother. I do know that.
Well, what is your purpose this time around? Or at least, what are the lessons you're supposed to learn?
Initially, when I first got a glimpse of Earth and my life, and I do want to talk about what Earth looked like because that was one of the most impactful moments. But my purpose, I thought, was to come here and fix this place because, as you know, this place is horrible. And I thought my purpose was to just fix it, just to be a good person, spread love, and to learn as a spirit was the initial understanding of as I was looking down at this place. It was, again, lots of telepathic communication is happening with these guides the entire time. And that was the overall conversation and thought, was that I was supposed to come down here and fix it. But as I learned more about my experience and through others and through learning different things like the soul trap theory, learning about Gnosticism, I've come to the conclusion that this place is not to be fixed. It's impossible to fix this place. I believe that we're supposed to retrieve our loved ones and leave forever. I think that is the goal for every spirit here.
Is it possible that we're just supposed to come here and let things play out and just experience them?
I don't think so. I mean, to learn when we're in that place, we're in the higher realms, we are much more complete. You know, if we're already whole and if we're already loving and caring and complete, why do we need to come to such an inferior existence? This existence, physical reality, is completely inferior to what we really are. So, you know, and on that note, it's just sort of why. Um, I think that this existence was a mistake of some kind, or it was always supposed to happen, and we're supposed to be like, okay, you know, this place can't exist. Now let's all head back home because the injustice that happens here, it seems so pointless. You know, and we come here and we lose our memories. We don't remember who we are, where we come from. We come here and we might not get, you know, who's to say everyone gets to choose, you know? We might not get the best life next time around. You know, we might be a starving child in, you know, a country that has nothing or worse. I'm sure you've heard horror stories as well, Jeff. The stuff that happens here, you know, underground. It's why? You know, I don't think this is, I personally, from my experience in these higher realms and the things that I'm learning here, lead me to believe this place is a big cosmic mistake and we're supposed to leave.
It sounds like what you're saying is that your ancestors are wanting you to come and reincarnate so you can connect with other members of your soul tribe so you can all leave together.
I think that's a very big possibility. And I think it's also possible that they're just doing it because that's all they know. Um, I think the main theme here is even the entity that created, or not even created this place, molded it. They call, you know, the grand architect, goes by many names, the demiurge. Um, I believe that this entity just exists in pure ignorance. It doesn't even know its true origins. So these ancestors, they're just doing what they know. A lot of people like to talk about if they're malevolent or benevolent. I think it's generally benevolent, and that doesn't sit well with a lot of people because, like, well, why did they send us to suffer? I just think, I feel that they are just doing what they know. You know, they're just playing a role like everybody else.
So is it possible that we're trapped here out of ignorance, not by some force forcing us to be here?
That's correct. I think that that's the answer. And this is not a new revelation. It's something that I've always felt, you know, even before I discovered the soul trap, before I discovered any of this, I've always you just know something's wrong. Nothing makes any sense, you know, and you know, I discovered the lost teachings of Jesus and Gnosticism, and they were talking about this stuff thousands of years ago. It's absolutely mind blowing. This is not a new conversation. It's sort of now starting to gain traction because they're starting to really dissect, you know, the Dead Sea Scrolls and all those lost scriptures. But, you know, it just seems, again, nothing new under the sun. This conversation has been going on for a long, long time.
Freemasons love to say nothing new under the sun. Freemasons also talk about a grand architect. I would not be surprised if Harold is a Freemason. It looks like he has a globe behind him on the floor in the filter. I know that's not his house or room. It's fake. It's a filter. by the fireplace. Anyway, I'm pointing out that he's using a lot of Freemasonic terms, which most people would applaud. Most people just applaud like seals, anything. They just want to be duped.
And I personally just hope that we're here and we're going to see the end of it all, because the injustice and suffering is completely pointless to me.
Well, in the beginning, I said that this is a place that stirred both dread and deep purpose.
So there was a tongue flick there.
Personally just hope that we're here and we're going to see the end of it all, because the injustice and suffering is completely pointless to me.
Well, in the beginning, I said that this is a place that stirred both dread and deep purpose. So, is there anything besides the purpose of leaving here? Is there some other purpose?
I don't think so. I think besides, I mean, the very basics, being a good person, treating others how you want to be treated, but that seems to be very difficult for people. I think we need to go back to the basics. Like, let's just be good to each other first, and then if that were to happen, this place wouldn't be how it is. But I don't see that ever happening here. And that's not just me being negative. It's just look at history. Look at the acceleration and the way things are happening now. It's just endless, and it doesn't get better. It's only getting worse. So I just think that the end goal is to leave this place behind. I think that the human spirit, that our spirit, human, alien, it doesn't matter. Our spirits fuel this place. If our energy wasn't here, it would be an inanimate object. So again, I think the end goal is to get out. And that sort of ties into it sort of ties into what I saw before I came here. And
he's covered in tattoos head to toe, from his neck to the backs of his hands.
So animate object. So again, I think the end goal is to get out. And that sort of ties into
You can see the back of his hand is tattooed, his fingers tattooed. And I know how simple humans are. They'll say, "Oh, Stephen, you're judging just by his tattoos. You're judging on the surface. You're judging by his meat suit. You're judging. I've looked at patterns over decades. And a lot of you just don't do very much work. You're just lazy. Humans are lazy. It's one of the things you're good at, is being lazy. You're not going to look and say, well, is there a pattern here with this? You don't want to do that. It's fine. You can get recycled forever. You can be lazy in this realm for lifetimes, forever if you want. Nothing in this realm is stopping you from being lazy. In fact, they encourage you to be lazy, mentally and spiritually. Physically, just work your ass off. But mentally and spiritually, just be lazy. That's what a lot do in this place. It's got the black eyes, the dead eyes that people love. Love to defend. They can look like black-eyed demons, and most people just defend it. There's no helping most of you humans. You don't want to see. People try to get you to see, and it doesn't work. You can point out demons and deceivers, and most people just don't want to see it. There's a nice reward waiting for you. It's called eternity in hell. You don't have to see it. Just keep following. That's all you have to do. And that's what most do in this realm, right into the grave. Follow, follow, follow.
It sort of ties into what I saw before I came here. And I've been so reluctant to tell this part of my story because it's horrible. But I feel people need to know the truth. Um, and what kind of coward would I be to be able to experience something like this, see something like this?
Have you been reluctant, or did you tell this part of your story years ago? You're just not honest, dude. Over the years, you change your story. You avoid my channel like the plague, all of my channels. You've been invited here for years. You never come here. This is the one place you're afraid to speak. You'll speak on the Jeff Mara shit show, and he has absolute deceivers and galactic whatevers and fake stories, and you'll go there, but you're afraid to come to my story or come to my channel and have a conversation live. But anyway, most people are not going to be able to put this together anyways. They're not going to be able to figure that out. They'll look at Harold and they won't say, well, he won't go to Steven's channel. Most of you just can't do it. A lot of you humans can't even tell what the Jeff Mara podcast is. I guess his name's Jeff. Mara's his wife, not his last name. Jeff Mara. He combined it into one name, Jeff Mara. It's just retarded. It's just stupid. It just is. Anyway, Area 51 had Intergalactic Love Song. Look at this stuff. This merchandise. Look at the compliments. He looks like an Egyptian pharaoh to me, one woman wrote. It's mostly women watching Jeff's channel, middle-aged or older women. Iris said, okay, this guy is not sugarcoating with New Age BS. One of the best speakers you had on your channel, Jeff. Hundreds of likes on each of these comments. This chick, hands down the best interview of all times. I love his authenticity, Erin said. She loves the darkies, I guess. Harold is my friend, this person said. This is 100% real. He's a terrific person. And he's a terrific person, and I've talked with him about this extensively. I'm so glad to see him on here. I finally feel less alone. Thank you so much for coming on the show. Finally, a real spiritual person that isn't on here to sell books and classes and is telling the full truth. Actually, I think he is selling shit on his channel, Harold. It's just, people are so easily duped. I wish it wasn't this way. It makes me sick. I usually don't think about it that much anymore. But if I do, it does make me sick that I'm in a realm full of just endless beings that want to be duped. They want to be duped.
And not tell my story. Regardless if it ruins my reputation. So
Most of you humans are just truth dodgers. You can call me whatever. He's got the blackest eyes. And there's no helping and reaching most of you humans on Earth. Most of you are just fucking lost causes. Truly are. And it does make me sick. It makes me sick. Not that I can't change you. I've fully accepted that. I can't fix or change any of you. I'm just sick to be in a realm with so many beings that love everything fake. You love everything demonic and evil. You love deceivers, liars, creepy snakes. You just love it. It's like the Frank Moongay earlier. that I was showing. You love everything fake and sickening. Here's a close up. Gobble it up. Black hole eyes, black tar pit eyes, and this is what people love. They could grow horns out of the sides of their skull and people would still be supporting them. Most people are foobar.
I guess to maybe go back to where I was floating around and speaking to these entities telepathically. They were telling me, it's time to go. And there was like a real sense of rush, like like some kind of window you have to meet to land into the body or something. It was just constantly like, let's go.
So it's a rush. It's a rush in a space that's timeless. What's the rush? They could send you here into any time period, past, present, or so-called future. Anyway, he looks sneaky and deceptive because he is. He's not telling you the whole truth. He's giving that sneaky side-eye look. He's a deceiver. And again, that's what people love in this realm. You can argue with me, but I've been here long enough and observed humans. You love deceivers. And most of you humans hate truth speakers like me. Most of you on Earth.
Oh, it's time to go. And I was really rebellious. I was like, no, I want to go experience this place a little more. So I would float around a bit. And there was a point where I floated up into this space and I was receiving what felt like infinite knowledge just pouring into my head at the speed of light. It was just incredibly fast, like a question and answering thing that was happening for a while. And just that alone felt like, again, heaven. It felt like bliss, just receiving all this information. And I was just telling myself, if I'm going down there, I'm going to take a bunch of stuff with me. I just was absorbing so much information. And then
absorbing so much, and yet he has nothing really that's revolutionary or mind-blowing to say. Nothing. Where's your great knowledge? You don't have any. You don't have any. In fact, you believe this is a planet. You don't have nearly the knowledge I do. But you're smug and arrogant, and you just basically tell your same story. You didn't have a clue that this is a hell realm until I went to your channel years ago and told you about Forever Con Man channel and various channels. Before I had a channel, I knew of this guy. Anyway, you don't have to understand. I don't expect understanding on anything from humans. I just don't. So many have pretended in my life to try to pretend that they're friends of mine or they relate to me or that they're learning. Or most of you humans are pretenders. You're fakes, you're frauds, you're liars, you're chameleons, you're phonies, you're shit. Most of you are demonic pieces of shit that I've ever had any contact with on Earth. Most of you, by far. It's not a slim 51% or 52%. Most of you are pieces of shit.
After that happened, that's when they were like, okay, it's time, it's time to go. Let's, we're going to show you Earth. We're going to show you where you're going to go. And this is the part where the first part where I was absolutely struck with fear. And I want to, again, before I tell this part, for the people that hear it, I'm not telling this to scare people, and I'm not doing this to invoke fear. That's the last thing I want to do. The last thing I want to do is be the bearer of bad news or to make people scared in any way. But what happened was the truth, so I just have to tell it. So they showed me Earth, and initially I was sort of pushed out. So this area it almost felt like a floating island. Well, it was a floating island, and it was like kind of like in a bubble, I guess, you know? It was like a safe zone. And they pushed me out of the bubble, and then as soon as they pushed me out, I was kind of frozen in a T pose. My arms were to the side like this, and a huge gust of wind hit me. Just ice cold wind just hit me, and it felt like an explosion. And I was completely paralyzed with fear. Um, and when this wind hit me, I just see it, and it's just a massive black bubbling mass of pure evil. It's alive, it's huge. It just takes over everything. And that was not just earth, it was physical reality what I was seeing. And the sound that was coming off of it was horrific. It took me years to sort of figure out what had happened. It was so traumatic that it was part of my memory that I tried to ignore, I guess. And I'm looking at this, and it's just roaring, and the sound, what it was everyone's fears, anxiety, depression, mourning. It was every single, and love even. It was every single emotion just absolutely exploding out of this place, just hitting me like an explosion. And the sound was horrendous. The feeling it gave me, it penetrated every fiber of my spirit. So how I describe the love there is like indescribable. This fear that I felt was indescribable as well. There's no words that can describe how it felt looking at this thing. And that was the place I was going to go. And I was upset. I was very mad. I turned around and looked at the guides like, bring me back in, you know, because I'm outside of this bubble. So I'm just getting I couldn't even look at it. I'm just trying to turn away the whole time. And, you know, just being hit by this thing. And I asked the guides, bring me back in. So they bring me back in. And that's when I started to plead with them. I said, I don't want to do this. You know, like this place is horrendous. So, and they were just sort of like, I had a sense from them that they understood, they knew, and like, they know this place is horrible. So they were trying to reassure me. They were just like, it's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay. We know. And I was just, the love that I felt with them gave me a boost, to, to accept my incarnation on earth.
How do you think having the ability to remember your pre-birth affected you compared to someone like me who doesn't have any memories of that?
It's been extremely tough. Again, all I really have is my word. And I've thought about this too. It's like, even if I had proof, like at one point I also saw this flower that came back to me through a remembrance. If I were to pluck that flower and bring it back to earth and hold it and present it like this, you wouldn't be able to see it. And there's different dimensions there. There's colors that you can't see. If I had evidence right here, you wouldn't see it. If you were able to extract my memory, and play it on a TV, would you believe it? And especially in this day and age, we have AI, we have the deception that happens here is unbelievable. It's hard to sift through truth. So that in and of itself has been the hardest part, knowing that I'm telling the truth and knowing that it's going to fall on deaf ears. It's going to miss people, not everyone's going to get the message. That's the hardest part. And the way I look at people that don't have their memories, I kind of look at them like brave soldiers, because they didn't really care to retain their memories. Maybe they chose. I know some people are super excited to come here. Um, you know, it's just for me specifically, it's been hard because it's such a bizarre thing. And I always ask myself, why me? You know? Um, and I'm older now, more mature, and I'm just like, well, can't please everybody. Nobody, you're not gonna make everybody like you. So I'm just gonna tell my truth and leave this legacy behind for my family and friends, and that's it.
Do you remember the transition from going from energy into the womb?
Oh yeah. More clear than what I did yesterday. It was horrible. The process of coming down into this body just was a learning experience in and of itself. I learned a lot of things from it. So the process is again after I saw what Earth was and I was mortified. Uh, After the guides, after these entities calmed me down a bit, I chose my life. That's when I chose my life. I chose my body. And then after I chose my body, they sort of brought me towards the water. And I'm like, up, here we go. I already made the agreement and we're going. And I was not excited at all. Again, the fear started welling up again. And I got inside this pool of water that was covered by this canopy looking deal that had really beautiful, like Greek architecture. It's just the most beautiful structure you'll ever see. It's like covered in like a diamond, like crystal like substance. It's glowing. It's beautiful. The water itself was absolutely beautiful as well. I get in the water and they're comforting me. They're just loving on me, just just looking at me like, I guess you could say looking at me like a soldier or a warrior of some kind. Just like, you're going for it. You're going to do this. You're going to be fine. It's going to seem like a really long time here, but from their perspective, it would be seconds. Like it's almost like I just left. And it feels that way too, to me, even though I kind of go back and forth with that. Because again, I'm 40 years old now and it feels like I've been here for 40 years, but then it doesn't. But I get inside the water and then all of a sudden I just feel like a turbulence building up, like a vibration. And then I get shot down this tunnel. And as I was shooting down this tunnel, it was like accelerating at the speed of light. Like it just went faster and faster and faster. And just the more I went down, the more scared I got. And the more my memories of that place started to like dissipate. And I started feeling the only way I can describe it is like the compression of my consciousness into this small form. And the more I went down, I guess I could say the dumber I got, the more blind I got, the less I could hear, the less I can feel. All of my senses were being dulled to the most finite degree. Every inch that I went down, it just like a compression and a loss of my memory and a loss of who I was until I landed in the womb. And that whole process it felt horrendous. Again, just imagine going from, this, if it's almost a feeling of freedom, just having all this wisdom and, this, all of your senses are firing on all cylinders. And then you're going to being like a blind mole rat. That's what it felt like, getting squeezed into the human body. And then I was in the flesh and it was just hard. I couldn't breathe. I was confined inside this small space. It felt terrible to be inside of a womb. And then I remember just one glimpse of just sort of seeing like the flesh behind my eyes. I could see the veins and the flesh behind my eyes. And I knew I was inside my mother. She was familiar. I knew her I knew her. I knew her scent, and I loved her to death, and that was it. And then I was born. I don't remember the process of being born. And then I just sort of remember coming into consciousness and going out of consciousness through adolescence, I guess. Just, experiencing just different milestones from there.
It's fascinating that you were in this place of Greek architecture because many people during their NDE, or even I've had a guest that was here that had pre-birth memories like you,
Yeah.
talked about being in this place like that.
There's a lot of similarities, and that's another reason why I decided to put my story out there, because I remember how it felt getting that validation, learning that I'm not the only one experiencing this. I went through life just really struggling with this because, again, actually, I don't even know if I mentioned this. I was raised in a Christian household. I went to Christian schools. I was really in deep with the church, and it just didn't jive well. I remember bringing it up to people all the time, and they just didn't have an answer for me. Nobody. It was just like, it was the most frustrating feeling having this experience and just like, I'm the only one. Like, why? Why me? Until the dawn of the internet. If you remember that, Jeff, when we first got the internet, I started to research things, and then I was completely renewed just hearing other people. Like, they had, and they do vary. The stories vary a bit, but there's a lot of key points. There's a lot of pattern here. A lot of people recognize that there's three entities, um, and they feel a sense of timelessness, and they see a lot of Greek architecture. There's a lot of similarities between all of these experiences for people that have never met, um, you know, and of course there could be people out there that just make this up, but it just seems kind of bizarre that there's just so many similarities between pre-birth experiencers and between near-death experiencers. A lot of people experience seeing the same things.
Did you see any religious figures on the other side, like Jesus or angels?
No, I did not. I just saw the three entities, and sometimes I feel like the female entity in the middle could have been Mary, but I'm not sure about that, and I don't want to make that claim. But sometimes I just inside I feel like it could have been her, but that wasn't. It wasn't important. It's important to like us now, like we would want to know something like that, but in the moment, I knew them forever. So it didn't matter. Um, but yeah, I didn't see Jesus. I didn't see any religious figures or anything like that. Just me and the three entities. That's it.
Throughout the course of your life, have more memories of your pre-birth existence come available, or have you had them all from the beginning?
Yeah, I've had remembrances since then. And that has come about just by hearing other people's details. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I remember that. A recent remembrance for me was the remembrance of the flower. Again, when I was mentioning that I was floating around, just experiencing bliss, I was observing things. I was kind of floating around. There was like a small meadow, and there was a flower there. And I went to go zoom in on this flower. I wanted to go look at it, and it's a flower that you can't describe. You really can't. I can do my best, but it was like alive, and it was every color you can possibly imagine. It was just the most beautiful thing you could ever set eyes on. And it had like information inside of it. You can look inside of it and it would tell you things in a way. It was just like again, a weird like question and answering thing with a flower. And I feel like a lot of things did that for you in this space. You can go float up to those columns and look at them and just learn things just by observing. It's a very bizarre thing to try to put into words, but that was a remembrance for me. And I've had a lot of different ones since then as well. I could go on for days talking about just the remembrances alone. Um, Another remembrance that it's not very strong and it's going to be very controversial for a lot of people, but I'm going to just say it because I feel there's some kind of validity to it. Since I learned about Gnosticism and I learned how creation could have come about, I feel that I remember existing, being a spirit outside of this massive veil of forgetfulness, because there's a veil that just kind of covers everything and it's in multiple layers. um i I think I remember being outside of this veil and choosing to come into the veil to again investigate this place and to retrieve spirits. But I'm gonna I'm gonna say this again, that I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to make that claim because it's not right, I guess, but I do feel like I need to say it because it's possible. Um, and I think that's a big deal because it sort of paints a larger picture of this entire construct. You know, I believe that there's just one source, one singular entity that all of creation emanates from. And right outside of that entity, there's a veil of forgetfulness that's been created um, by this entity that created this physical realm. And once you enter it, you forget your true origins and you forget where you come from.
The population keeps growing here, and now we're over 8 billion people. Why is that?
It just seems like creation has just exploded, just like everything emanated from the source, from one singular thing. It split into fragments and it just blew up into just, a freight train of creation. It makes sense when you think about, again, the origin of this world. How did it start happening? It started off with creation. It started off with the birth of, the god of this world, and then he birthed archons to help create this place. And then they, birthed this material realm, and then Adam and Eve came about, and then Adam and Eve had children, and then it just kept going on and on and on and on until we're here. It just seems like a natural progression of this absolute this chaos that we find ourselves in.
Do you ever miss the other side?
Yes, I do, and then I'm also very protective of myself and other people with that information because I don't want people to think that they have to keep coming here to fix their karmas. What karma did I have before coming here? I had none. I gained karma by being in this horrible place. A baby is pure. A baby doesn't turn into a serial killer just out of nowhere. It's life circumstances. Um, I I miss the freedom of not being confined in the human body. Um, if I don't have to interact with any entity outside of this place ever again and just going home or just being left alone, that is going to be my goal. And I think it should be everybody's goal. Uh, I want to be free again. I don't want to be confined in the human body ever again. It makes no sense at all. I remember, again, being a free spirit and just having all that wisdom and love and freedom, not having to eat. And I could go on for days on what I think about these human bodies. I just think it's a ridiculous. I think it's a ridiculous existence compared to being a free spirit. So I miss it in the sense that I miss I miss the feeling of love I had with them, with my guides, and that sense of familiarity and safety. But if it means incarnating here ever again, I'd never want to see anybody again. I just want to be left alone and go home, or you know, just be done with this whole construct.
What is your plan of escaping this realm once you cross back over?
Yeah, a lot of people have their own little spiels on this for sure. Um, it's a difficult answer. There's a lot of different ways that this can happen. We can have a plan, right now in the flesh, but the moment we die, all of our plans and motivations could just be out of the window. We are so different compared to these human bodies. We're so completely different that we can make a plan right now, the most perfect plan to get out of this construct. But when it happens, when the time comes and you die, your spirit self is going to know what to do a lot more than Harold, a lot more than Jeff, a lot more than anybody that hears this, because right now we're not operating to our fullest capacity. So, but if you were to ask me, Harold, my Harold self, I'm going to go within. I'm going to go with what they said thousands of years ago and studied, you know, the kingdom of heaven, they say, is within you because you are a fragment of the whole. So to get there, you just go within. Um, what exactly that means, not entirely sure, but again, our spirit self is going to know what to do.
Were you ever aware of future events and then seen them to come to pass?
Yes. I've had a lot of premonitions and visions here, but nothing very cool, believe it or not. I think it's also because I choose not to channel that stuff. I'm deeply afraid of misleading people. Um, so I don't like to be spouting off all these predictions and things like that. I think it's irresponsible, but I can say that I had a huge premonition in my pre-birth experience, and it was upon choosing my life and choosing this timeline. And it was an understanding that I was going to witness a massive, massive event on Earth. And that's another reason why I reached out to you, Jeff, is because I just wanted to say that and put that out there just for people's information. Especially number one, if this event does not happen and I pass away, then that was some sort of deception that happened because it was very clear.
Deception. All right. Well, anyway, Harold said on Forever Con Man's channel years ago that he's here to witness the end of the world. That's what the great event is. But now he doesn't want to say it. He has the vampire teeth here. He has fangs.
Clear to me that I was supposed to come down and witness an event that it basically eclipses all events that have ever happened on Earth. Anything, any world war, any it 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 overshadows anything that has ever happened. And I wish I can give you specifics. I don't know what the event is. I don't know. And in a strange way, I'm I possibly I possibly did know before I came. Or
You said you know. You said it's the end of the world. You said that to Forever Con Man.
people are not going to like this at all, but I possibly chose not to see the event because it was like, again, we're really brave when we're in these, when we're in our spirit body. We're very brave and daring. I feel that I possibly chose not to see it because I was just like, well, if I'm already going down to that, what I saw beforehand, might as well just be surprised and see what this event is. I know it sounds crazy, but I believe that's what happened.
So you do believe it's going to happen?
I do. Yes, everything has come true that I saw in my pre-birth experience. So I am certain that something is going to happen. I can feel it. And it's crazy because let's say it happens. I'm probably not going to be able to get to say I told you so, you know? It's just going to happen and that's it. So but still, if it doesn't happen, that means there's a clear deception going on. And people should know. So
Do you have a timeline for this?
no. I felt instinctually that it would have happened a long time ago. I've always kind of looked on the horizon, like waiting. I'm like, is it going to be nukes? Is it going to be just a massive earthly cosmic event? Like,
Here you go, nukes. A psyop he's been pushing for years. He doesn't look into it. He doesn't look into a lot. Psyop. Nukes are a psyop.
time ago. I've always kind of looked on the horizon, like waiting. I'm like, is it going to be nukes? Is it going to be just a massive earthly cosmic event? Like, what is it? I don't know. I've always felt like it should have happened a long time ago. But I feel, again, everything that I chose in this life has happened perfectly. It has happened exactly how I saw it. So I almost have no doubt that we will witness something that's just going to change either humanity forever. This construct is going to end. Something massive is going to happen.
So you feel like you came here to experience it, but you just chose not to remember.
Yep. It's possible. Yes. I either chose not to remember or it was taken upon arrival. A lot of that stuff, a lot of information has definitely been fragmented because, again, the human body is a massive resistor. We're operating, I need people to understand, we are operating about 1% of our true capacity. And there's a saying, I don't know who coined it exactly. I think it was Manly P. Hall, and I don't want to ruin it, but I think it was something like, we are not drops in an ocean. We are an ocean inside of a drop. And that saying resonates with me so deeply because these human bodies can hardly contain what you really are inside. And it's a huge difference. So
Do you have any advice for the people out there?
yeah, I do. I would say that number one, seek truth in all things. There's truth in everything. Don't have such a knee-jerk reaction to information that you receive, especially if you don't like it. Use your discernment. You know, go down multiple rabbit holes if you want, but do it from
Celtic and fasting, rituals and dark spells. I am the shaman of a tribe outside, far outside of this matrix. Ooh. I am the Raven King, I can do anything. I am the Raven King, the loving king. tribe, madman, seer, sorcerer, mad poet, artist, philosopher. I am the Raven King, I am eternal, I am magical, I am sovereign. Always have been, forever was alive, forever will be, without beginning, without end. I am the Raven King, Saint Stephen, winning and winning, destroying evil wherever I may roam, laughing at demons and creating my own kingdoms, my own kingdoms, my own.
Hello, hello, hello. What's that there? Blue whale breaching the surface of the ocean. Look at the beauty. Look at the size. Look at the power and the beauty. Enormous. It's a massive blue whale. It's the largest mammal on Earth. Beautiful. Intelligent. Why am I showing you this? Do you have any idea? Do you think you know why? Do you see the man there for perspective? In real life, that whale's even bigger than that. The man would look even smaller. Is a blue whale the same as this? Can you make a mosquito into a blue whale? Are they the same thing? Are they close to the same thing? A little insect, a tiny little mosquito, compared with a blue whale. Are they the same? Are they the same species? What about a cockroach? They're in the same realm. That cockroach there on the floor, there's lots of cockroaches in this realm. A lot more cockroaches than blue whales. A lot more mosquitoes than blue whales. They're a lot smaller. There's a lot of insects here, trillions. Look at this centipede. Creepy creature. Is that similar to a blue whale? Think about it. What about this hummingbird? This tiny, beautiful little hummingbird that expends so much energy to fly and find nectar to feed on. A lot of times they run out of energy and they die. It's very cruel, the design. They burn so much energy to move their wings so quickly. Look at this gorgeous hawk soaring. Is that the same as a mosquito or a cockroach? Is it different from a blue whale? Can a blue whale fly through the air that way? What about this American bald eagle? Look at this American bald eagle. Is that the same as a cockroach or a centipede or a blue whale? Are they different? Are they different? Can you turn the whale into an eagle? Can you turn the eagle into a whale? Can they communicate? Can the snail fly like the eagle or the hawk or the hummingbird? Is the snail the size of a blue whale? Are they different? Are they different? Are they vastly different? Are they massively different? Are they incredibly different while existing in the same realm? In a sense, they share this realm. They share space in it. Whether they know it or not, whether they're aware of it or not, whether they ever meet up at all, whether they know that each other even exists at all, they're in the same realm, aren't they? But are they the same? Can they communicate? Are you starting to see what I'm getting at here? the differences. Now, differences can be beautiful, but what about the differences between good and evil spirits? Demons versus good spirits. Demons that do harm, that behave in evil, malicious, wicked ways, wanting to cause harm, pain, suffering, trauma. They work through lies, gaslighting, betrayal. They are deceptive. They're sneaky. They're snaky. They're envious. They're selfish. They're self-centered. They're uncaring. They have no care for others. They have no sense of shame or guilt, these creatures. They want shekels for themselves. They want attention. They get a rush. They feel high when they harm others. These things. This video is about irreconcilable spiritual differences. I can't turn a snail into a blue whale, or an eagle, or a hawk. I can't do it. Neither can you. You can't turn a mosquito into a blue whale, or vice versa. I can't make a cockroach beautiful. I can't make a snail fly. I can't do it. And I also can't turn demons good. I can't change them. I can't fix them. I can't, quote unquote, heal them or fix them. Neither can you. Neither can anyone in this realm that's ever tried, or no one has been able to demonstrate that they can do that. They can't do it. You also can't fix this realm. The realm itself is demonic. It's not just beings in it that are demonic. The realm itself is demonic, and I'm going to emphasize that so that you really start to learn where you are. I'm trying to help you. You can't fix this place. It's designed to be this way. You should put your efforts into something that will help you, that might work, rather than wasting lifetimes here trying to fix what can't be fixed. That's a fool's mission. That's a fool's game. Don't waste your energy, your thought, your efforts, your spirit on this place. You can't fix this place. No one can. It's made this way. Evil is baked into the cake. Demons are baked into the cake. Pain and suffering and trauma and disease are all baked into the cake. You can't correct this. This place is designed to be evil. It's designed to cause massive pain, suffering, trauma, grief, loss, mourning, disease, all types, including mental illness, physical illnesses, spiritual degradation, betrayal, loss of our loved ones, massive traumas to the spirit, to the psyche, to the mind, to the emotions, to the being, to the essence, to the core of you. This place is rotten and evil. You don't have to believe me, but you may want to spend some time looking into it, and effort and focus and attention, and learn where you are. Learn where you are. A lot of quote unquote truthers don't learn where they are. Well, then you're lost. You're lost in the labyrinth. You don't know where you are. It's important to know where you are, and that you can't change these. You can't change these demons. You can't change this realm. There are irreconcilable spiritual differences here. I can't turn an eagle into a snail, or a snail into an eagle, and you can't either. I can't fix these beings. Now I can rile the demons up, but I can't turn demons into good beings. I can't turn zombies into thinkers, or zombies into geniuses. I can't do it. Neither can you, by the way. None of you on earth can. None of you on earth can make a psychopath into a caring being that feels guilt, shame, has care, compassion, empathy. You can't do it. Neither can I. No one can. But a lot of humans waste lifetimes trying to do things that you can't do. It's futile. Maybe it would be wiser to work on things that you can do. I can't make her tongue whole again. It's split. She had surgery to make it that way. Fork tongue. Snake tongue. I can't fix demonic creatures into being good spirits. I can't do it. And I also have such spiritual differences with them that I can't exist with them in the same realm as me for eternity. I can't do it. I won't do it. I can't, and I won't. And I won't allow them to follow me and to harass me and stalk me for all of eternity. I won't allow that. I won't allow them to run amok and run wild and be spoil and destroy and toxify all of eternity. I can't allow that to happen. I can't allow these party crasher demons to darken and to turn rancid and evil all of eternity, to make it into a cesspool that they love. I can't allow that. I won't allow that. Now, some of you don't mind demons. You can stay here with them. That's your choice. You can stay with demons if you're comfortable with demons. But I won't. There's going to be a great divide, a great separation, and a great spiritual reckoning. Wait and see. Just wait and see.
Oh, Great Britain on a Saturday. We've got the socialist workers. Hello, hello, trans rights now. You've got Discover Islam. Hello, Discover Islam. Very well. Anyway, my viewers don't need some little organized tabletop with little flyers. You can discover the world via the Charlie Veach channel. Zero ideology, except I hope you enjoy it. I'm just doing a video around Derby. I like all your posters, but the one that scares me a little bit is this one. Scares me a bit. Yeah, not because anything about black people, but it says, fight racism by any means necessary. Now, any means necessary would imply, oh, madam, look, my Muslim brother here will say I'm a man with a good heart. I just want to talk about socialism and... Monetizing video? I wouldn't do it for free.
I have seen you on YouTube.
Because you've got good taste, sir, and you're a good man. Thank you.
Am I being recorded in there?
Hey, you are being recorded. Sing hello, 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 hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. Come to Islam, the world's fastest growing religion in the world.
No, what he means is...
Yeah.
Mary was a prophet.
No, Mary was the mother of Jesus.
Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
Virgin Mary.
But Jesus was the most perfect man who ever lived, wasn't he?
He was the mightiest messenger of Allah. Yes, we believe.
All right, but okay, right. So if there's a top trump, who wins, Muhammad or Jesus?
They're both prophets.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. That's
prophets.
very respectful from my Muslim brother
Thank
here.
you,
Thank you,
thank
Shaz. God bless you.
God bless you too.
But unfortunately, my socialist brothers here, my Muslim brother, very loving, very friendly. But my ideology cousins here, they're gonna fight racism by any means necessary. I have walked a few meters down the road past the safest McDonald's in the Western Hemisphere. Hello, sir. How are you?
I've seen you many times on there.
On the small little recording box on the YouTube.
That's right, my friend.
Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. All the best to you. Thank you.
Take care then.
You know, you're reminding me of what's his name? Crocodile Dundee. Have you got a real knife, mate?
I wish I had.
Nice one, mate. All the best. Take care.
See you around, my friend.
See you around, my friend. And we walk a few meters down, and there's more socialists. Oh, first Trotsky sighting of the day. Are you guys a political party or Socialist Equality Party? I'm getting the vibe you guys are maybe less radical than some of the other left-wing parties. Or am I wrong? It just feels more, I don't know, professional.
Right.
Yeah.
We're revolutionaries rather than radicals.
Revolutionaries rather than radicals, yeah. Okay. But, you know, I was born in 1980, so I went to school in the 20th century.
Sorry to interrupt, but you're not filming yet.
Oh, I am filming.
Please, can you not do that?
Oh, sir, we're in public.
No, can you not do that?
No, but you're promoting a political party. Oh, you weren't going to be on video until you... Sorry, madam, where was I? I am filming. No, but I'm not hiding it. I'm literally holding it in front of me. I'm not secretly recording anyone, sir. Put it away. Are you serious? Anyway, madam, you've been very friendly. Your colleague a little bit. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Good man. Of course you can. Yeah, let's have a picture. Come over here in the Punisher t-shirt. Punish them all! Yeah. All of them. No mercy. No retreat. Bit of Leonidas from Sparta, you know. Right, let's do a photo. In defense of Leon Trotsky. You're a bit late, guys. You got ice picked in the head by a fellow commie. Probably ordered by Stalin. Stalin didn't like his communist brethren. They started asking too much of him. Careful, guys. He's spreading communism. Careful, guys. It's communism. Communism. Careful. Careful. Wait. I need to warn the people. Careful, mate. It's communism. Death camps and starvation. Careful. Careful. It's communism. Careful. Careful, he's spreading communism. I'm just a man stood in the street. I can talk like anyone else. Leave him be. So did you say I've got mental health problems? Wow. So the communists trying to tell me to put my camera away. Mental...
Don't be intimidated by it. There's something wrong with you.
There's something wrong with me. Savage burn by the commie, man. I'll never recover. Communists, man, come out with all the nice flyers, Trotsky, 20th century revolution, and then they call you mentally ill and get mad at tell you to put your camera away. Personally, I thought if you came into the public and you put up a public stall, you wanted attention, you wanted conversations, but I'll tell you who doesn't want open conversations are cults. Modern wokeism and leftism is nothing but a cult. A dirty, filthy cult. See that straight ahead? That is Derby Cathedral, making Derby a city, not just a large town. And unfortunately, review after review paints Derby as the shittest city. A pretty shitty city here in the UK. Okay, this section, just a few seconds, guys, but just got to say the British, they love a scooter. They love a little Italian scooter. The more Italian, the more scootery the Brits are like, yeah, get it between my legs. Get that little Italian 100cc engine between my legs, and I will vibrate my way to the local piazza and eat some cannoli and maybe even some gabagool. Look at this old Rusty Boy. Rusty Boy is my favorite. Rusty Boy has clearly had a good life. He's seen a few things, Rusty Boy. What is he? He's a Lambretta 150. Classic. Oh my god, it's the rare, legendary white Dalek. The white Dalek says, deport, deport, deport them all, deport them all. Yellow Arrow says, film this man. Hello, man with an arrow on his head.
Yeah, are you going to change direction, or are you going to still...
One direction, mate.
And what's the direction? It appears to be down.
Get on your knees.
Oh, okay, there you go. Mods, guys. Mods, they're all mods. So Cambridge University, considered amongst maybe the top 5 academic institutions on the planet. They hired a very young professor who was a plagiarist, as in he copied all his work. He was a fantasist, he told loads of lies. His name was Jason Arday, and it was because yesterday he took his own life by the looks of it. Hello, mate, you okay? And the best joke I saw about Cambridge, which has lost all its reputation now, is they're going to rename Cambridge University to the Cambridge Quality Leering Centre to give honour to, was it Nick Shirley up in Minnesota? All the Somalis scamming the government. Anyway, Jason Arday was one of the youngest black professors ever. He was one of the youngest professors, regardless of ethnicity, at Cambridge. Turns out all the fawning academics at Cambridge didn't care that he was a liar, a fantasist, made it all up, stole everyone else's work for his PhD. They were just so excited to have a beautiful young black man. Must be true. He's ticks the box. He's a good hire. He's the best in the world at what he does. I direct quote one of the panel that hired him. Now, rest in peace, Jason Arday. Hello. How are you guys? You okay? Say hello to the viewers. Whoa. Hello. Thank you. Big up Charlie Veach. Thank you. Rest in peace, Jason Arday. Unlike the far left, we don't celebrate the death of anyone like this, especially when he was killed by DEI, diversity, equality, and inclusion. They allowed him to humiliate himself massively on the world stage. Hello, you okay? And so, rest in peace, Jason. Hello.
Hiya.
How are you?
I'm alright. How are you?
Say hello to the viewers.
Hi, darlings.
Hey,
Hi,
what's your
love.
name?
Maggie.
Hey, Maggie. Are you from Derby?
Yeah, I'm from Derby. Yeah.
Excellent. You watch my channel.
I do. That's why I recognised
Maggie's
you.
got good taste.
Is she a smoker? There's some darkies coming in there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Oh, absolutely, 100% taste. You know, everything's going.
I don't want to listen to that voice. Sorry, lady. Sorry, lady. I can't stand your voice. Your voice is horrible. I'm sorry. I just don't like it. I'm sorry. Sorry, lady. Your voice sucks. I'm sorry.
Hello, 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 and welcome to this edition of the Jolly Heretic. Now, I take it that most of you are familiar by now with the case of Professor Jason Arday, the former professor of the Sociology of Education at Cambridge University, the relatively young black man who was obviously appointed for reasons of wokeness and who has turned out to be a complete and utter fantasist who has lied about all manner of things, about running numerous marathons in a relatively small amount of time, about having been on a television program that was actually on in the 1960s before he was born, that he's plagiarized his thesis and also academic publications, all kinds of other things. It's all been looked at in a great deal of detail by me and others. But what's interesting is that his memoir was not pulled by the publisher, and it has now been published. And that memoir, it's called Great and Unfortunate Things, reveals a great deal about him. It reveals new lies that have not been made public yet, and it reveals a great deal about his psychology. It's quite obvious that he's a narcissist. Narcissism is motivated by grandiose ideas about yourself, that you think you're brilliant and therefore you lie and exaggerate and things like that, by a sense of entitlement, by a sense that you're supreme and perfect, and that's the nature of narcissism. It gives us a fascinating insight into his psychology, and so I want to look at that book today. Before I do so, could you do me a favor? Could you please subscribe? Could you subscribe on YouTube and leave a like and hit the bell and leave a comment and share the video on social media and all this kind of stuff? And could you subscribe to my Substack? That's jollyheretic.com, where I put all the most base stuff I don't put on YouTube, in-person interviews, vlogs, blogs, films I make, interviews with fascinating people, my new film on Moldova, and where if you like what I do, you can support me for the cost, just a pint of beer a month, which I'm most extraordinarily grateful. Okay, back to the video. So Jason Arday's book, Great and Unfortunate Things, a memoir with Eve Claxton. It's extremely interesting because it gives us a real insight into things that have actually happened, into things that are probably true. And this is because what he seems to suffer from is not just narcissism, not grandiose narcissism, which, as I said, is related to feelings that you're brilliant and you're amazing, and you create a narcissistic false self where you tell yourself that you're brilliant and amazing, and you look for narcissistic supply, and therefore you will exaggerate your achievements and lie and whatever. You will manipulate and exploit people to gain because you think that you're brilliant and you're above them, and you will be highly entitled. It's not just that. It's also absurd lying, pathological lying. It's such that you get caught. I mean, things like saying that he was on 7-Up, which was made 20 years before he was born, is an example of his compulsive lying. Now, this is known as, and it relates to sort of narcissism and other dark triad traits, it's known as pseudo-fantastica. And what tends to happen is that the lies that they tell, all of the self-aggrandizing lies or the lies that cause you to be highly sympathetic to them, or whatever it happens to be, all of the sort of manipulative lies that induce narcissistic supply, or which bond you to them, which then cause you to do things for them, or whatever, they're built on a foundation of truth. Now, why is that? Well, first of all, you've got to be very, very imaginative to just absolutely make things up. So what they tend to do is get things that are true and embellish and exaggerate them. So there therefore will be some things that they say in their exciting life story that are actually true. And secondly, it is extremely cognitively expensive to lie all the time. You have to remember who you've told what to and who you've said what to and whatever. So it's easier to remember your self-aggrandizing lies that increase your status and make people admire you and give you a narcissistic supply and whatever. It's easier to remember them if they are at least based or anchored in a foundation of truth. And so that means that when you suffer from pseudo-fantastica and you will weave your self-aggrandizing, fascinating, amazing, astounding story, which is embellishing the truth and exaggerating and whatever, with elements that are actually true. And so that's quite interesting. And that's one of the things that seems to emerge in this book, from the way in which it is written and the way in which it is presented. Secondly, it just reveals new lies. It's like he's forgotten lies that he's told. And so in this book, it just reveals new out and out lies. And thirdly, we gain a really an insight into him, into his mind. So I want to go through some of the best examples. So first of all, the writing is he's got a co-author. It's by Jason Arday with Eve Claxton. So this, of course, is telling you straight away that he is incapable of writing a book, which is hardly congruous with him having himself written his doctoral thesis to any significant degree. If he has to get an author, has to get a professional ghostwriter to help him write this book for him. However, it strikes me that he must have collaborated with her, because the language is just, it can't just be her that's written this, because the writing is not very good in many places. The writing is the kind of writing that you might find among a rather intelligent, 13 or 14-year-old boy who's just beginning to learn how to write, in the sense of how to write stories. And so isn't that good yet, but likes to experiment and whatever. So one of the things you find with people that age that are good at writing for their age is they'll want to experiment with high order words that they've learned, and they give lots of pointless, unnecessary description. So it's not he had a cup of tea. It's he drank from the brittle red cup, the brown hot milky liquid therein. Right? It's poor style, it's verbose, and that is what you see. So for example, he talks about going to a particular a low-level yellow brick building with a cold, hard glass front door. Well, this is just bad style. This is a completely unnecessary information. By blinking my eyes, I was able to send bright orange and green smoke clouds swirling around the whole of room 3. I'd watch them explode against the all-white walls, completely occupied and entertained by the fireworks of my imagination. Because it's completely unnecessary detail. You could argue that it's padding. I mean, it's essentially padding. And I'm surprised, actually, that the professional ghostwriter allowed him to get away with it. And I find it hard to believe that a professional ghostwriter would write things like that. I think this is probably things that he's written, which have been left in. So it's poor style, indicative of him not being particularly intelligent, not being particularly talented. So then we look at other things that emerge that he says that seem to be very unlikely, that are almost certainly embellishments, exaggerations, lies to make him seem more important than he is, to make him seem more brilliant than he is, to make him seem more of a poor victim than he is, and therefore isn't it amazing that he's done so much despite being a poor victim, to fit in with this narcissistic false self where he's the ultimate victim but also the most brilliant and amazing person to overcome all the odds and is just therefore superb and amazing and incredible. For example, he claims that he couldn't read or write until he was 18 years old, and they would try to teach him to read, and this is at a secondary school. Apparently this is at a secondary school in something like 1998. So, and he says that and when I couldn't read, they used the same pen to bang on my knuckles, and he talks about how much this hurt. So what he's suggesting is that in something like 1998, at a state school in London, he was subjected to mild corporal punishment. I find this to be extraordinarily, of course, this is a way of trying to induce sympathy and say what a hard time he's had, but I find this very hard to believe. Corporal punishment was abolished in state schools in England in 1986. By 1998, Britain was part of the Human Rights Act, and there was a case of a man who, in Scotland, who spanked his, I know what she was, 8-year-old daughter at a doctor's surgery and was prosecuted for doing that, even though it was legal to smack your own children, and it still is in England. But that was the kind of atmosphere at the time, that this was totally socially unacceptable. So I find that very hard to believe. You have anachronisms. So one of the things that he says is when he was brought up in Clapham in the 1980s and 1990s, there were frequent BNP rallies. Well, that's not true. That's not accurate. There were in the 1970s and perhaps the beginning of the 1980s National Front rallies, but they had kind of died down by the time he was born in 1985, and there certainly weren't frequent National Front rallies in the 80s and 90s, and there certainly weren't BNP rallies of any frequency in the 80s and 90s. So he's trying to make out that Britain was this incredibly
A plagiarist. He was a plagiarist, this creepy creature. Complete fraud. They made him a professor at Cambridge University. He's a complete fraud. Creepy creature. Look at all the videos about this fraud. This is what people do. They celebrate the famous frauds. He was a retard. Sad day because of Darky. Oh my goodness.
So let's talk about the...
I figured Sargon would have covered this. Sad day for the death of a darky. Sad day. Very sad. This plagiarist, this fraud, was made a professor at Cambridge University, and he was just a retard.
So let's talk about the mysterious death of former Professor Jason Arday. Yes, the bird has made an appearance, but not for any reason. This is just the room I get to record in when I'm visiting my parents, and this happens to be the same room as the bird. Anyway, so for those who haven't been following the story, Jason Arday was a former professor who was fast-tracked up the ranks in Cambridge University because he was black, and because he had a story that the academics and the officials involved really liked. He claims that he was non-verbal until 11, non-verbal autistic until 11, couldn't read until 18, and then suddenly got a PhD, and then suddenly was brought into Cambridge to become a professor, the youngest black professor. And then it was revealed by Nathan Kofnas, an academic, that actually he was the result of DEI hiring practices of a very, very obvious kind of selection bias in his favor because he's black, because the institutions want to promote black people at the expense of white people for whatever various DEI reasons, and that he had been plagiarizing much of his work. And not only had he plagiarized much of his work, he had told a lot of lies. Nathan, I think, is correct to have brought attention to this, and it seems that Jason Arday was not just a...
Well, Martin Luther King did that as well. Martin Luther King, the black man, plagiarized as well, speeches, and yeah, he did. It's nothing unusual. This is what the darkies do. They plagiarize. They don't think it's wrong to steal, copy.
Liar about almost everything in his life, and the list of his lies are actually quite spectacular. They're genuinely amazing. You can find quite extensive lists of the lies that he's told, but he claimed he ran 600 miles in 6 days, and then claimed it took 12 days. He claimed he raised $5 million for charity, 30 marathons in 35 days. He claimed an Ohio State affiliation that Ohio State said he'd never held as a visiting professor, Glasgow visiting professor, which the university denied. Birkbeck, he claimed he got a master's degree, but they said they had no record of him studying there. That's where I got my degree in philosophy. Published Palgrave book. He claims to have published a book, but it didn't ever occur. WaterAid overseas work. He claims to have installed water points overseas in WaterAid, which contradicted his account. Pighead police investigation claimed police traced a severed pig's head through a local butcher's, an account Met said was categorically incorrect. And of course, his PhD contained more than 100 passages of plagiarism, though he denies it. And I mean, there are loads of other things, but these are the sort of like most egregious from an academic standpoint. But there are loads of other small ones where he just told various nonsense lies to the people around him. And so this is why I think he was basically a sort of narcissistic confidence trickster. They were prepared to open the doors because he was black and he had a story that they liked, and he was prepared to walk through them because they were opening for him. Why wouldn't he in his place? And so anyway, Nathan was like, look, man, I think this guy's thesis is actually heavily plagiarized. Turned out it was. Turned out that he was forced to leave his post at Cambridge. And then we learned yesterday that he had been found dead in an address in Battersea. Now, it's assumed this is suicide. I actually don't know, and I found no coverage to confirm that it was suicide, but I'm just going to assume for the sake of argument that it was suicide because there's no one who is, there's no mention of foul play in any of the news reports. As far as I can see, and the Wikipedia page, just one example of it, A spokesperson from Metropolitan Police said his death is being treated as unexpected but not suspicious. So I think we can safely assume it was suicide. And people have been pointing out, well, look, the BBC is essentially ascribing this to Nathan Coffness, which is completely unfair. As he says here, the row first erupted when another academic, a self-defined race realist, Nathan Coffness, was sacked from his Cambridge role in 2024, said he found numerous instances of plagiarism in his work. And so they, by name-dropping him, they're kind of implying, well, this is his fault, isn't it? Aaron Bastani and others are getting heat for this, for saying, well, look, actually the guy seems to have been vacuous. He seems to not actually have earned this PhD and the other qualifications that he claims that he'd had. And frankly, I don't disagree. I watched him talking. I watched a lecture, not this one, but a different one, where he's just talking for like 5 minutes straight and saying nothing. It's like, okay, this guy is not some sort of intellectual whiz. But anyway, it's quite obvious that he didn't deserve the place that he had. And Nathan was absolutely right to call out the plagiarism. And so now that he has been found dead, a bunch of the people on the left who view this as a damaging event to woke and DEI are like, right, okay, you guys are all to blame for this. Like, I don't agree with that, but we'll get into what I think in a minute. As you can see here, every single article should include Nathan Coffness' name as the instigator for this. Nathan Coffness did nothing wrong. He identified that there was a fraudulent academic at Cambridge, and we saw the way that the women around him were like, oh yeah, oh you're so good, we're so lucky to have you. You saw the way they kind of fluffed him into his role. So they wanted him because he was black and because they are woke and because they think this is them fixing the world, saving the world. And it's like, no, Nathan Coffness is not responsible for his death. Doesn't matter what John Phillips here says on Blue Sky. He's not responsible for this at all. If anyone, I mean, we'll get into who I think is responsible for this in a minute. But the argument has been, well, look at the right wing. They publish so many articles talking about this guy. Yeah. It's quite shocking how blatantly fraudulent his career was. It was so easy to disprove that you would think that the people at Cambridge who fast-tracked his career into the professorship, giving him his, well, did they give him a master's degree? It probably doesn't look like they did. But giving him a PhD, giving him the professorship, they should have known better, right? They were thinking, well, I know these aren't the right qualifications. I know he's not doing the job to the extent that he should be doing. But in the interest of social justice, in the interest of equality, in the interest of saving black people from inequality with white people, we're going to make this guy a professor. And we're all going to just buy into it if we just have positive enough vibes. And that's why she was like, oh, we're so lucky to have you. This wasn't really about him. This was really about them. They fast-tracked him. They put him in this position. They set him up to fail. And it was inevitable that some academic would be like, look, is this guy's work? This is hardly good work. Why? This is plagiarized. Why? It was inevitable that this would happen. And it was inevitable that a media backlash would occur. But it's just to be clear as well, it wasn't just the right-wing press. Because everyone agrees that actually academic standards are there to be upheld. It is important to uphold them, even if you're black. Even if you have very, oh, I couldn't speak until I was 11 and then I couldn't read until I was 18. Even if you have this incredible sob story, that's no excuse, actually. And so you've got The Guardian here, published loads of articles saying, yeah, okay, look, this guy is telling a lot of lies. He's clearly plagiarized his thesis. He clearly shouldn't be a professor at Cambridge if we want it to be an institution that has high standards. I mean, like, there were dozens and dozens of students that he had mentored, allegedly. Imagine what kind of mentorship they're getting from this guy. Imagine how bad things were for them. I bet they were just like, all right, so have I been, was he talking shit? Has he ruined my thesis now? I mean, best of luck to those people. But to the people who are complaining, oh, he was given loads of really disproportionate and bad press coverage. Well, he was given loads of wildly disproportionate positive press coverage before this all came out. It's not like he wasn't in the public eye. I mean, look at all of the BBC articles you can see promoting him and his lies Because he's black and he has a story that they like. He has a story that feels good from the left-wing perspective, from the perspective of social justice. Cambridge's youngest black uni professor, young, gifted Cambridge professor. At 18, I could not read, now I'm a Cambridge professor. Bollocks. Bollocks stories. I mean, he was a Cambridge professor, but he obviously could read before he was 18. Anyway, then we got into the left-wing response to all of this, which is, if Jason Arday were a white middle-class academic, he would not have been hounded by the British press in the way that he was. I mean, in some ways that's true, right? Because if Jason Arday was white, he would not have become an academic. He would not have been the youngest professor at Cambridge while being white. It was only possible because he was black, and it was only possible because the institutions are primed to promote non-white people over white people, specifically. It doesn't even matter about the qualifications. As long as they have charisma and a persuasive story, then they're prepared to do it, which is clear from the case of Jason Arday. She is, in a way, accidentally correct here. Yeah, he would not have been a professor if Jason Arday was white. It's just the fact. But also she's wrong in that, yeah, the press absolutely will hound people to suicide. For example, Professor Mike Adams, who committed suicide after his racist and sexist tweets. And as Jeremy points out, things like the Black Lives Matter rioters and thugs and women's studies isn't essential were the crimes. But this was in 2020 at the height of woke, the mass collective power of woke. And they're complaining that, oh wait, the right has found itself with a mass power of sort of like soft cancellation in this way in response to what the left did. Well, what do you expect? But again, this isn't true. You've done it before. We have the receipts. There was also Sir Tim Hunt, who was hounded him to retirement. Dr. Matt Taylor, do you remember the guy who had the colourful shirt that a female friend of his made that had women on it, and he was hounded after he had landed a probe on a moving comet, was it? Yeah, it was. Landed the first probe on a comet. And that's incredible. And all they did was make it about feminism. This was back in, I think, 2014, 2015 maybe. It was a long time ago. And then you get these sorts of political responses, right? Alistair Campbell. I never met Jason Arday, and I know nothing about him beyond what I've read, seen and heard in the media. Okay, well then, what have you got to comment on? Like, ironically, this feels very much like a Simpsons bit that Alistair Campbell is doing. But anyway, whatever the truth of the allegations against him, would he have suffered such a hounding and been white with short hair? I doubt it. Yeah, he would. He absolutely would. It would have just been from different people, even though it was the Spectator and the Guardian, because Jason Arday's crime wasn't being unprogressive. Jason Arday's crimes were actual crimes, stealing other people's work. Like, so it doesn't matter whether you're left wing or right wing. Actually, on the face of it, both of those agree, that is in principle wrong, to plagiarize other people's work and to like cheat your way into becoming a professor at Cambridge. Like, it doesn't matter what side you're on, that is actually wrong. But of course, this guy represents social justice. He represents woke. He represents DEI. He represents the progressive left. And so now they have to come out and say, yeah, look, whatever the allegations, which were doubtless all true, we have to now defend him and claim him as one of our own, which is why Alistair Campbell's doing it, which is why, what's her face, Zara Sultana is doing it. It's the only reason, and this is just pure tribalism, right? This is just pure tribalism. Because of course, like Basil's like, well, you didn't say anything about Wayne Broadhurst or Henry Novak or Rhiannon White. It's like, no, of course he wouldn't. Of course he wouldn't. His tribe doesn't care what happens to them. I mean, remember their opinion when Anne Widdecombe was murdered in her house, bludgeoned to death in the head with a hammer 21 times. They didn't care. I mean, a bunch of them, Peter Tatchell types, were like, yeah, good, that bigot's dead. She opposed gay rights, trans rights and all this. Like, okay, you better walk that back. Like, I'm not going to say it's good that Jason Arday has been killed, by the way. Just FYI. Or like, sorry, been killed, committed suicide. It's not good. It's actually terrible. Because he actually leaves behind a wife and children. So I'll get into my opinion on it in a bit. But the point is, this is pure tribalism, right? This is pure tribalism from left-wingers who understand Jason Arday's entire career was a part of their political project, and now they are morally bound to defend it or put the political project itself in peril. And so that's what they're doing. I mean, you've got these sorts. Like Aaron Dugmore, a 9-year-old boy who hanged himself in 2013 because he sustained racist bullying at school for being white. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care about Wayne Broadhurst being stabbed to death in the middle of the day by one of Jenrick's Afghans. They don't care about Rhiannon White being stabbed to death by a screwdriver by some, was it Sudanese or something, boat person. Alistair Campbell doesn't care about the boat. That's fine. Henry Novak, the same thing with legal Sikh immigrants. One of them just stabbed him to death and they all lied about him being stabbed and the police took them at their word. To the people who think the personal is political and thereby everything is political, obviously these events have a political valence. There's no unpoliticizing these events. And of course they're like, okay, but every political... The only way that things become politicized is where people draw distinctions on what should happen on either side. Alistair Campbell knows that all of these people are dead because of political decisions that he supports, and so he's never going to mention them.
It seems to me that all of these realms, there's like beings of light, and they're desperate to help these poor, miserable souls, but they can't force that help on them. Like the soul needs to be ready to accept that help or ask for the help. But yeah, it always felt to me, any of these bad places I was in, that there's help available, and that, you know, nobody's stuck like that forever.
What actually happens in between lives? My guest today, Aaron Green, says that when he died as a child, he remembered not only leaving his body, but what came before this life, why he chose to come here, and what souls experience after death. In this conversation, Aaron describes realms of darkness, confusion and suffering, but also places of unimaginable light, joy and bliss. He talks about life planning, soul groups, guides, karma, why we come back to Earth, and the idea that nobody is ever truly stuck. This is one of the most detailed accounts of the space in between lives that I've ever heard. So let's get right into it. Hi Aaron, thank you so much for joining me on the channel. It's such a pleasure to have you with us. I've followed your story for quite a while. It's probably the most detailed near-death experience that I've ever heard. So thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about my experience.
Amazing. So if you don't mind, could you just take us back to the day you died, then, and we can go from there?
Yeah, so shortly before my 6th birthday, I was playing with some friends in a neighbor's backyard. You know, we used to just run around the neighborhood as kids. And I developed a breathing problem, and no matter what I did, I couldn't get a breath of air. And I tried to go home, and I only got maybe 20 feet away from my friends. And this breathing problem, it caused my consciousness, my soul, you know, whatever it is that I really am, like the real me. I left this body, and I watched as my body fell to the ground, and that started this whole experience that I had. So I was just kind of floating there next to my body, and a couple things happened really quickly. One was, like, my entire life, everything I'd been through, everything I'd experienced, it like replayed in complete detail. Like nothing was left out. It was my entire life. Like I could see it. I like re-experienced it. And the twist, though, what was different was I didn't just, you know, have my own feelings and experiences over again, but like I could literally feel how I had affected other people. I could feel the impact I'd had on my parents, how I'd made them feel. You know, what stood out was that my mother loved me. Like that seemed very important. And my father, you know, he's a good father, but like I could feel his anger and frustrations at having a small child, you know, the diapers, the screaming, the crying, that kind of thing, the stress it put on their marriage. But like I could feel that. But it was like self-evident that I hadn't done anything wrong. You know, I wasn't like intentionally trying to cause him stress. It's like, it's just part of having a baby. So I didn't feel any like, it didn't feel like I had made any mistakes as far as that goes. Anyway, but when that life review ended, I noticed a light in the distance. It looked like a pinpoint of light. And I like knew there was something important about it. I could instinctively feel that it was important. But I didn't continue to focus my attention on it. I just, continued to float around my neighbor's yard um, I started thinking like what the, kind of like, what's going on type of stuff. The first question I had was like, what am I? It was clear that I'm not this body. Like that was just perfectly obvious. And so I was like, well, what am I? It's kind of like I was able to take a look at myself. And in that state, I was just this round orb of consciousness. There was a very faint light coming from within me. But I was just kind of like a little ball of consciousness. And then I would have more questions. And it was like, as I would have questions, the answers would come to me in extreme detail. It was like I would re-experience what I had been through previously, but before I began this life. And I had the question, well, where did I come from? Why am I on this? Like, where did I start and why am I here? Like, why am I on this planet? Like, what's going on kind of thing. And so this memory, something I had previously been through, it replayed for me. And, it started out, I had been a little ball of consciousness, and I was with hundreds or thousands of other, consciousnesses just like me.
If this is a planet, then I'm a comet. I'm a comet. And my mods are all asteroids. Most of you humans believe whatever the fuck you're told. You believe you're on a planet, you believe in nukes, whatever. Just everything. The whole fucking thing.
We were all we all looked the same. And we were in what I would call like a sea of light. It was extremely bright, like kind of like being in the sun. And we were all content, we were safe and reasonably happy. But we were ignorant. We didn't know anything. We didn't know what was going on. We just kind of existed like that. And it was fine. And periodically like a treat or gift would come down to us, and everybody would get one of these. And as a kid, it reminded me of getting a cookie. And one time there was one fewer of these gifts than there were souls in this group. And so I made the decision, okay, I know everyone else they're just like me and they want this thing just as much as I do. So I'm just going to let them have it because I know they all want it. And, someone's got to go without. So it might as well be me. And as soon as the last treat came to the last other soul, I was very, very gently lifted up out of this group. And I was contacted like mind to mind communication by a much more powerful entity. And basically this entity explained that it was my creator, and that I was very much loved and cared for, and that what I had done by giving up this gift for those around me was like it was wonderful. It was like that's terrific. Like that's the best thing I could do was to give up what I wanted for those around me. And basically this creator, who I'll just call God, God explained that there was a wonderful existence in store for me and for everyone else that was just absolutely fantastic. It was a wonderful thing to exist. But in order to really appreciate and enjoy my existence, because I wasn't ready to really enjoy my existence. There was like I needed an education. I needed to gain wisdom. There were some difficult things I needed to do in order to prepare me so that I could really enjoy my existence. And basically, God went on to explain that it's very difficult what I need to go through, but it's like we're getting all the bad stuff out of the way right off the bat, and then I could just have unmitigated bliss and enjoyment. That was kind of the gist of it. And so I asked the question, like, well, you created me. Can't you just change me and make me however I need to be so I can enjoy myself? Like, why do I need to go through something difficult? That kind of thing. And God's answer was, he's absolutely able to change me if he wanted to. But me and everyone else, we were created with free will, and free will, the ability to make my own decisions, that was critically important to our creation in the first place. Like that was a core reason we were created, is that we would be able to make our own choices. And that if God forcibly changed me or made me already mature and experienced, it would be like a violation of my free will. It would go contrary to the whole plan. And so the whole plan of our creation is it's centered around our free will. And like, even though there's difficulty and hardships that we need to go through, or I needed to go through, it was worth it. Like it made the plan work the way it needed to work, and God was absolutely positive about this. And he also stressed that what I need to go through is very, very short, extremely short, and then I can have extreme happiness. That was kind of the gist of it. And he further went on to explain basically that God is loving, kind, compassionate, honest, generous, all these positive traits. Like that's what God is. And in order for us to really enjoy our existence, we need to freely embrace those traits for ourselves and learn that those are good things. Like that, those are something that we should choose for ourselves. And if we choose stuff contrary to that, it's like we bring ourselves frustration and suffering and difficulty. If we choose these godly traits, we bring ourselves, more happiness and joy and an easier life. And so this whole system that God created is set up where we learn for ourselves through trial and error the importance of all these godly characteristics. And that was kind of the gist of what was going to happen. And so I was like, okay, I guess that makes sense. That was kind of my attitude at the time. And then God said, would you like to see my face? Before you go, would you like to see my face, kind of thing? And I was like, okay, sure. And I had been looking at all these souls I had been with, and my attention was turned, and I was facing this huge sun-like entity. It looked like a giant sun, like a literal sun. Only the like the inside was teeming with souls, like I guess billions and billions of souls, just countless souls were all there together. And they're extremely happy. I couldn't even describe how happy they were. And it was like they recognized that I was, I guess they recognized I was watching or looking at them. And so a couple of them, they took their attention off of what they had been doing, and it's like they came to the surface, and I could see their faces clearly. And it was kind of like a hardship for them, because they were under extreme joy, and to come up to the surface and see me, it was like it lessened their joy. And so that was kind of like a hardship for them. And they basically welcomed me into existence, and they assured me that, when I was through with my experience, I'd be able to join them. And they were very excited about that, because I was a unique, irreplaceable soul. And, I don't just mean me, but everybody. And I would contribute something that no other soul could replicate. There's something about me that's unique and irreplaceable. And so they were really excited, because when I joined them, I would even increase their happiness and joy even a little bit more. And so they were very excited about that. But they had been through what I was about to go through, and they understood the difficulty I was going to face, but they assured me that I would eventually get through this. I would make it through, and, come join them when I was ready. So God asked me again, are you sure? Are you sure you're ready to you're willing to go through this difficult experience? Like, he needed my approval. He couldn't like force it on me. But based on what he told me, it was a no brainer. It was like, yes, I will do this. He described it better than I'm describing it. And it was clear that this is a good decision. And so after I agreed, it's like, bam, I was moving quickly away from that scene, like moving into another realm, I was moving at great speed. And I was still in communication with God. It was like, this telepathic mind to mind communication. And we started looking at a whole bunch of different planets, like I think thousands and thousands of planets that we were looking at. And it was the same kind of situation in every planet. I would have been a soul that was incarnated in a physical body. And the experiences I would gain on any of these planets would be very similar. I would learn the importance of kindness, compassion, honesty, integrity, generosity, service, all these godly traits. I would learn the same spiritual lessons no matter which planet I went to. But when we got to Earth, there was something about this place or being a human or somehow it was the perfect fit for me. I was absolutely positive that this is where I want to go. And God asked me, are you sure? And I said, yes, I'm sure this is where I want to go. And with that, the decision was made. And it's like that scene that I re-experienced, it answered my question, my initial question of where did I come from? Why am I here? And so it's like I was back to just floating around in my neighbor's yard again. And this whole process, it happened like almost instantaneous. It was very, very fast. But my next question was, okay, I see where I started out as a soul and how I got to this planet, but why am I Aaron Green? Like, why am I this person? How did that happen? And so, again, I had a replay of a spiritual memory. It's like I re-experienced what I had been through, and I'd forgotten all about this as I was living this life. And then this new memory, I was a much more experienced soul. It was obvious I had lived a number of lives, and I wasn't new like I had been in the previous memory. And I was this started out. I was very like frustrated. I was disappointed in myself. I was frustrated. I was not in a good state. I was like a mess. And I had some guides that were trying to help me. And basically they wanted me to go back to Earth. And I was like, no, I'm not going back to Earth. And they said, okay, we can't make you go back to Earth, but if you go back to Earth, you'll be able to get yourself straightened out. It's like a waste for you to stay here because you're a mess and there's so much enjoyment for you once you get yourself straightened out, then there's no reason for you to stay in this kind of this state, this condition you're in. You need to get yourself straightened out, and then you could really enjoy your existence. But I was hesitant. I was very frustrated. As far as I can tell, I had really messed up a previous life. That's how I think I got in that state. And I didn't want to go back. I didn't want to come back to Earth. I was really concerned I would hurt somebody. That was my biggest fear. And they said, basically, can we show you some souls that you would help if you do go back to Earth? And I was like, well, okay, I guess we could do that. And so they showed me. They showed me some souls, and they said, you can help these souls if you go back to Earth, and you'll help yourself. And the idea of helping others, that kind of hit me at a deeper level. And I thought, okay, I guess we could entertain the possibility. And so they said, okay, well, let's transition and see what kind of life you could live. And so they showed me a life I could live. And the first life they showed me, it was dominated by extreme anger. I would have been a very angry person. But for my soul, working against that anger and trying to stay calm, even though I was always angry, it would grow my soul to be more peaceful. So it would like benefit me spiritually, even though it was like an angry life. But I completely rejected that life. I said, no, I'm not going to live that life. Like there's no way I was going to do that. And my guides respected that. They were like, okay, well, let's look at some other possibilities. And so we went and looked at a young family, and I could see the parents clearly. They already had one son. And it's safe to say they had no secrets in that realm. Like I could see everything about them, where they were on their spiritual journey, what kind of marriage they had, what kind of parents they would be, the basics of what my life would look like. That was all an open book. And I knew that I would have an older brother. That was obvious. And so we started looking at, well, what kind of genetic possibilities are available to these parents? Because I could pick anything I wanted, but it needed to be the genes that these parents had, because they would be the parents. And it became obvious that I could be like the genes were there, that I could be a redheaded person. And because I think because I had previously hurt people in a previous life, I wanted to be a girl in this life because I felt like they were less prone to violence. So I really wanted to be a redheaded girl. I like the idea of having that rare, unusual hair color. But they didn't have enough genes that matched with that. So my options were very